beautiful. Beautiful. Okay. Live. We are live. Got a recording going. I like to upload all my streams to YouTube. See a level. See an audio level in OBS. Streamlabs OBS. I see myself on Twitch. Step 4. Hear myself on Twitch. Hear myself on Twitch. Step 5. We've got a new 5-step stream checklist. Actually, I don't. I just decided to stick my fingers up as I was walking through everything. But because it's happened a few times now where the Bekitty subscribed. Wow. Thanks, Bekitty. Bekitty's my wife, so and we have Amazon Prime, so she just kind of throws it my way. That's kind of laundering money in that way. Oh, maybe I shouldn't have said that on stream. Maybe that's illegal. All right. Well, we'll just kind of dink around a little bit here while we wait to see if anyone pops in. Obviously, Bekitty just popped in. Yeah. So I really don't know actually what we're gonna work on today. I'm really not too sure. Because we just finished our, well, I guess I am kind of getting started without much of a proper introduction. Whatever. Yeah, so yesterday we kind of got some server-side validation, client validation on the server side happening. And I think that's a pretty good, I think what we did is good. I hope what we did is good. It just kind of takes care of some obvious kinds of maybe malicious-y kinds of things, hacky kinds of things that somebody could be doing with a client and trying to screw around with things. And so basically, the server is going to try not to, if something happens that it doesn't quite expect, it's going to close the WebSocket connection for the client. Marcello. How's it going with the game? It's going well, Marcello. Thanks for hanging out. You just got here. You're like one of the first ones. Like one of the first people here. So welcome, Marcello. Good to see you back. It's going pretty well. I was just explaining a bit. I haven't even done a proper introduction yet. I mean, maybe I don't. Most of the time I don't give a proper introduction to everything, to the stream. But yeah, yesterday was good. We started. I started adding basically like some. So like if somebody's trying to kind of hack around with the browser and maybe change some data, basically the server is kind of looking for some obvious things that might look a little sketchy, and then it is going to basically close the connection with that browser if it sees something pretty obviously kind of wrong. So we added a couple checks. We added 2 checks that I think are solid, and then we added another check that I think is, I don't really know yet, and it needs some tweaking before we make like an educated. I'm trying to make like an educated guess, but we really don't know what that thing will be when it's out in the wild. So excuse me. The first 2 things we did are we added, let's see here. So right here. So one of the first, kind of the simplest things is basically here's our server. So we have our WebSocket connection, So when we receive a message from a given WebSocket connection, we have a little function here that runs, and basically what it does is there's a little switch case statement where basically it parses what the type of message is. So a browser can only send 5 different types of messages. Basically, it's got a request to find a match, because that's when you push the button to say, I want to play a multiplayer game. Then the browser sends that command off to the server and says, hey, this player wants to find a match. The other option is canceling a match find. So if you say I want to find a match, and then the server, if there's not a player immediately available to play, then you could alter, and if you were sitting there for like a minute and you said I don't actually want to play anymore, you could push the cancel button from the browser, and that will send a cancel match find up to the server, and then the server will say, oh, okay, this player doesn't want to play anymore, so I'll make them not the waiting player anymore. It's kind of what this little check is here. And then there's a quit match. So that would be if you quit the match in the middle. Basically, I think that'll only fire if you click the in-game X button, basically. If you were in the middle of a game, you can quit a match. And then we got 2 more. We've got cursor down, which is like cursor click. I don't want to say directly a mouse click, because also the spacebar press will be the same thing as this. And there's a cursor moved event. So that's whenever the mouse moves. So basically, we're sending, it's only those 5 that are sent. And all of those come as a 12-byte, all of those come in a 12-byte buffer from the client every time. It's fixed. I mean, it could change. We maybe do something in the future that changes that, and then we'll change it. But right now, it's just a 12-byte thing. And when we're changing it is a trivial matter. So basically, we just do a check. We do a check right up front when this function runs. When our onMessage function runs, we do a check right up front. We say, is the byte length of the message buffer equal to 12? And we've got that variable, the 12, in this file, in our config file with some stuff. So this client out buffer size comes out to being 12. So actually we can see that right here. I went to my config, my master config file, and then basically you have config.websockets, and then you have client out buffer size is 12. So that comes out to this little object thing here, and then we get 12. And then basically if it's not 12, so if it's anything less than 12 or anything greater than 12, then we're just going to straight up terminate the WebSocket, because there's no reason. Oh yeah, I kind of explained 2 different things with that. I started explaining 2 different things. So that's kind of the obvious thing, because it's like we always know we're going to get a 12-byte buffer from the client. So if we get something that's not that, we're just going to kill that WebSocket, because something's really wrong if that's the case, or somebody's doing something malicious, whatever. The next thing is also very similarly related, where again we said we only have 5 commands that are going to run, and basically these numbers are these commands that are here. Again, these come from the config. These are just integers. So basically this one is integer 1, this one's integer 2, integer 3, integer 4, integer 5. So if you've got any, and that's the first 4 bytes of the command that comes in. So the first 4 bytes of that 12-byte buffer are these integers. So basically, we read that the integer out right here. That's where we read this first byte out of that command buffer. And if it's not one of these numbers, basically we've got a default case in our switch case. And then if it's not one of those numbers, we kill the WebSocket connection with the client, because there's no valid reason that any other number would come as far as the code goes. So as far as a valid working client goes, so something fishy would be happening, in other words. So that's just another high-level thing. Just if a weird command comes in, kill it. The thing that's not so straightforward is kind of what I've been calling rate limiting, which is maybe more of a straightforward thing in a lot of other web systems, where basically you're kind of saying, clients shouldn't be sending more than this many requests in a given interval of time, right? So like maybe a normal website might do something like, you shouldn't be sending more than 5 requests a second of this form. Like you fill out a form and then you submit it or something. And you probably shouldn't be sending more than 5 of those per second. Like that's kind of a pretty simple thing. Like if a human's filling it out, that's kind of obvious. So basically that's a little more of a straightforward thing probably with other web systems. But in this case, we're sending all the mouse input data, not all the mouse input data, but the client, our web browser, when you're in a match, is sending 60 mouse updates a second. So each mouse update comes in just that little 12-byte buffer. So it's pretty small amount of data. Every update we send is just 12 bytes. But so in terms of size of data, that's not a lot. But basically we're sending 60 of those a second. So that's a lot. Relatively. I mean, compared to, what I was saying before about, maybe a web system where you're just submitting a form, you might send a lot more data in that form, and you'd be doing like an HTTP request with a bunch of other stuff. Whereas this WebSockets is different. But lost my train of thought. So in this case, it's a little more tricky to kind of figure out. And I don't really know like what's going to happen with latency and the server being in one place and people connecting from all different parts of the world potentially. And it's like, I don't really know exactly what to expect as far as rate limiting, because I kind of want to make just like some obvious like denials of if you're sending like a million messages a second, we should probably close the WebSocket connection, right? But because if you're sending 60, that's fine. But where do we put that limit? Like 100? Is 100 too, is 100 too much? Because what if 100's valid? Like what if there's some sort of network issue and like some mouse movement messages get delayed from getting to the server and then eventually they make it? Like that could be a thing. So how do we make sure that we don't really kill a client in a case like that? So that's where I'm kind of struggling with putting a threshold on that. And what my solution is right now, and maybe it's kind of stupid, maybe I'm overthinking it. I'm probably overthinking it. Is what are we looking at here? So again, our client update rate is 60 per second. So this client update interval is what it calculates out to milliseconds. So we divide 1 by 60 and then multiply by 1,000 to get the milliseconds between messages. So this 60 mouse updates a second would 60 updates a second would calculate out to 16.7 milliseconds between every interval that we're sending. And so I ended up doing this thing here where I'm doing an 8 milliseconds minimum. So what I'm doing kind of 2 checks. In fact, I think I did something. Now that I'm looking at this, I think I did something wrong here. So let's take a look. Let's take a look at what we did here. Where is it? Player? Yes. Wait a minute. client update. Oh, yeah, I screwed that up. Client, okay, so if message times.length is greater than config.ws.client update interval. Okay. Rate limit interval. Okay, okay, we got to do a couple things here to kind of clean this up because I already screwed this up. This is already wrong. So we need to do what I'm going to do is I'm going to move this 60. I'm going to move this 60 out of this little calculation here. So we're going to put this up into, okay, so we got WS. So up here, I'm going to do a client updates per second. And that's going to be 60. Okay, so then down here, I can do ws.client updates per second. And then we're going to do, maybe we're going to do client updates client updates per second. It's going to equal ws.client updates per second. Okay. So then I guess, so I'm putting this inside of my server only configuration here. So now we want to take, let's see, match. No, where is it? Player. Okay, so this needs to be config.ws.client updates per second. Okay. So what we're doing, we've got this little thing here where we have an array now. So when we construct a player, basically we set up this is a player object. When we construct a player object, we create this, we add this array property here that's on WebSocket message times. So we store, you know what, this shouldn't be on WS message times. We should change it just to WS message times. Let's do that. On WS message times is just kind of confusing. On WS message times. All right, let's fix. Okay, so player find on WS message times. We're just going to change that to WS message times. There we go. And then we've got one in the application. Let's see, where is that? On WS message time. Oops. There we go. WS message times. Okay. Beautiful. All right. So basically, we are storing for a given player. Sam Oates Games. Hey, what's going on, Sam Oates Games? Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. What's going on? Codico. What is that? Octal 7 there? Sam Oates, not much. Just got out of work. How goes the game? It's going well. It's going well, Sam Oates. Skididdy. Hey, Jar. What's going on, Skididdy? Good to see you. Skididdy and I share the same birth year, in case anyone was interested. 93. Yeah, it's going well, Sam Oates. Yeah, I'm just cleaning up some stuff that I realized cleaning up some stuff that I realized I made some mistakes on yesterday at the end of the stream yesterday. So before we really dive into what we're going to do today, which I actually don't know what that is. Just cleaning up a few things. Kodako IDK, it's like someone saying hello with the hand and the head. Gotcha. I think. Hello. Nice. Kodako. I was playing the game. I was playing your game last night. I'm liking it. Can I? Do you mind if I pull it up? You mind if I pull it up on stream? I'm not going to pull everybody's game up on stream, but I just wanted to pull this one up because... Feel free to give me feedback as well. Nice, will do. Well, everyone should try out Kodako's game for sure. Speedtyper.dev. I'm working on parsing the challenges so they are not so gosh darn long. Gotcha. Nice. I really like it. Feels nice. Oh, okay. Hang on one sec here. Let me plug the Discord here. Oh, so for anyone, I'm gonna do my interval of plugging all my stuff here quickly. So for anyone interested, I'm working on my game Populus. Actually, not right now. We're looking at, well, we are working on Populus, but I was taking a quick turn to pull Kodako's game up on stream here. Speedtyper.dev. But anyway, I put my game down in the chat there. Populus.gg. You can play it right now. That's Populus.gg. Once again, Populus.gg. Did I sound radio style saying that? That's Populus.gg. That sound better? And I was going to say quickly, I got a Discord too, so just throwing that out there. If anyone's interested, got a Discord, and you can, we just set up a new little self-promotion section there. So if you've got any cool projects, you can post in there. Kodako posted Speedtyper in there. So, not saying I'm going to share everybody's projects on stream, but I just wanted to pull up Kodako's Speedtyper here. Oh, these constants with the capitals, those kill me. All right. All right, so we're gonna play Kodako's game here. All right, here we go. I'm gonna see how fast I can type. I'm not actually that great of a typer. I'm maybe like 60 words a minute, something. I don't know. And typing constant names with underscores and capitals, I'm really slow. All right, so here we go. This is a shorter file, which is good. Well, I don't know if I'm gonna play the whole file because I'm slow, but we're gonna try it here. Const HTML underscore name space equals HTTP : // Oh, I hate numbers. .org/1999/xhtml and that const math. I'm not used to typing closing w3.org. Oh, these URLs. These URLs are getting me. Okay, that was bad. Math ML. Okay, const svg. Okay, this is awful. This is a bad. Once we get down to the actual, not links and URLs and junk, we'll 2000 svg. Okay, export. I'm a little shaky from the coffee here, so my typing is definitely. I'm just making excuses. I'm just an awful typer. Let's just say it straight there. All right, name space math. Oh, it's MA. Okay, I like read that differently in my head and okay, space. Oh, these SVG underscore. Oh boy, is this DOM namespaces? Is that what I'm not sure what this file is we're typing here. Export function. There we go. Some more intrinsic names. Oh boy. Space type string. Oh boy. Colon string switch type. Oh boy. There we go. That's when we're typing the raw JS. I'm all right. Not really. Return SVG. Oh boy. Why is namespace a pain to type? Math. Return. Oh, delete your mistakes. Are you drunk or just a bad typist? I haven't had that before. I love it. That's nice, Kodako. I like it. I like that touch. Default. You literally just call you out and be like, are you not paying attention? Namespace. That was, oh, I missed that enter. Sometimes missing the returns, I noticed I didn't really get it right away. Like, oh, wait, I missed a return there. Because sometimes I like type something else. Name. I don't know what the solution, if there would be another way to do it though. I might just be kind of an idiot. Type string. All right, this file is kind of long. String if, but we're almost parent name space. Parent. Oh boy. Okay. All right. Delete your mistakes to continue. Are you drunk or just a bad typist? I love it. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Is it 11? 11 you've got for that? Whoops. 11 mistakes that triggers that. Let me try it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Oh boy. What am I? Oh, I'm not on the home row. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. Okay, you got it at 11. Oh, greater than 10. Definitely don't play the whole file. Yeah, I wasn't going to play the whole thing. But I was going pretty well there. 78%. Nice. All right, that's Kodako's game. Speedtyper.dev. I like it. And then it shows you stats at the end, which are nice when you make it through the whole file. So I didn't do that. All right. Yeah, the only thing, okay, so Kodako, the only thing, I tried it last night, and my only feedback is this file was not too bad, but some of those React files were really long. Like I was typing for like 5 minutes and I was like halfway through, it felt like. So that would be my only feedback, is maybe like some of the, I mean, and I know you're just you're probably just pulling a bunch of files and I'm parsing them right now to extract between 100 and 300 cars long. Oh, yeah. Nice, nice. Yeah, and I was going to say, I'm sure you're just pulling a file with that URL and then, just for ease of developing probably right now. But no, I like it. Yeah, I mean, the files being long is like my only thing, like, because that's it's actually kind of hard on your hands typing like just straight. I mean, when you're programming, you're like sitting here and thinking and going, oh yeah, okay, well how about this? And you type like one line and then you sit there and think about it for 10 minutes and then you write one more line, I mean, that's kind of what ends up, so I'm not used to like just pedal to the metal, just like straight typing so my hands were definitely starting to, plus I kind of have I feel like my hands are bad too. You don't think about how much you use your pinkies. Yeah, for sure. For sure. No, but I like it, Kodako. All right. Okay. Nice. So what are we doing here? We're looking at we're looking at I noticed I made some mistakes yesterday, basically, is what we're saying here. So, and I don't know, again, I've been talking about kind of our rate limiting thing, and I really don't know what the answer is. I really don't know what that answer should be. Is rate limiting mainly to stop cheating, or is it a performance thing too? Colin, I almost didn't recognize that was Colin for a second there, because Kodako and Colin are showing up as purple on my chat there. Colin, what's going on? Good to see you. It's kind of, it's basically just to stop anything that's fishy, you know? So like, it's not really a direct, like, I mean, I guess it could be an anti-cheat thing, but I mean, like the browser code is only going to send 60 things at most, 60 things a second. Like that'll be the most things we send. So in 1 second, we could have 60 messages. And then basically I want to find a, you know what? As I'm doing this, I'm already thinking of like a much better solution. So I think we're going to do that right now. So maybe not necessarily so much a cheating thing, but more of just like just kind of a performance thing, I guess, too. Like just saying like, well, it would be malicious, basically, is what I want to prevent. Like if somebody's hitting the WebSocket server, because I know the code on the browser is only going to be sending at most 60 messages a second. So like I want to stop that. But it's not a simple thing to just say, let's cap it at 60. In fact, I thought of a much simpler solution that would be better anyway. So I think we're going to try this right now. So instead, this .ws message, I'm going to create a new variable on our player. So this is our player object. So you get basically one WebSocket connection is one player. When we get a new WebSocket connection, we create a new player object, and then we kind of have some state for the game if you're in a game and like stuff like that. Otherwise, the player object's not very complicated. This is all there is. And there's like one method here just for set match. Okay, just for this is just really kind of a nice little convenience method. Doesn't really need to be part of the player, I don't think either. Just to kind of put this code that has to happen in kind of a nice place. So yeah, like all there is the player. It's the player object itself has the WebSocket connection. So that's what this.ws. Waiting for match is just a flag to say that we set if the player is waiting for match. And I don't know. Actually, I want to see if we even use that anymore, because it's very possible we don't. Match state, that's really important when you're in the game. Each player kind of has their own. That's how we just store the individual players' like match data. And I mean, I guess you could like maybe have that in our match object instead. Like the match object's much more complicated. That's what keeps track of all the actual gameplay and everything. The actual bubble pops and checking the mouse and that sort of thing. And this is kind of like keeping each player's like, okay, a player's popped 5 bubbles, so you know that data is like in there. It's an object. In fact, I have an actual class for it, player match state. So then we created this WS message times thing, and it was kind of stupid, and I kind of realizing now I maybe overthought it. Now that I've slept on it, you know, I think we've got a better idea. So I want to create a WS message. WS message past second count. Last second. WS messages per last second in last second. I don't know how to name this really nicely. WS messages in last second. There's got to be a better way. But we're gonna do this. Instead of saving the times and like, I don't know why I really did that. Because at the end of the day, like we might need something like that later, but I really don't think it's that good of a thing. Sam Oates, always happens. Spend hours writing code. Get on the train. Go home. Pre-COVID. I like the little pre-COVID thing. Have a moment of realization that the code you wrote was dumb, and there's a much better way. I couldn't agree more, Sam Oates. Yes. So basically, because I did this whole thing, what all this junk is in here. So there's basically when a player object gets created, it does a JavaScript set interval, right? So we loop, and right now it loops 1 second every second, and I need to put this 1,000, so 1,000 milliseconds, 1 second. So it runs this function every second, once a second, for every player object. And then what it does is it checks, basically this whole logic in here, basically checks like the average times between the messages and just kind of like says like basically the average interval between every message that could be sent. And then averages that out of all those times, which is, now I'm realizing that's kind of stupid. So Colin, discard changes and replace with the 1/10th the amount of code. Yeah, that's kind of what we're going to do right now. Trash Dev, what's going on? Good to see you. Trash Dev, you stream? Sorry, did I already know that? Am I offending you by not knowing that you stream? Because I see you've got an emote there. And throwing the retro hearts. Love it. I'm offended. All right. I lost a sub, guys, just now. Is there a message when you lose a sub that pops up on Streamlabs? Bring. Trash Dev unsubscribed. Colin, he runs a good stream. All right, nice. I need to follow Trash Dev. I need to be better at following people. Yeah, and Trash Dev, thank you for the sub again. I like to thank people whenever I get the chance. I'm very humbled by people wanting to subscribe. I'm just gonna subscribe to Trash Dev now because otherwise I won't remember it. Or I'm gonna follow. Did I say subscribe? I'm gonna follow for right now. Then we'll subscribe later if I think Trash Dev is any good. I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Famous last words before restraining order. Need to follow people better. I like it. I need to follow people more lurkingly. All right. We're back to some coffee this morning in the giant Star Trek mug. Yeah, like it's one of the giant mugs. Like I'm a pretty average sized person, I think. So it's like fits the 4 fingers, you know. I mean, this is probably like four cups of coffee. You know, according to the cup, whatever a cup of coffee is, like 6 ounce, 8 ounce, whatever that is, 6 ounce, I think, in America at least. Colin, I feel like the issue of am I limiting too much disappears if instead of terminating the WS, you log it in the DB and set up conditions for terminating it later based upon repeated offenses logged to the DB. That's a good idea. I don't have a DB actually, so I could throw it in a file. That was kind of one of my things is like Populus, it should be a simple enough game that I don't need a database and like accounts and everything, but yeah, database, file, whatever, or even just emails. Yeah, that could be too. Yeah, and actually, I kind of want to. I'm going to be using PM2 for if anyone's familiar, the NodeJS package PM2. In fact, we might test it out on stream just on my local machine. I used a little bit of it actually at work. And it's pretty cool for like using Node. I mean, if you're someone who just if you're not already using some sort of prepackaged thing or whatever. Trash dev PM2 is great. I use it. Nice. Yeah, so my question then, in that case, trash dev to you maybe is, I guess with PM2, like I could do some just normal logging, like console logs, like standard out kind of stuff or standard error kind of stuff, and then maybe like save it with PM2 or something and like go back and look maybe. That seems like something PM2 would do for you. So that would be kind of cool. But yeah, I like your idea. I like that idea, Colin, where it's like, because I don't think, I mean, yeah, and we were having a good conversation about that yesterday, actually, with Akago. I think it was Akago in the chat, where they were saying, Akago was saying, like, talking about all this cool data collecting stuff, and like, it was kind of blowing my mind, and he brought up some good points about charts and stuff. I never tried to do logs in PM2. Let me check. Well, you don't have to check for me, but I appreciate that, Trash. Because I'll probably, you know, we could even set it up today maybe and screw around with it. Because that might even be a good option, just like having a quick way for me. Because especially when we go live right away, I'll kind of be checking the server and everything and kind of exploring and whatever. And I was also going to do PM2. I wanted to do PM2 just to kind of check on, like, you can check memory and everything with it. So you could like see heap and stack memory and everything, I believe. So it'd be cool to see that just in development, because I've never really done anything with that on the server yet. I'm just trusting that I have no memory leaks. So we'll have to do that and play like 1,000 matches. Yeah, it looks like it's pretty easy from a quick Google. Cool. Yeah, so that might actually be the awesome thing to do. I might kind of come up with some cool log or some important things to log, and then we'll see kind of what we end up doing. All right, I'm actually gonna have to take a quick bathroom break. I know we just started. We're 42 minutes in. That's not too bad. Whoops. Be right back! Exclamation point every time. I never save a copy of it. I just create it from scratch every time. That's what we do. That's what we do on this stream. We do stuff from scratch. So I'm okay with opening a new notepad, typing be right back, and then zooming in every single time. Trash Dev's got me. Duran to BRB. All right, we'll be right back. All right. We're back. Away message from scratch. Yeah, that should be the stream title. Custom be right back messages. I could sell them, maybe. Okay, so what I'm thinking right now, we do a very simple thing. I mean, what Cullen was saying about maybe we just don't limit at all and then we monitor and limit later. I like that. However, I think we will do just kind of an obvious thing for right now. So what I want to do, basically, I'm going to comment this out, and this, actually. And that's already commented out. Beautiful. Okay. I'm going to comment out that stuff, and I'm going to keep it around. And what we are going to do is... okay, so let's do... Okay, we've got this WS messages in last second. So what I'm going to do, we're going to use that. We're going to go back to our application. So that's where we're doing this line here. And instead, I guess what we'll do is we're going to do, whoops. Is that what that is? Let's, oh, I can actually, player dot WS messages in last second plus equals 1. Okay. So now we're just keeping a count of the amount of WebSocket messages they've sent in the last second. And how is it in the last second? Well, that's because we're going to reset this to 0 every time we do that set interval, every time our interval runs. Okay, so then we go back to our player object. We're going to look at this dot rate limit interval, set interval. Okay, so we're going to say if this dot WS messages in last second is greater than, so 60 is our limit, but we need some other number, maybe like 120 or something, just to be safe. Because just because 60 is the limit, it doesn't mean that there could be, just with network latency and everything, there could be some sort of, delay or something. So actually what I want to do to just test this is let's just console log this.ws messages in last second. So we're going to console log this, and then we're going to, at the end, this.ws messages in last second equals 0. So we're going to reset our count, message count. And we're running this every second. So we are going to, we'll have some sort of if, we'll do something here. Or we'll do the part where we kill the oh. Okay. Hang on a second here. I just thought of something bad. Okay. Wow. I'm glad I thought of that. The clear interval cannot be in here. It needs to be in the close. Where is that? Cleanup player. Or ws.onClose, yeah. Okay, so we need to do, I'll do this at the top, I guess. Clear interval, and then we're going to do player dot rate limit interval. Cool. Okay. Okay. We haven't dropped any frames today. All right, that's good. And it was definitely something with OBS yesterday. Something weird happened. Sorry, I got a couple ginger mints. Actually 3, not a couple. I always take 3 at a time. There's nothing wrong with that, right? Taking 3 mints at a time. My mom would yell at me. My mom would be like, just take 1. Just take 1. Okay, so. All right. Okay, this should be fine now. Beautiful, I think. Okay, so we're going to console log this. Once we have a player connect, we're going to console log. Let me move this out of the way because I wanted to look at. I can't. Actually, we're just going to cancel this. That terminal. All right, so we've got our server logs going here. And let's. Okay, player connected. So now we're printing that player's thing every second. We do another player here. So now we should be printing 2 players worth every second. So now we sent 1 command in 1 second, and then that zeroes out again because that 1 went away. So 1 command was the find match command. So now let's see what we got here. So, oh boy. I just want to play a whole, I mean, I guess we didn't need to do a full 30-second game, but I'm just going to play, oh boy. Come on. There we go. All right, so let's look at the data. All right, so we got 5. So again, we're logging 2 players worth of messages, so that's why it's going to be, there's going to be a number and then a 0 because it's logging the player that I was actually playing as and then 0 for the other player. Because if we don't move the mouse, we're not going to send any messages to the server. We're not just sending 60 messages, like, no matter what. We're only sending it if we've got mouse input data changing, basically, during a match. Calling a few 60 plus in there, yes. There definitely should be a few that go over that. So we got a 5, a 41. So that's like as I was kind of like slowing the mouse down, probably right at the end there, right? 5, 41, 57, 59, 50, 60, 53, 51, 58, 59, 58, 59, 61, 61, 60, 60, 63, 61, 57, 58, 49, 57, 63, 60, 57, 58, 55, 58. Okay. So yeah, close to 60. Some above 60, right? Because that's just, network delay and whatever. Even on LAN, we've got the possibility of getting 63. 63 updates. So, and I bet you we could do another match. Wait a minute here. Are we down at the bottom now? Okay, good. Because it kept printing and printing and printing more and more. So let's just see, like, I'm just gonna move the mouse continuously and see what happens. We got some 63s. Wow, 63 seems to be a, for whatever reason, common number to come out. That's very interesting. I wonder why. 62, 63. Yeah, okay. So yeah, I kind of like this. I kind of like this a lot better than what I was doing before, because what I was doing before was like averaging out the time, like the times between the messages. And like if there was a point where you like clip the screen just a second, like it would give you like a really high average, because it would basically, like, for whatever reason, you get a couple messages that are really have low times between for whatever reason. And then the average would come out, excuse me, getting gassy. The averages would come out like really low. The average interval, the time between the messages would come out really low. And the lower was more suspect. So I was like capping them at a low, or I was saying, if you have an average that's lower than this rate, we're going to kill you. Or not rate, but that interval time. What we're looking at now is rate, technically, right? 60 per second. So, okay, so I think I like this. But again, what's that number? What is that number? Like, should it be 120, or is like 120 like, or should it be something like 80? You know, should it be really tight? But I feel like, you know, depending on network latency and everything, you know, we might have like a bunch of messages get delayed, and then all of a sudden they go through, depending, you know, they're routing around, hops around routers and stuff, and then the pack, you know, eventually the bunch of packets got delayed, but then they got routed around again, and then by that time maybe you have 100 messages, and maybe that's valid playing, right? So I don't know what the limit is, and like Colin said, maybe we should just monitor it and see what happens. So, but I'm thinking like maybe we could just do something like 240. So if we have 240 messages in a second, is that a problem? But at least this way I'm kind of using less memory and everything than I was, than it was probably overkill before. And, you know, and obviously if there's some sort of issue, yeah. WS messages in last second. We don't want to say last second. In rate limit. In rate limit int. Yeah, let's say that. In rate limit int. I know that sounds weird, but that's more because it's not necessarily a second. Maybe we'll say we want to collect 2 seconds worth. Okay, so then up here we want to do, where is that player? Yeah, okay. So maybe let's keep something like this just to see what happens. Because again, I really don't know what will happen, but Colin, you can test with the simulated bad connection in DevTools. Maybe that offers some interesting numbers. I've tried that, but it seems like DevTools kind of ignores WebSockets, like when you do the bad connections and stuff. Because we were testing that last week, I think. Actually, we were looking a little bit at that. Yeah, like you can, even if you like you can like block the IP and the port and everything like in the browser, and like it just seemed to ignore WebSockets. Like I assume like if it would only work with like HTTP. It was kind of annoying. Which I mean, WebSockets is relatively new, I guess, or at least its usage, more widespread use is relatively new. So it's probably low on the list of getting that updated. And I'm gonna put my space heater on. My basement's a little chilly. Snake Man, what's going on? Whoa, sick Charizards. What's going on, Snake Man? Got your Christmas card, Snake Man. NMU. We're getting there. We're getting there with multiplayer, and then you'll be able to play me one-on-one. So we're getting close. I'm just kind of putting in some like cheaty kind of anti-cheaty kinds of things. Not really anti-cheat, but just kind of stomach just rumbled. Yeah, we have yours hung up. Nice. Yeah, we got yours on the fridge too. I'm hack it. Nice. Yeah, I'm just putting in some stuff right now that'll kind of kick the player if there's like some obviously funky things. 100,000 bubbles popped. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully. Well, technically, there's a technical limit, let's say. If somebody were to, because right now, as it stands, so this is open for everyone now, everybody can see the secret numbers that I'm putting in here. I'm at least what I did just at this exact moment is we limited 240 messages to the server, so technically in 1 second. So like you could pop 240 bubbles in a second. So 240 times 30. So you can only pop 7,200 bubbles in a second. Otherwise you'd get kicked. Or in a whole game. Otherwise you would get kicked beforehand. But that'll be an interesting thing. And I also want to have some preventative measures that wouldn't let you just send 240 bubble pops. And actually, no, wait, this wouldn't even be possible. This wouldn't even be possible because there'd be network delay in there too. Whoa, that's a big calculator. This is like the old people's calculator, when it's like the really big ones. The buttons are like this big. Or the old people's cell phones, where the buttons are, you see the commercials for those. With large buttons so I can text my grandkids. Like the old like flip phones, and the buttons would be like, I don't know what size, like 1 inch by 1 inch. Dennis, what's going on? Oh, sorry, Denise. Or sorry, Denise. There we go. Good to see you. Good to see you, Dennis. I'll say Dennis. Wow, you nailed it. Thank you. Dennis. There we go. Yeah, so even this 240 limit, like in theory you could send 240 bubble pops, but you wouldn't even get, since there's like a limit on the amount of bubbles, or there's always 8 bubbles that are being sent. Or you're always going to have a buffer of 8 bubbles ahead. So you could pop all those 8 bubbles like really quickly, But then you'd have to wait for the server to send the next bubbles to you. So it would be, so even at that theoretical limit of 240 messages per second, you couldn't pop 240 bubbles per second. That just wouldn't work. But even if we, and I'm thinking maybe we're going to drop it down. Maybe we're going to make it only 120. I don't know, but I'm going to leave it at 240 right now. Actually, we're going to clean this all up here. But what's going on, Dennis? All right, in rate limit int. Okay, so this is good. We need to put this in our constants config file, config constants file, whatever. And this we need to put in there as well. And then we're gonna put a kick in here. We're gonna do a ws.terminate. Or wait a minute, this .ws.terminate, right? Whatever I do here. Yes, there we go. Beautiful. That job, bro. Just stopping by. All right, nice. Well, thanks for hanging out while you're at work. Appreciate it. What's the? I'm sure you got probably some nice weather right now in Peru. Got to say that properly. Is it technically? It's winter in Peru, right? Because it's when you're south of the equator. Or sorry, it's summer in Peru right now, right? Is that how it works? It's, when you're on the south of the equator, the seasons flip, right? Or the types of seasons. Yeah, we have 3 climate regions. I'm living in the highland, Cusco. Nice. So is it colder in the highlands? In Cusco? Okay, so all right, so we can get rid of this console log now. We can do it because we were just logging our message count before. It's their high score for mistakes made, 412. Some people have done like super high mistakes counts. I don't remember anything. Snake Man, post a screenshot in the Discord with it. I got a little high scores section. You can post the high mistake score. Highland area is colder from December to March. It's rainy season, whereas Lima, Peru's capital, is summer. Gotcha. Highland area is colder from December to March. Okay. It's rainy season. Okay. Well, that's interesting. Man, I gotta look at a world map here real quick. AKA Google Maps. A world map. What in the world? It was just Google Maps was really lagging there for a second. All right, I just want to see Peru on the map there. Where's the equator? Oh, there it is. Okay, so the equator goes right through the top of Ecuador there. Ecuador equator, I guess. Peru, just a little south of that. Gotcha. Yeah, it's a long country. Nice. I like it. Coast, Sierra, and Selva. Sierra. All right. Set ws.terminate. Just messages in rate limit int 0. Okay. So so this is good. This is good. We just need to variabilize our 240 for right now. So I'm going to we're going to go server only, and we're going to go server only. We're going to, what are we going to call this? Client rate, client message limit. We're going to say 240. Okay, so 240, and then we're going to say client. Yeah, this is going to be just kind of client rate limit rate. Or rate limit time, I guess. Rate limit window? Yeah, rate limit window, and then we'll say 1,000. Okay. This is in the server only chunk, right? Yeah, okay. You know what? I should probably create like a client object. Wouldn't that be nice? Client, ping interval, client dot, update, whatever. WS, client rate limit window. Okay, so this, okay, so this is going to be config dot client rate limit window. Dot, oh, WS dot client rate limit window. Again, what I'm doing now is probably overkill. We probably don't even really care right now. Config.ws. Like Colin said, we're probably just going to say we should have just logged it, and then I still would like to log this. Client updates, client update, client delta, client tracking, client, oh my goodness, there's a lot of client things. What in the world? Client commands, client message limit. That's the one. So message limit is 240. Jeff C. Groves, are you working on Populus? I just played it. Or are you working on a new game? Jeff C. Groves, good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. We're working on Populus right now. Yes. And you've been around here before, Jeff C. Groves, correct? Your name's familiar. Whenever somebody comes in with a full name and a middle initial as their Twitch name, I always have to say the full thing every time. Jeff C. Groves. I like it. It just feels proper that way. Whereas if you're XXRGLA Snake Man XX, I'm just going to say Snake Man. But Jeff C. Groves, yes, we're working on multiplayer right now for Populus. But yeah, because right now on populus.gg, there is just the single player. So oops, there we go. But we should now have, and in fact, everything should be working now, not crashing at the moment. So we can do a little multiplayer demo. So we queue for a multiplayer match. I don't have the main menu all set up nicely with multiplayer yet. I'm putting it off because I don't know. It's more of a design thing, and I don't know what I want to do yet. When I did this menu layout, the one that's currently live, the one that's currently live on populus.gg, I did that off stream because I was like, I just can't really mess around with that. But yeah, we got multiplayer now. I mean, not live, but everybody, you basically the players pop the same bubbles on their own at their own pace. And then how many did we get here? Let's whoa. So, whoops, now the time's up. But anyway, that's the multiplayer. We're just working on some rate limiting kinds of things at the moment, which I don't really know what's a good idea right now or not. But something we might do if we can get stuff working on the server side. So I'd like to use PM2 for running the server. So PM2 is a Node.js package on npm. And it's for, what is it supposed to stand for? Process Manager 2. And they're on version 4. That sounds like Windows. Sounds like a Microsoft thing. You're on Windows 7, but Windows 7 is really version 6.1 of Windows. NT version 6.1, whatever. Gotta love that. Runtime edition. Oh, yeah, they have like a different edition. Anyway, we're going to be using PM2 on the server. So the server will actually run. So like instead of just running like a node and then app.js or node whatever, like directly, you would just run it with PM2. So this is a Node.js package, but you install it globally. And then, so like, yeah, right here, we do a global install, the -G. And then, yeah, then you run your thing, your PM2 and your app, and then you can see like some cool stuff here. Some stats about it. Like in this case, it's got like 10 different things here, whatever. But then you can see like memory usage and all that stuff. And there's some more like deep stats and everything you can see. And I've only used this just once, and it's pretty cool. But oh, look at that, global logs. Yeah, so one of the things, so yeah, again, I am not terminal-based monitoring. Ah, man, that's cool. So I can just be like, I can just hop into the server every so often with SSH and just kind of pull PM2 logs up and just see stuff, which will be pretty cool. Pretty cool to see. I like it. So we might actually screw around with this. We might screw around with this in development. On my machine at some point. Oh yeah, here's like PM2 Plus. So you got a bunch of other things, like a GUI looking thing here, like a browser thing or something. But that sounds like a pay. You got to pay to use it kind of thing, and not really necessary for what I'm doing. I can just SSH in and check stuff through terminal. So anyway, that's what we'll be running. That's what it'll actually be. Well, PM2 sounds like a pretty cool thing if you make just like a raw Node.js app with nothing else, and you have just a cloud server, a server in the cloud, and that's all you get kind of thing. This seems like a pretty cool way to do it. Sounds like there's a lot of other more solutions out there that kind of host things for you almost, and I don't know how they work. But if you're just trying to, and we could just totally just run our own, just set up a service to run our app, just run Node.js, Node app.js or whatever, and just have that as a daemon or service or whatever on our cloud server. But this seems like a little bit of a nicer thing to have maybe, and I assume there's not any performance penalty. But we'll see. That might be some sort of. We'll have to look into it. That's for sure. Seamlessly supported by all major Node.js frameworks and any Node.js applications without it. All right. Anyway, yes. So I don't know why I was talking about that, how I started talking about PM2, but yeah. Anyway, I think we are going to take a quick little bathroom break. We just took one not that long ago, but that's how it goes. That's how it goes when you stay hydrated and keep your fluid, keep a high fluid intake. So we'll be right back. Don't go anywhere unless you want to. is okay, I guess. All right, we're back. Sorry for the delay. Got a new pot of coffee going. All right. Okay, so all right, I think we're at a good point here. Let's just test out that everything's working, that our termination and everything is working. Okay, so let's do, well, actually I need to go back here. We need to do message limit. Well, let's go down to 60, or let's go 61 maybe. Because we know we're probably going to hit like 63 or whatever. So let's get a competitive game going. And then we should see, let's have the consoles open on these. And let's just shrink them down quite a bit. We don't need them so big. Okay. All right, so this guy is finding an opponent. I'm going to join with this player here, and then I'm going to move the mouse around a little bit and then kind of move it fast, and we should have like 63 messages, as we kind of saw before, per sec in 1 second. And then that should put us over that 61 message threshold and then kill the player and everything. All right, so I'm going to do a multiplayer match. 3, 2, 1, and then if I move the mouse a little too much, if I move it a little bit, we're fine because we're only sending messages whenever the mouse moves. So like just moving it a hair is only going to be very, tiny amount of mouse messages. But if I start to move it fast, there we go. So this guy saw opponent quit because he was kicked. This guy saw nothing. And I think that's okay because in a normal, hopefully in a normal scenario, you shouldn't be validly playing the game and then get kicked for the rate limit issue. The rate limit issue is really there just for malicious kinds of people trying to go in and screw around with some things, right? It's just kind of the server protecting itself from potentially anything weird or wrong or whatever. So, all right, so we know that that's working. The one thing I want to check too, let's go to player and let's console log every time. Something. Hey, what happens if we... Oh, never mind. All right, so for every player... Well, actually, I didn't want to really do this. Okay, never mind. Let's make a change here. Save. Okay. So the server restarted. Those players are still bad. I'm gonna launch a new tab here with the browser right now, and then we are going to okay, player connected, and then I'm gonna disconnect. I opened a new tab over here on my other monitor. I'm gonna close it. Player close connection. And there we go. Now we're not printing something anymore, so that's good. We're cleaning up that interval, which I don't think we were doing before at the end of the day yesterday. So we're cleaning up that interval so it's not logging, because this rate limit interval is going to run every second for every player. It's going to just loop and check how many messages that player sent in that past second, and then that's kind of our deal of what's going on. So I think that's good. I think that's good. Yeah, we got all this commented code, but I just want to keep this around just in case. You never know. I thought I changed this. There we go. All right, so one thing I want to do is I'm not quite sure what I want to do, to be honest. One thing I want to do is, well, actually, I think we're good right now. I think for our rate limiting stuff, I think everything is dialed in the way we want it. I think so. So one thing I want to do is I would like to look a little bit at my meta program kind of stuff. I want to look at kind of our building things and our whatever, our building scripts and stuff like that. So I pulled up those in this middle pane here. So I've got our kind of 3 panes open right now in VS Code. We've got this one, which is our server code, and this one over here, which is whatever client tab code files we got open. In this middle one, I just want to look at all of our build stuff right now. So I want to kind of see, because I've got like 5 different scripts, and I kind of forgot what all of them were. And I wanted to, that was the kind of the first thing I wanted to do today, but we ended up kind of recapping what we did yesterday, and I found a bunch of things that were bad and missing. So we spent a whole hour and a half just, oops, sorry, bumping the mic, making loud noises probably. So I just wanted to look a little bit at some of the building kind of stuff that we do. So I wanted to use this build config script as an example right now because, yeah, I don't know, because whatever. So the build config, this is a PowerShell script, and there's also kind of a companion build config JS file that I have. And I don't have that open at the moment, but what I realized is there were some issues I was having with Unicode support in our one script. So like when we would bundle our well, not the HTML, but when we'd bundle all of our JavaScript stuff, which basically I have, because we've got a bunch of JavaScript files. And what I've been doing in development, we load all of those up individually, right? So every single file is there. And like when you refresh, my web server console is here, which outputs every GET request. So this is just an NPM HTTP server. I mean, you can really use anything. It's just something I need for serving static files, which serving the static files to the client. So this isn't really a special part of my code at all. I just have an NPM. I just happen to have an NPM HTTP server. I think the package is called HTTP-server. So I have that installed, and then that's part of I have a PowerShell script to actually run that. So, I have a start HTTP script, as that's what I ran here, and that runs this node global package HTTP-server, serves out that client folder, and disables caching and the port and whatever. So that's all that is there. Really simple. But if I refresh a client, you'll see that this shows all the GET requests for all the individual files. So that's, if I refresh this, because we loaded those 40 individual JavaScript files or whatever. So here was our initial GET root. And then we had main, application, entity, blah, 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 a bunch of files, right? And I think we've got more files in here than we pulled. Maybe. But that's actually kind of cool looking at this order. I never usually care. But anyway, that's a bunch of files, bunch of individual GET requests, whatever. So yeah, that's kind of slow. So what I do is I basically use a package called, is this the one? Okay, so I use first thing that happens is I have also an NPM global package called rollup. Rollup.js or whatever is the project name, whatever. So what this does is I do this whole command here, and it basically, you give it one JS file that has modules, and then it will unmodule all of those. So I'm using ES6 modules. That's how I do all the imports and everything on the client code. So that's just built in. So I can do stuff like this, import canvas wrapper like this, right? So I can do this in a single file like this, in a single countdown timer file. I can do import this thing here, or I can import just a single file, or obviously all individual files, right? So rollup basically goes through that whole tree of imports and then puts everything into just one file for you. And in the case here, what I'm doing, since I don't specify an output directory here, it's just going to throw that full rolled up the bytes into the standard output in our command, into standard output when we run the command. And then what I'm doing is I'm piping that to Terser. So Terser is kind of like a minifier. Terser itself doesn't do any of that unwrapping imports and stuff. So I pull, basically, we merge everything into one JS file with rollup, kind of, we roll it all up, right? And then Terser minifies it down, kind of obfuscates things a little bit, and, not that we necessarily really care that much, but kind of shrinks everything down. So we actually get some nice compression out of this, out of Terser. So we end up with, in fact, I ran this this morning before the stream, and we ended up with I was comparing, the previous one with all the new code that's run, and obviously, we've got, okay, so I've got the new bundle.js 58K, and the previous one this is the one that I think is live on, maybe it's less than that, 43K. So we've grown a little bit since I've last run this. Oh yeah, 11.3. So that's probably what's live. This bundle.js file is probably what's live on populus.gg right now. So 43K, we're growing a little bit. We're up to 58K, but that vastly is smaller than the client scripts directory as it is right now. So that's all the files. It's 135K. So that's just in the raw files. So obviously we're getting a nice shrinking. We're getting over 50%, or less. Yeah, 50%, over 50% compression here. Skidady. Oh man, I just tried playing Populus for the first time. I'm colorblind. Couldn't decipher the dark blue, purple. Skidady, I gotcha. I hear you. Yes, the colorblindedness thing is something I have to address. Definitely a lot of people have had some issues. So I do have to address that at some point. And it might actually be probably maybe pretty quick. Did my voice just crack there a little bit? Probably. What am I, 12? Kodako, you can do some sort of icon inside the bubble as well. Yes. IDK, what you thought about? Yeah, I mean, I got a lot of ideas kind of going around in my head. What I might do is maybe do like yeah. I honestly don't know what the easier thing to do is at this point. I would like to do a little bit of research on like the common color blindedness things, and maybe that's simpler, just having some sort of filtering thing, like where you just, if you've got some RGB colors, maybe there's like a simple function where you can convert them to something else, you can pass an RGB color in and you get, but maybe it's not that simple. If it's not that simple, then and then basically just having some filters for different types of color blindedness. Color blindedness or blindness? Color blinded. I think it's blindedness. I think that's the correct way I should be saying. Anyway. Otherwise, yeah, maybe having something like you said, Kodako, an icon, or maybe changing shapes or something. I'm a little leery about changing shapes. That would require some work, but if we had some sort of thing that changed, change just like a graphic inside of the circle, that might be a little better. The thing is though, like I feel like even if it was icons, so let's say icons were the thing, I still think that would be a pretty big disadvantage for somebody who was colorblind, like somebody who was really badly colorblind. So basically they were just going off of icons only. I think that would be pretty hard. That would be a pretty big disadvantage. I mean, you never know, but until you try it, I guess. But because so much of playing Populus is like looking off to the out at your peripheral view, and like if the icons are unless they were like things like a vertical line, a horizontal line, an X, a circle or something, like another circle or something like that. Like, I don't know. If it was like very distinct things, I could see that being maybe okay. These colors should probably be, actually the colors in the development version right now should be a little better, hopefully. They are a little more sparsed out because I changed kind of the algorithm for that versus what's live on populus.gg right now. Whoa. Oh boy. All right. Anyway. Yeah, so so basically I've got this build.ps1, this PowerShell script here. So this unbundles everything, and that gets sent down through standard output. So we pipe it to Terser, which does the actual minifying. And then we actually output that to our bundle folder that we have here. So we got bundle.js, right? So that shrinks everything down, and that's nice. And there's some extra properties. I forget what these are. This is like mangle and something to like shrink stuff down a little more. And then we have okay. I have another, what am I? Oh, well, basically the problem is Unicode characters aren't being supported right now, and that's because I'm not properly passing. Like PowerShell by default is just using whatever default Windows code page 204 or whatever, and so it's just handling ASCII characters. So we've got a few Unicode characters in our Skidity, yeah, the live version, the shades of all the blues, purples, greens are very similar. Gotcha. Well, and another thing I could do, Skidity, is like I could change, and probably some of the first things I would actually try. I mean, maybe I'll do a little bit of research either way on colorblindedness, but maybe, and just maybe the different common types, because like populus.gg right now, the live site, if you might be able to notice quite well. It should be pretty obvious that the colors are more similar as they go side by side. That might not be super obvious. Because basically, like, to do the colors, I'm looping around a color wheel. And so there's like a fixed interval of like the next bubble is going to be like the same interval around the color wheel, right? So it's in this case with Populus, with the live version right now, you can have 7 bubbles on screen at once if you don't make it to a checkpoint. So you can kind of see like this kind of makes up a little rainbow, right? Because we're seeing 7 like snapshots around the color wheel is what we're seeing. And then there's a varying degree of luminance or whatever, lightness. I don't remember now exactly. I'm using HSL color space, or not color space, but kind of the color format to kind of to handle this. So that gives me the ability to loop around the color wheel. And then, but we're seeing, again, we're seeing like a color, you know, so if I mess up here, we kind of see this like nice rainbow of colors, obviously varying levels of brightness and whatnot. And I do randomize, or at least like every other color, I change the brightness of it, something like that. So you end up with, that way you end up, like for someone like me who's not colorblind, I can distinguish between all these colors really well, because you can have up to 7 colors on screen. So I wanted to make sure that we didn't like loop around the color wheel again, and then now we have like 2 blues that are almost identical. Those 3 blues look the same to me. Interesting. But what about this one here, Skidity? This one here on the left. So now with my current development version, you can only have up to 5 bubbles on screen. So now we are looping around the color wheel in fifths. So like the distance around the color wheel between each color in order is greater. So there should be more varying color, because now at most we only have 5 colors on screen, 5 bubbles on screen. So we just have like 1/5 of separation between the bubbles. Oh, I let the time expire now. The top 2 on the right look the same. Okay. I didn't see it. But anyway, I didn't pay attention before the time ran out. But anyway, yeah, I will definitely see what I can do about kind of making that more clear. Yeah, because hopefully there's maybe a solution that I can come up with without just maybe with the the colors that I'm picking to do this, rather than something more. Yeah, something more complicated, I guess. That would potentially alter gameplay, you know. Well, I guess changing the colors could alter gameplay, but it should be making it easier for anyone, if anything. Making the colors more distinguishable. Okay, so basically what I was saying here is we've got this issue now where I am spitting this. We're not properly parsing Unicode characters. So we end up with these question marks is what ends up getting dumped into our file. So like we've got a few Unicode characters, for example, in the tutorial. Oh no, actually in our config file. In our config file, we should have a few. We should have a couple arrows, and maybe there's like an X. I think we have. There's an arrow. So that's a Unicode arrow right there. So obviously beyond the typical ASCII 128 character, 7-bit ASCII, whatever, right? So this is like a character that would be specified with 2 bytes, I guess. So this is not getting piped through, not getting handled properly by the command line. So the command line was probably splitting that into 2 different characters or something. But what we would end up with would be 3 question marks in our, and I assume that's either rollup or Terser that was doing the 3 question marks, or like interpreting these non-printable characters. Like I assume when you split the arrow down into 2, split the 2 bytes for the arrow into a byte and then a byte, and treating those as different characters, you end up with like some unprintable character in the mix. That's my guess, and I don't really even care that much to really investigate that. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up our bundle.js. So that's our output bundle, and we should see, actually I can just do a search. So obviously this is what it looks like, and I think I've got character wrapping on. Yeah. So really it's just like one line, one whole line, because all the non-characters are being printed. So we can try to find 3 question marks. So there's one right there. So that's actually exactly what we were looking at. Step 2 arrow text is coming out as 3 question marks. So, whoops, we have it right here. Step 2 arrow text should be this nice Unicode arrow, but we are getting 3 question marks. Where'd it go? Right here. So we need to, well, I've basically already solved this, because what needed to be done. And with this PowerShell, because I'm using the PowerShell script, whatever. Oops. We basically need kind of this output encoding line, this global output encoding variable to be set, I guess, every time we run the script. And then we do, I'm not super good with PowerShell, but all this PowerShell awfulness where you're going into some .NET class or whatever and doing something like that. You're setting the output encoding to, we're doing, I guess, 2 sets in one. We're setting UTF-8 to 1 to the output encoding, I guess, and then we're setting it in this this variable. I guess this is a console. I don't know. It's all a little crazy to me. But anyway, we basically need like this line here to go in and make sure we're reading UTF-8 better. Skididdy, can I post a link? Yeah, go for it, Skididdy. So, nice. Let me check this out here. Ah, very cool. Conservative 8 color palettes for color blindness. Nice. I like it. With 8 colors, I could probably get away with some, because again, we only use 5 colors on screen, so we could really get some nice distinct colors that would hopefully help. So, nice. I like this. Yeah, thanks for sending this over my way. Wow, this is... cool. Nice. Color blindness safe palette. Yeah. You must have sent that after I was already looking. Cool. Okay, so yeah, thanks for that, Skididdy. All right, so I think we need to just throw this output encoding variable into our build.ps1. So we need to do this up at the top first to say, hey, we're handling UTF-8 now. So if I run, I didn't want that down in the middle. Whatever. Okay, so now if we run build.ps1, okay, we're good. So now if I look at the bundle.js, there we go. Look at that. We got an arrow now. So that's cool. I like that. Very cool. Wow. VS Code has some trouble with the highlighting once you scroll down to it. It only does the syntax highlighting to a certain point. Kind of interesting. Just fine. I don't really care. I would never really need to look at this other than for this case here where I'm trying to find, you know, I was trying to debug this issue. So actually, I ended up going in and replacing this myself before I did the research when we originally went live. So, Skididdy, just adding extra tasks. No worries. I mean, it's something I want to look at in the future, and actually you sending that to me is kind of helping me in, I mean, I'm not going to be delving into it at this point, but I definitely do want to handle it probably once we go live with multiplayer first. So, in fact, it might even be one of the first things we kind of look at now with multiplayer. So, okay, so we're good now. We fixed this script. That's nice. We fixed our build.ps1 script. So that's cool. So yeah, we've got some other Unicode characters in here. I think probably just the X. We have probably just that weird X. The funky X for the X button in the, but anyway. Yeah, that's looking pretty good. So we can close that. And I might try to do some extra things just to kind of minimize our payload down for that, for the game. Kind of what we've been doing with rollup and Terser. Just see if there's some more settings I can change in these to kind of minify even further. I guess not really in rollup, but one thing I have, one parameter I've got for the one formatting parameter for rollup is I'm doing wrapping everything in an IIFE. So that's where we're seeing the and not there's not really necessarily a reason for that, but so we've got this function declaration, and then it's called, hey, it's not grouped. That's kind of interesting. Why is it not grouped? Anyway, maybe that doesn't matter. So let's see. Build config.js. Actually, I don't know why I pulled this up because we don't need to look at this. Yeah, so one of the other things I need to do is kind of figure out maybe a better way to kind of update, deploy the code to the server. Because I'm really not too sure yet exactly how I want to handle all of that. Yeah, I'm not too sure yet at this point. If I want to, I mean, I could make it kind of like a one-line thing, or I could probably make it a little more complicated than that. But it'd be nice to have kind of a nice deployment script that kind of runs. It'll probably be something that goes in, SSHs into the server, copies up the files, restarts whatever needs to be restarted, whatever. So I don't know if I'm really going to do that kind of stuff on stream. I kind of haven't done too much of the actual server management kind of stuff on stream. But anyway. Yeah, I don't know if there was anything else. Was there something else I wanted to look at with this? I can't remember. I've also got a little build HTML JavaScript file, which I was planning on making this part of, because I've got a few things that would be different depending upon whether I'm in development or not. Debug mode with Google Analytics and whatever. So basically building out that HTML file that's going to go live. All right. So anyway, yeah, I don't know if there was something I wanted to do more with this. How do I even do? Oh, I do yeah, okay. So I pull in argv path. Did I ever end up actually doing something with this? I think I was going to have a script that would generate this. Or I was going to make this part of the build.ps1 script. So part of our script here, part of our build.ps1, and I kind of don't really like how many little scripts and everything we're getting. Because then part of this would be running, would be doing like, we would do our whatever, and then we would do node./build html.js. And then pass the command, like, but then we would have like a thing for build.ps1. We would say like dev, there'd be like build dev or build prod or just build dev or something. And then that would, like, the only difference would be like if it passed the dev flag or whatever to the property or parameter. I don't even remember. I'd have to go back and look exactly what I'm looking for here. Oh, basically all I'm doing, oh, I'm taking a path. I'm asking for a path too. What is that path used for? Yeah, what is that path used for? Oh, FS write sync. Okay. So the actual path you're writing to. Yeah, so maybe I was doing some of this kind of preemptively, kind of just trying to come up with a nice way to build the development version here. And why is this different text? Oh, yes, because we're using just a module. Scripts.main.js versus this. Yes. Yes. Okay. So anyway, I don't really think we need to mess around with this too much right now. I'll screw around with it and kind of tidy it up at some point, probably off stream. But at least we fixed that one thing. Yeah, I'm going to close out of all this. We don't really need it. All right, and I'm going to take a quick bathroom break, and I'm going to grab some more coffee. This one will be quick this time. No worries. All right, we'll be right back. All right, we are back. I forgot. I don't think I sent a little Twitch, or I don't think I sent a Discord message out. So let me do that right now. All right, there we go. Whoops, there we go. Okay, cool. All right, so I don't even know what we really need to work on right now. I guess let's pull up the Trello and take a look here. Handle WS connection failing on client. Maybe show a message that there's no connection to the server. Yeah, that's something maybe we don't need to worry about right now. Let's... Test multiplayer with high latency connections. I don't know if we're really going to get to that. Basic cheat detection. I mean, we're kind of doing that with the client validation, which we've now moved that off out of the task list there. Actually, I should add color blindedness to this. All right, so I'm adding this. Let's make that gameplay and UI UX category there. Research and implement some colorblind support. So I got that down there as kind of a future task for right now. So right now we've got, because it was already in my mental task list, but I didn't actually put it on. So I've got my future to-do column here on Trello. That's kind of stuff that we're not maybe going to worry about right now for this next version, but at some point in the future. Like sound design, that's going to be kind of down the road, having some sort of sound design. New main menu layout for multiplayer. So this is the stuff that's a little more important for right now, kind of, for the next version. Like new main menu layout to handle multiplayer support. Like obviously that's pretty important. We need to have some sort of extra button here that lets you differentiate between playing, practicing, and a tutorial. That sort of thing. Yeah, cheat detection, that might be also a little more of a future thing right now. I mean, having a more robust cheat detection, because that's going to be kind of like a collection, data collection kind of thing to kind of see what makes sense. And we already kind of have that data collection part set up. It's just more of me like analyzing it to figure out what we need to do. Testing the multiplayer with high latency connections. I mean, I couldn't really figure out a good way to do that, and I kind of feel like we could probably just go live with the new version of multiplayer and just kind of see how it goes, you know, because mostly people only play Populus when I'm live and on stream. So, you know, it would be nice to, otherwise, you know, there's just one or two people playing now and again, you know, when I'm not actually streaming. So it would be nice to maybe have, you know, when I'm live and on stream, just asking people, because there'd be people from all over the world, you know, a lot of people, because of my hours that I stream, I usually stream during the American workday, so not a lot of Americans are necessarily on Twitch. So, you know, we tend to get a lot of European people, so that would be nice. The server's in New York, so it's a matter of, you know, kind of getting a good handle on latency and everything. All right, well, doing our testing might just be like, let's just go live and see how it goes and test it live, basically. Because, you know, Populus is kind of just a little obviously I don't really, like people all have this distinction between test and production and everything, but Populus, just the whole thing of it is just kind of an experiment and a test. So I don't really have this big live service that's important that if I'm screwing around with new features, and it's going to break and everybody's going to have a bad day, like that's just not going to happen. Because nobody's playing the game. So it'd be nice to have that set up and then just have some people test and we can kind of keep an eye on whatever, just live on stream. That would be cool. The logging thing, I'm kind of leaning towards maybe taking a look at this right now. So figure out a better way to do logging. And the reason why I have that is like, I want to be able to know, how I can, and I think we maybe have already kind of solved that a little bit, but actually having like PM, we were just talking about PM2 before, and kind of like that'll be the thing that I'm using to actually run the server script, the server Node.js script. So doing that, is probably what we want to do. Wait, what am I saying here? Testing PM2 like right now on my machine might be the thing we want to do, just to kind of see like what kind of features I can get out of PM2, because I'm not super experienced with PM2. I mean, I barely have any experience at all with PM2. I kind of know how it works, and there's like a few commands you run, but it'd be nice to just kind of get a little bit of a better handle, and we might just run that right here on my machine right now and just see how things look, see kind of the features that we get, because then when we go live on the server, on our public server, I want to be able to, see what kind of insight I can get into how the app's running and everything. So that might be something we continue doing. I am going to make another little task here to kind of go through the client. We've already kind of done this on the server side, but we need to basically review client code to-dos. So this is kind of a code cleanup task. So basically, I've kind of accrued a lot of to-do things on the client side, and I'd like to take a look at those and kind of see what needs to be done. What tasks are remaining that should probably be done before we go live, that sort of thing. We did a lot of that review when we went live with the initial version of Populus, but now, we've kind of made some other bigger changes, and it would probably be nice to, maybe move some more variables out to config and that sort of thing. One thing that would be cool, it would be cool if we had some sort of like macro thing, because like everywhere where I'm using these config dot something, like message text font ratio, like this is just a little number, like that should be like 3 bytes of, of source code, 4 bytes of source code, But we're ending up with this like long file name. Hey, just quickly while I'm thinking of this here, what is the size of our bundle now? Okay, it's still 58. Good. All right. Anyway, yeah, so I like it'd be cool if we had some sort of like macro preprocessor replacement or whatever, string kind of file replacement, where we could actually swap out, instead of having this and like getting rid of our config file the whole way. Like instead of having this config dot this thing, like it'd be cool if we could just straight up replace this with the actual value and this. You know, like that would save a lot of data. That would save a lot of bytes out of our file if we did that. Because I always type this full long thing, so I always understand exactly where that variable is and everything. And we could probably shrink that down quite a bit, you know. And we could eventually, you know, doing that, we could get rid of the actually passing the whole config file to the client and the server then. Like we could get rid of that step, you know, just remove that step. So that would be kind of a cool thing to do. As far as, you know, minimizing the data we're sending, you know, our payload for our file that we're sending, that would be a pretty cool thing to have. You know, and some of these things we could maybe have that kind of built in, I think, like this canvas wrapper, that's a singleton object that comes in and gets imported. So like maybe there's like a rename thing that could be done to kind of shrink that way down and everything. Because obviously for development, I want it like this, so I know what's going on. I'm not a huge fan of the JavaScript destructuring thing. I mean, in some cases I am, but most of the time I'm not. You know, like having where you have a variable that's an object or something, name, Doug, age, 47. You know, and then instead of, you know, so you've got that as a variable, and then you want to do const name. So you destructure that thing, name age equals a, and then you can, you know, type name and age, right? Instead of typing a.name or a.age. Why doesn't that work? CLG. Console.log. Right, that kind of thing. So I'm not always a huge fan of object destructuring, because it kind of, you know, all of a sudden now I have this variable called name, and it's like, wait a minute, now I have to like visually scan up my code and trace out the tree of what that thing is, and it's just kind of annoying. So you got to use that, you know, you got to use it when it makes sense to use it. And for example, I really like having, you know, these long config. You know, it's just like a nice thing to see this whole, you know, obviously, you know, versus if I just had a variable called countdown duration somewhere floating around, I might not necessarily know exactly where that came from until I like trace up the tree, you know. So it's just like extra time it takes to parse that. But in the end, that would end up having something, you know, destructuring would end up saving as bytes in the file. And that's kind of what I'd be interested in doing without actually doing destructuring in development. So, you know, obviously this is a lot of bytes, but that countdown quick reset duration is probably like 3 bytes actually in the config file, right? In source code size. So config.countdowntimer. Config, where are we? Config dot, wow. Is this a client only thing? Probably, yeah. This would be the big client only. Is that down at the bottom? No, it's right here. Client only. Ooh, sorry if you hear my stomach grumbling there. I'm getting kind of hungry. It is 12:30 p.m. Central Standard Time, so I'm about due for a snack. All right, here we go. This countdown timer. Yeah, countdown quick reset duration. Yeah, that would be 3 bytes of source code there, 3 characters. But instead we've got 1,000,000 characters, you know? So like having some sort of macro kind of like C-style macro replacement of this would be really nice. That would be really cool to have. Just for kind of, we'd shave off a lot of bytes of code that would end up getting sent down to the browser. Anyway, I'm not really concerned too much about that anyway, because we have a pretty good small payload as it is. We don't have things like images and, bigger chunky things. At some point we might have sound and audio and everything. So that'll be interesting how we want to solve that. Probably do some like streaming of audio maybe for like music, if we do music. I would like to do music. I write music. It's one thing I can do. So I can't make games, that's for sure. But I think I can write music. So it'd be nice to have some groovin' Populus music at some point. So anyway, I kind of want to look at doing PM2 maybe here. So I'm going to do I'm just globally installing PM2 right now because I don't think I actually have it. What in the world? Okay. All right. Okay, so there we are. All right, so I've got PM2 installed globally. I've got, and the npm package that is. I've got documentation right here. And I really don't, all we need, I think, is just this one command for right now, because I'm just on my development server here. I really don't need anything too crazy. So I have this nice script that I use right now to automatically restart the script, but we're going to move that middleman out of the way for right now let's pull that up. So I have this little script here, start server.js. So like I need to actually do server main.js. So that's the actual like entry point of the server code. But I have this start server.js script that I just run at the top. And then the start server.js does like a file system watch and checks for if any code changes, if any files change, then it reruns the script, basically reruns the server main.js. So this is just a little Node.js script that runs and does a file system watch, and it also handles like the configuration file rebuilding too, building. So like if I make a file in my master configuration file, when that file changes, then it generates two smaller config files out to the client and the server. So that's cool. So actually a lot of this stuff, a lot of like that config generation and everything, that needs to happen in our like build production script and everything. Like that all needs to kind of run once before like the code gets deployed. The one thing I just don't really like is having all these like crazy scripts now that are kind of building, like there's shell scripts and now there's JavaScript files that are really scripts to do other things. It's just kind of, it's getting a little complicated. Because, one time I might need to run just one subset of that thing, and, like starting development going is kind of like two steps that I do, where I actually just start the HTTP server with a script. I have start HTTP, And then I run node start server.js, and then it runs that, and it's all just a little crazy. It would be really annoying for someone just jumping into this project blind. Not that anyone will be, but nonetheless. Yeah, so we don't really need to look at this anymore, do we? So I'm basically going to take my start server script out of the equation for right now, just for kind of testing this with PM2. So I'm going to use this same window here that has been running in, and we're going to kill it, and then we're going to cd into the server directory here. Actually, no. We're going to keep up at our project directory, which is called TraceRacer, because that was the old name of Populus. So it's probably hard to see. Probably hard to see on stream, but if you see the name TraceRacer come up, that was the old name for Populus. So my old working title name from actually a long time ago, actually a couple years ago now, when I first originally had the idea, I think. So Populus, yeah, actually, funny story. The name Populus kind of came up kind of right before we went live with the test version. I was kind of like, yeah, I got to come up with a name for this that we're going to like use. So, you know, and it'd be nice to actually have a domain that uses that name, you know? So kind of right before going live, that was where the Populus name kind of came from, out of somewhat of a desperate move of trying to find a name. Because I knew the game TraceRacer, it was different at the time, and that's where the name TraceRacer came from, because it was a little more about moving your mouse in a way around, you know, like you couldn't. One of the things with the gameplay of TraceRacer was you had to, instead of like pressing a key or something, you just had to like touch the thing to pop it, let's just say. And it wasn't actually popping, like the thing wouldn't go away either. It was a matter of like you'd hit that, and then you had to keep tracing, and you couldn't like touch any of the other ones. So kind of like you can't pop the wrong bubble. It was kind of like that. Like the pop happened just when the mouse touched the thing. So you'd have to like quickly go dun 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 dun. And like you couldn't touch any of the other ones. It was kind of the way it worked. And actually, I kind of like that. You could trace back over ones you'd already popped. You had already traced over, but it was a matter of. Yeah, so that's where the name TraceRacer came from. So like to continue to actually like play the game in this way, you would like trace, and you just see how fast you could do it, right? But now it's a lot more like Osu. You know, that is what it is, I guess. Although I do have this idea, I did have this idea a while ago, and I was kind of tempted to try it again. Now that I feel like Populus's gameplay is somewhat refined a little more now. And we're getting errors here because the server stopped, so this is the WebSocket crash not connecting. So we can still do a practice without WebSockets. What I was thinking of doing was like having like like maybe you lined your hands up on ASDF on the keyboard, like you moved your mouse with one hand and ASDF for your right hand or something, and then every time you touch, you'd have to like, instead of hitting just spacebar for every single pop, you'd have to like push that right key. So you'd have to like hover over this, like maybe there'd just be letters over every single one. A, S, it'd be like random letters. A again, maybe D here, or F or something, right? So it'd be a matter of like pushing the right letter, you know, as you're like playing, just like seeing how fast you like push the right key or whatever. I don't know. We might try something like that again. We'll see. Obviously, that would be more skill than just, you know, and we'd have slower times and everything, but that would actually be kind of fun it'd be fun to mess around with that and try. And I did kind of try something like that a little bit at the time, or a while back, but I think it was a little different. It was a little different. Yeah. Anyway. Yeah, so now we've killed the server, so let's try running pm2. So what does the documentation say again? pm2 start app.js. Okay. So we go into pm2, we do pm2 start, and we're going to go server main.js, right? It's main. Yes. Okay, so we try this and see what happens. Okay. Looks like it's running. Spawning pm2 daemon with pm2 home. Yeah, I don't really understand. I don't really understand exactly why that, because well, okay, so I guess pm2 monitor, okay. Make pm2 auto, yeah, we don't need to do any of that stuff right now. I mean, monitor would be interesting, I guess, to check. But yeah, now we see this, yeah, I mean, we got a server running. So that's kind of cool. So I guess our client should now be working. Yeah, there we go. Cool. So let's try pm2 monitor. Oh. No, that's for actually launching a website. Okay. Authorized client ID. Okay, so everybody sees my secret client ID, I guess. Okay, so let's do or what do we, what's the thing to run again? Let's see. pm2, we do start, that runs it, monet. Let me see here. Oh, this is what we wanted. Oh, monet is what we wanted to run, not monitor. So we run pm2 monet. Nice. Okay. And this is actually giving us like a refreshing screen here, which is pretty cool. So now, like if we actually pull up, and the logs and everything. I like it. Okay. So then, so we can kind of, yeah, we can see memory usage and everything. I like this. I like this. All right. So what happened to our other, oh. So let's shrink this. Let's go here. So we've got some stuff happening. I just want to kind of keep a look at CPU usage and everything, just for kicks. So there, it's using a little bit there, kicking up a little bit, just because we're parsing a bunch of mouse input, etc. Oh boy. Heap size, heap usage. What does that really mean? Used heap size? Oh. Oh, okay. So it's like got some sort of dynamic. I don't really know how JavaScript handles everything with actual memory usage and everything, but wait a minute. What happened there? Oh, did I not change? I might not have changed our one thing back. Where is our... Yes, client message limit 61. We need to change that back to like 240 or something. That's what we need to do. Okay. How do I restart? Do we do PM2? Or wait a minute, we need to do build config. I need to do build config.ps1. Need to run that first. Because again, we don't really have, okay, so that's good. And then, let me just make sure that that's actually good. So let's open config.js in the server, and then we should have WS 240, client message limit 240. Beautiful. Yeah, we were still doing 61 before, so that was the problem. All right, so now, okay, we did that. Let's see about... let's see. What do I want to do now? Oh, we want to try to reload. We want to rerun the script. So there's just like a reload all. Hot reload allows an update application without any downtime. PM2 reload all. Okay, so we'll do that. PM2 reload all. And does that just automatically update this? Yeah, it looks like it. Cool. Oh, so this heap size thing must be some sort of dynamically. I don't know. All right. Because then we're saying we're using 70% of the heap size, I guess, is whatever, however JavaScript works with heap and everything. I don't really know. But all right, so we restarted. We reloaded that. That's good. Ooh, metadata main. Yeah, I should really maybe rename that. We need to actually put a real version in our npm in our package.json file. Oh, we've got one restart. So if I do reload all again, PM2 reload all. Now it says 2 restarts. I like that. Okay, cool. And then wait, if I let's see if I control. Nice. Okay, so it comes back and still shows 2 restarts. I like it. I like it so far. But Kitty says hi.
I can't see. There we go.
Bye. Rudy's using the litter box down here. It looks like. I think Rudy the cat prefers to use the basement litter box, so whenever he gets... I usually keep him locked out because he's kind of annoying. He always wants to climb on my desk and scratch at my hands while I'm using the mouse. So I usually don't have him down here. I usually have him locked out of the basement when I'm streaming. There he is. Rudy. All right.
All right, sorry.
No worries. No worries. But I think Rudy prefers the basement litter box. I don't know why. Because he always seems to take advantage when he's down here to use the basement litter box. Even though his upstairs litter box is perfectly fine, perfectly suitable for taking care of his business, for handling his business. All right, so anyway, enough about Rudy's litter box habits. Okay, so this is cool. I'm really liking this so far. This is going to be awesome for dealing with the real server. And again, let's actually fire up some clients and connect. So here we're seeing like the actual standard out. We're getting that standard out printing there, which is really nice. And now that we've fixed our update rate, we shouldn't have that crash like we did. Or not the update rate, but we changed the we had our rate limiting thing was set to 61 messages, so it was inevitable that we'd hit over 61 messages at some point with a 60 whatever update rate. So now I'm just kind of, I kind of want to just run, like maybe run a bunch of games, like new players. Like I want to maybe like test memory leak issues. So like if we just keep spinning up more, get more and more matches. Just like seeing if we really are okay. Oh, I should have refreshed the browser. Yeah, because I want to quit. Yeah, I need to do that. I want to keep like refreshing. Keep kind of refreshing, seeing what we end up with here. Just this isn't really a good way to actually test memory leak things, but active handles. Oh, that's interesting. All right, refreshing. There we go. Let's do another one. We're still at 30 megabytes. So all our data should be getting cleaned up nicely. And just with JavaScript garbage collection and everything, you know, we're probably going to see like memory and stuff fluctuating, but it's probably not going to end up. I really don't know what I'm talking about either with a lot of this stuff because I really don't know JavaScript internal things too well. But I do know, you know, it uses garbage collection, so obviously we could potentially have a bunch of data that we end up freeing, whatever. Or that would end up, memory that would end up getting freed at some point or another. Yeah. Oh, wow. Okay, so we've got this other stuff here. We can do like left, right, switch boards. Wow, okay, so I can actually do like little... Interesting. It's kind of cool. PMARD. What's going on, PMARD? What we got here? Nice. 777 mistakes. Did you actually do that, PMAR? Or did you go in and change some stuff in the script? If you actually did it, it's pretty impressive. It allows for recursive button presses, so I just held down the space bar. Gotcha. Right. Yes, that's currently how it works. Like it fires an event every time, which I thought it was actually going to take care of that, but I guess I didn't. Yeah, well, so the keyboard, like the keyboard is different than the mouse, because like a mouse will never fire another down click unless there's an up click first. Well, I mean, I guess you could have something that would send repeated clicks or something like that, potentially. But you're not gonna have a down without an up or whatever. But with a key press, it's kind of different. You could fire multiple key downs. So nice. All right. So I am liking using PM2 so far. Oh, and I can actually like scroll. Can I actually like scroll in this? Because now it's showing like a little down thing here. Oh no, I guess that's just like a... Oh yeah, you can scroll. That is pretty cool. All right, it's like a little screwed up, I guess. All right. All right, well, it seems a little screwy, but... And that could maybe just be like PowerShell, I don't know. Let's just try running this with like command prompt with CMD and just see what happens here. Can I do CMD-/K? No, that's not what I wanted to do. All right, we're going to kill that. Okay, so then we're going to do PM2 monet. PM2 monet. Sweet. Okay. All right, so then let's do some clients. Do some clients real quick, get some things logged. Component found, 321, let's go. Oh. Yeah, and I turned off, now errors and mistakes are being logged. But I turned off like the bubble pop thing, logging and whatever. And I really hope PM2 is not like sucking a bunch of resources just to do this. Probably is, but. All right, anyway. Okay, so now we've got, we need a couple more. There we go. Whoops. Whoa. Whoa, Nelly. Mistake. Hold it down. Bunch of mistakes. Oh boy, that's a lot of logs. All right. Yeah, obviously, like mistakes and all that stuff, we don't actually want to necessarily log all of that in production. I have that just for debug, kind of. All right, so now let's see how the scrolling actually works. So if I do up, oh, there we go. All right, this still seems kind of screwy, doesn't it? Seems like it's working there. It like moves. Why does it move automatically? Oh, it's not really. Am I already at the bottom? Why is this so buggy? Now I'm at the top. We did player requested match. Like if I, okay. Yeah, so then it feels like I'm at the bottom. But I don't know what the blue thing, I don't want to know what, it's like it's supposed to be like a little scroll bar kind of thing, but I don't really know. Alright, I don't know exactly what's going on here. Well, let's look at this. Can I see my app data here? It's going down. Okay. Maybe I just don't understand exactly what's going on, but it feels a little weird. Alright, well, this is still pretty cool. I'm glad we can see logs and everything really nicely. I wonder what if we go to... where is command line? There we go. Sweet. All right, hang on. I'm doing something off window here. Where are we at here? I don't know if I like that. Al. Awesome. Awesome, sawsome stream. Thanks, Al. Really appreciate it. What's going on, Al? Good to see you. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, there's that thing there. No, okay, node, blah, 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 process container fork. There's like a bunch of stuff on here that I'm just not too sure about. So that's what that is. Okay, so that is the server. This. Okay, that's good to know about. Al, I've been in the netherworld for the past 13 hours. Nice. Any new progress? Yeah, so... Yeah, yesterday and part of today we got... we kind of got some basic, like, client server validation on client data kind of thing. So we got some basic little things in place that if we notice anything kind of sketchy or weird, we just kick the client, basically. So we've got that stuff running now, which is pretty cool. Yeah, like those validations are for things like we're always expecting for every message that comes from a browser, it's always going to be like in a 12-byte buffer. So basically, if we get anything that's not 12 bytes, like if it's 13 bytes or 6 bytes, if anything that's not 12, then we know something's weird, and then we can just terminate the WebSocket connection for that browser. And we also added kind of the same thing. Basically, if a command is sent, basically the data that's in the message, if it's not something that is a valid command, then we can also kill that as well, kill the connection through that as well, because there's no reason why we'd ever expect any other data than what the game is already set up to handle, to pass. And we do something also similar with, well, not similar, but we do like a kind of a rate limiting thing. So we're kind of making sure now that we don't have too much, well, yeah, kind of a rate limiting thing. And if we get too many messages from the client than what the client should be sending, then we also kind of do the same thing. Like too many messages in a window of time. So we're like checking how many messages there are in 1 second. And then if that seems to be too high, then we are also closing the connection. I'm talking like you're a developer, Al. I'm like you're understanding exactly what I'm saying. I tend to do that a lot with people on the stream. But are you a developer, Al? Because yeah, I tend to. I mean, I know you lurk around on game dev web game dev streams and everything. But sounds cool even when I'm not understanding, so it's fine. Yeah. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, basically we're just kind of watching what the data that's coming from a browser on the server side, and just if we're seeing some sketchy stuff or stuff that seems out of place, we're basically just disconnecting the browser. And it's kind of a gentle it's kind of a, it disconnects you, and then the right now the browser, you don't see anything that happened. You know, if you get disconnected, it doesn't like notify you right away. It doesn't notify you at all technically. You'll see there'll be a little error that pops up in a browser console, but if you had one open, but if you didn't, you wouldn't see that you were disconnected at all. It just wouldn't. Yeah, if it happened in the middle of a match, in fact, it would kind of be a awkward crash, and you'd have to reload the page basically. But I think that's fine for right now, because I'm not too worried about that yet, I guess. And right now, I'm just kind of looking at the way I'm actually going to run. Like Populus live on the populus.gg right now is pretty basic. It's just basically a couple static files that get sent down to the browser when you go to populus.gg. And basically when you play the game, it's happening only in your browser. It's never talking back to the server at all about anything. It's happening strictly in the browser. But when we have multiplayer, obviously, to be able to play another human somewhere else in the world, there's got to be some server that's taking game data from both players and kind of making sure everything's right. So once we put that server, so all of that happens just on my local computer, just on my computer here. And I'm kind of testing out some of the software that I'm going to be using to kind of manage the server. Gives me some insights on things. Like I can kind of keep stuff that I log in the server code. I can kind of like print in this little thing. So I have this little dashboard window open up, so I can kind of be limiting or monitoring live things happening with the server, which is kind of cool. So oh boy. Yeah, so anyway, and this tool, so I'm just running the server on my own computer here, but I'm getting some cool views on it, like in real time, which is nice. Because I'm using NodeJS for the server, I'm using this tool called PM2, which kind of runs Node.js stuff. Not really runs it, kind of runs it for you, I guess, a little bit. Not exactly necessarily it runs it for you, but it kind of does some stuff to kind of keep, well, yeah, I guess it does run it for you. Because it does this fork, whatever. But kind of sets it up so your Node.js application can kind of run when the computer reboots automatically and stuff like that. When I reboot the physical server, if the physical server were to be rebooted, we can have this automatically start running again. My speakers are turning off here. But it also lets me like actually look at some logs and stuff for the server, which is, I think that's kind of the more important part, and just seeing some general stats about things. Because what I can do is when this is running up in the cloud, right now it's just running on my local computer, and I can always just see the logs and everything there. But once this is actually running up on our cloud server, how do I do that? How do I keep an eye on it? Well, this tool actually will let me just, whenever I need to, just hop on, connect to the server, run this tool, and then see stuff. So that's pretty cool. So now it's really just a matter of maybe figuring out the data that I really want to keep track of. That's kind of the thing I want to do. But I'm going to take a quick bathroom break here before we look a little more at what the data we actually want to really be logging. So yeah, we'll be right back here in a minute. Don't go anywhere. All right, so yes, so I'm actually feeling pretty good about PM2 because when everything's live in production, you know, rebooting the server or whatever, anything like that is going to be pretty smooth and simple to do. I'm kind of thinking, like, what it might be interesting. I want to see what happens with PM2. It'd be nice to see what happens if we hit like an exception or something. So actually, how do I stop PM2? That would be nice to know. So let's try. Ooh, maybe there's more helpful things here. Oh, that's for container support. I see. All right, so how do we stop? Okay, PM2 stop app name. So the app name should just be main. Yeah. PM2 How do I see that? Like it would just print a little thing and show all the apps. And PM2, oh, PM2 list. That's it. Okay, so there we go. Yeah, so then I can do PM2 stop main. There we go. So then PM2, and if I do PM2 list, it still shows stop. Sweet. Awesome. Isn't that cool? Isn't that cool, everyone? I don't know why I said that. Al, that's so cool. Thanks for backing me up, Al. Oof. I sipped that coffee. This is a fresh. I just did a fresh pour here. Not like pour over coffee, but like out of a coffee pot, drip coffee, whatever. And you know how like you pour it and it's hot, right? Because if it's fresh. And I just did like a real quick swig, and that's because I like forgot, like, because before my coffee was getting a little lukewarm, so I was used to being lukewarm, so I could just take a big swig of it, no problem. But now that it's like hot, I took a big swig, and it's a little too hot. That's all I'm trying to say. I tend to, over-explain things, over-explain boring details a lot. So that's just what I end up doing. It's maybe not a good habit, but okay, so yeah, we did the PM2 list again, and it's showing, so it still shows it here in our thing, in this list. I think if we reboot the computer though, it'll go away, maybe. Because that was what I was screwing around with this at work a little bit. I was doing this, and I think that was happening when I was at work. When I was doing this at work, I should say. Because there's something where you do like there's a command where you do like a cluster. Oh, it's cluster. Ooh. To consult logs, just type the command. Standard raw JSON formatted output are available. Is this like my app logs, my app console.logs? More about log management. Oh, here's the startup script generation thing. So you do, oh, and maybe this is not available for Windows. But you would do generate startup script, PM2 startup, then you save your processes. Or freeze your process list across the server restart. Yeah, because I really had to do this. We did PM2 startup. And then we had to actually save the list of the running apps that would actually then get restarted when you reboot the computer. So this, I don't really care about this, testing this on my computer right now, because I kind of already did this on a Linux machine, and I know that it worked. And obviously when we go live, we'll do the testing of this. And I don't, this I don't care so much about. I mean, obviously having the app come back when we reboot the server is important, but I'll take care of that when we get to it. Flush all logs. Ooh. Nice. Okay, so let's try this. I'm excited to try some of these things here. Okay, so wait, I brought it down. Okay, I want to do something out of PM2 for right now. I want to try to just have the server crash. So let's just rip open our main JS here, and let's just have a crash that will be set timeout. We're just gonna have a set timeout that will throw an exception, and I think this would be pretty bad. Let's just have it throw after 15 seconds. We're just gonna, I don't know, try to console log some variable thing that doesn't exist. Because we should get an exception that says query cannot read property query of undefined because ASDF is undefined. So we should get like an exception for that after 15 seconds of the server running. So let's, how do I want to do this here? Let's open up a new window. I'll keep this one here for doing our PM2 stuff. And then I will, or for doing the PM2 starting, stopping, whatever. And we'll keep, nice. Okay, so we'll keep this one as like the PM2 monet thing. All right, so then we want to run node start server.js. Okay. So we start our app. Let's get a browser going here. Let's connect. Okay. And then we should get an exception after 15 seconds. I just wanted to give myself enough time to be able to pull this up. There we go, an exception. ASDF is not defined. And there we go. Okay, so the whole server's down. I love it. All right, so that's a nice way to test. So now we want to PM2 this thing. We want to PM2 this version of the server with this bad thing. So now what happens if let's see if I do PM2 start. We still have our window with our real time. Oh my goodness. Not a number. That probably is probably trying to say not a number there. That's kind of a bug. Okay, PM2 start. Okay, so PM2 is still like a. Okay, so let's do PM2 start main. That works. Okay, let's check our there we go. Our logs are already back, or our PM2 monet is already running here. Uptime 7 seconds. Wow, that's refreshing quickly. Why is that refreshing so quickly? All right, so it should crash. There it goes. It crashed. Did it? Oh, it crashed and it restarted automatically for us. Look at that. Who would have thunk? All right, how do I go down and see all the logs here? How does it loop? I don't know how I feel about this. Are we going to loop back around to the bottom? Oh, come on. All right. Let's Control C. Control C. There we go. Okay, we're going to do another PM2 monet here. Okay, so we did the crash, and then it restarted the app for us. So when we had a crash, it just straight up restarted it for us. Cool. All right, so now let's look at PM2 logs app name. Okay, I like that. JSON output. Pfft. What's that for? PM2 logs main. What? That. Oh, here we go. Okay. Oh, tailing. Okay, last 15 lines. Tail last 15 lines for main process change. I don't really understand, but it's doing a tail right now. Yeah, because we're okay. So that's since. Okay, last 15 lines. So that was like 15 lines before this was a app started. Huh. Cactus Man. Yo, what's going on, Cactus Man? Good to see ya. I saw your message on Discord, by the way. I don't know if I said anything back, but yes, you sent me the JSONette stuff. Very cool. Very cool. Or you put it on everything. I just woke up. Nice. Cool. We're doing I don't know if you're familiar with PM2 at all, Cactus Man, for the PM2 NPM package, but tool for managing, running Node.js servers. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I used it at work the other day for the first time. I've been familiar about it for a while now, and I actually had to deploy a new little thing at work, just a Node.js thing at work, and I used PM2, and it was pretty cool. And we're using it now. Well, right now our server's crashing because I wanted to see what happens when you crash and what PM2 shows when you crash. But basically, it gives you like this pretty cool like view into, like if you're just using like a raw Node.js app, it's pretty cool for like running it on a server. Like I'm pretty impressed. So let's actually, okay, let's get rid of this. So we built in like our own little crash address. Oh, that's interesting. Actually, that's not interesting. I know exactly why that is. I don't care. Yeah, so it basically manages. So what do we got here? PM2 process manager 2, but yet it's version 4.5.1. Yeah, so you run PM2 start, and then your JS file, your Node file for your JavaScript app, whatever. So I did that already. Well, after you have to install it first, but basically just do this simple little thing to get it running, and then so is ours. Ooh, now it should actually be working. So it's even responding now live to the code changes, which is kind of cool. Not that I really even care about that, but that kind of means I can just replace the code. Well, no, I still have to like reboot the server, but it's got this. So it's got this cool feature where you can, well, okay, so like if I come here, I was tailing some logs here, but I can do, once I started my app, so once I've done a PM2 start my app, I can do PM2 list, and then it shows all my JavaScript, my Node apps running. So the name of this one is main. It just takes the file name. So the name of my server entry point is main.js. So we could change that to make it more like Populus server or something. So it'd be Populus server. But then it shows you just some stuff, the uptime, the amount of reboots. So we've done 19 reboots because I kept having it crash and it kept restarting it, which is kind of nice. Amount of memory you're using, it's just pretty cool. But then this isn't even the cool part. This is just like listing all your apps that are running with PM2 right now on your system. But I was opening up here, they have another command you can run. I was just opening it in a separate in a separate command prompt window here. Exit, there we go. But then you can do PM2 monet, and then boom, it gives you like this you can like see this much more interesting view. You can actually see like console logs, like standard output, standard error stuff from your app. So like if we actually pull up a browser here and generate some actual Populus logs. So like if I do a refresh, it should say player connected, because that's just my normal console log that I'm running in the code. And then I can click here, and then it says player requested match. Like all just my stuff's just happening right here. So I can just view this live. I usually just run my stuff independent Docker containers. I'm curious if you can hook those up somehow too. Yes, it does have some like container support. That window is cool. Yeah, this is pretty sweet. Although scrolling around in the logs, I couldn't really figure out how that worked really nice, because supposedly you can just arrow key around these, and then like once your logs like fill up this window, the scrolling in here was kind of weird, but I don't know if I really care about that anyway. Because then there's another command you can run to actually like tail the logs. Because then you can do PM2 logs, and then the name of your app, which would be this name here, so main. And then it'll start doing a tail here, or I guess last 15 lines, and then it'll like let's actually refresh. So we have player. Hey, isn't it supposed to say player disconnected and then player connected? Isn't it supposed to say that? Let's take a look. Player, oh, that's for quit match. Yeah, player closed connection. It should have logged player closed connection. Why didn't it do that? Oh, now it should do it. If I do it now, yeah, there we go. Player closed connection, player connected. All right. For whatever reason, the player closed connection didn't make it into that tail, I guess, or something. That's kind of weird. But anyway. But yeah, if you're, yeah, I guess with, yeah, there seemed to be some Docker stuff in the NPM documentation. Some container kind of stuff. Container support. Or maybe Docker isn't in here. In that list. Because aren't these... Oh, that's for different apps. But isn't that Kubernetes? Oh. Yeah, interesting. But anyway, you can do stuff like have it reboot automatically. And I mean, that's stuff I guess you would probably be using with Docker and everything as well. But this is an important clip. All right, I'll check it out, Al. Thanks. Oh, this is a retro MMO clip. It's from yesterday.
All right, well.
Nice. I like it. I like it, Al. Yeah, that was kind of funny. That because I remember seeing Retro was streaming, and then I do say "all right, well" a lot, in case anyone's interested. Yeah, I saw that Retro was streaming, and then he sent the hi. As soon as I started streaming, he sent the hi message there in the chat. And I was like, I thought he was just streaming. And there, that was what was happening, I guess. All right, so, and then I got a bunch of follows after that point, so that was where all that came from then. So again, thank you, Evan. Thank you, Evan, for all the support. All right, well. Oh, Cactus Man. Might want to look into navigator.sendbeacon. Navigator.sendbeacon. Navigator. Is that a... I don't know. Is that a browser? That's a browser API? Navigator object. Yeah, sure enough. DOM Navigator. I'm just pulling this up on the W3 Schools page off the page here. That's for just like getting browser information, I guess, right? Okay, cool. Yeah, I've never used Navigator before. You're probably like, oh my goodness, he's making a game and he doesn't even know about Navigator. Oh, I went away. I remembered it's for sending something real quick when you close the site, but it's not. Oh, okay. Well, in my case, what was the problem I was having? I remembered it was for sending something real quick when you close the site. Well, with WebSockets, I'm kind of in a nice place because WebSockets, when you close the browser or something, it already does, like, it closes a connection, triggers a connection close. I thought the disconnect message could be guaranteed to be sent with that. Gotcha. I gotcha. But with WebSockets, it already happens, which is really nice. So this is my server WebSocket.on close event. And then basically anytime you refresh the page, close the tab, close the browser window, the browser does the closing and everything for you, which is cool. So, yes. Oh, true. The server sees the disconnect. Yes. I think what I was saying before about it wasn't logging, I think that was just because of the way I log, or the way I set up the log that it happened. Because now if I do a refresh, player closed connection, and then player connected, like right away. Player closed connection, player connected now. So it hits this line right here because the refresh triggers on the, so again, this is the server code here, WebSocket.on, close, runs this function. That's not what I wanted to do, Control Z. And we run that function, we log player closed connection, and boom. Just seems to work. I like it. All right, so there was something else I wanted to look at. Well, okay, so if we run, it appears that if we run, so let's kill this again. Then let's run PM2 logs again. Okay, so it gives us the last 15 lines, app started, app started, app started, app started, app started, and then all those closed connected things. But then here, well, first it does, oh, it's putting them in a log file, I guess. Oh, so maybe I can view a log file. If it's already doing that, then maybe that's kind of cool. All right, so this is tailing last 15 lines for main process. Change the value with I don't know what this means because, oh, this is main error. Sweet, I like that. Okay, so standard out, standard error, basically. So the last 15 logs of the error log, last 15 lines of the main-out.log. That's cool. I like it. So then you can go in. So in other words, this is just showing the tailing last 15 lines from standard error, standard out. But we could go in and do -- lines. Let's pull up the documentation. I mean, I could guess how it works, but so otherwise it's doing a tail for you automatically, which is cool, I guess. I don't necessarily need a tail. I mean, if I really needed to look at the tail, I'd probably just pull up this. I'd probably just do PM2 monet and do this. But nonetheless, it's kind of cool, I guess, that they have it. But we can do -- lines. So let's look at -- lines, and then I guess that gives us the ability to where more about log management. So this takes us to the actual key metrics page. Okay, so we've got -- lines, CLI PM2. Oh, that's start. Okay, so you can specify a log file path, output path, error path, outlog path. Specify both. Oh man, okay, that's too much stuff. We don't need to deal with all that. Okay, display logs H. What is H? Displaying logs for specified processes all in real time. Logs -H. Maybe that's display option for PM2 logs command. What are those logs though? Display only API application logs. Yes. Oh, sweet. Display X lines of API log file. Okay. Otherwise, we have that log file that we can just go and look at ourselves, or we can run PM2 logs, big API -- lines 1000, so we can go and view those lines. I wonder what the limit is on those log file lines, if there is a limit. I wonder. But anyway, this is looking pretty cool. And if we hit an exception, I couldn't say exception. If we hit an exception, it will reboot. But I can then, you know, go in and view the logs. Really, really cool. Reference error. ASDF is not defined, and I can go in and see all that, you know, the line and everything. So I like it. I really like it. My coffee's lukewarm now. Yeah, this is PM2. I'm liking it so far. So it will be nice to actually get that running. I mean, honestly, we could probably even do our own thing too. Something very similar to what I've already done with my start script, server JS script, where basically we could just reboot it if there's a crash or something like that. NIW. Oh no, that's Leetman. I don't know, I'm trying to do that leet part there. Whatever. Hey guys, I'm kind of a noob. But is there a way to geofilter without having a specific router that does it for you? Leetman. Thanks for hanging out. Am I saying that right, or should I say it backwards? New 1337 or whatever. I don't know. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Cactus Man, I would use Cloudflare's headers for that. I don't even know myself, TBH. Nice. Nice, nice. Yeah, I mean, that's something I haven't... Without having a specific router that does it for you. And maybe I'm a noob. I don't understand exactly what you're geofiltering, like your server to geofilter clients, like to say I only want clients from this region or whatever, and maybe that's what Cactus Man is saying. Cloudflare's headers, like you want to say I only want this IP range or something. Recondite deity. I don't know how to say it exactly. What's going on, recondite deity? Thanks for hanging out. I thanked you for the follow, actually, recondite deity, because I remember you gave me a follow, I think, offline. So I gave you a shout out, but thanks for the follow. Oh, recondite deity. Perfect pronunciation. Thanks. Oh, okay. NIW. Okay, I see what you're saying now. It's for gaming. What I mean is that I play Call of Duty, for example, with the VPN, but the VPN doesn't block all the connections. It connects me to the nearest location of my VPN destination. I want a more specific location than closest, if that makes sense. Gaming with VPNs. I've been curious about that. About how that would really work, because gaming with a VPN, I would assume, introduces a lot of extra latency. That's my guess. Plus you're encrypting and everything. You're adding encryption overhead. You're adding a bunch of stuff. So I've always wondered about gaming over a VPN. I'm sure there's a lot of channels a lot of YouTube videos on that. I've been just curious about gaming over a VPN and performance. I mean, to me, it would sound like you would never want to do that. I mean, I know sometimes you maybe don't have a choice, but I would assume you would never want to game over a VPN just for latency reasons. But you say it connects me to the nearest location of my VPN destination. I want a more specific location than closest, if that makes sense. I'm currently in Europe playing on Egypt servers. The ping is the same. Huh, okay. That's impressive. Well, I mean, I don't know. I guess that could be the servers too. I'm currently in Europe playing on Egypt servers. So you're saying you want to change the server you're on with something that would you want to change the server you're connecting to. Do you have a choice? If, for example, I pick South Africa on my VPN, it's not only people from South Africa, it's mixed server with people from different locations. Cactus Man. Yeah, that's what I thought he was talking about it too at first, Cactus Man. Recondite. I was looking... Recondite? I'm not even familiar with that word. I was looking into VPN for game server hosting recently to try to mask my home IP. I was trying to use SSH tunnels, but that method doesn't support raw TCP sockets, and some VPN... Yeah, right. And some VPN services should let you choose location. Yeah, I mean, I don't know what to say about the server you're on. I mean, that sounds like a Call of Duty thing. If you pick South Africa from the VPN and it spits you out in South Africa, that's Call of Duty's, like, what they decide who you're going to connect to. Because they're going to say, oh, we have a connection coming from this IP address or whatever, so you're going to this server. And then, that sounds kind of like what that... Well, it sounds like that's what they... I mean, I don't know how you would get around that. There's a router called NetDuma that does it for you, lets you play on a specific location you pick. There's a way to spoof it. Exactly, that's what I want to avoid. Well, you can't really do that. I want to pick the server, not let Call of Duty pick it for me. I mean, if you're using some sort of proxy thing, like that's... like NetDuma, like a router itself couldn't do that for you, right? Because a router is just going to connect to another router or whatever. Like you'd have to be like going through something like a VPN does. Like you have a VPN connection to some other server and that spits you out somewhere else. It can, that's why it's so expensive. Well, the only way I can think that it's doing it is it's $450 in Sweden. Gotcha. Yeah, well, if you're playing over the VPN, I feel like that's working. I feel like it's working as intended. Can you just say something else? Retro morning. Yeah, I guess it's probably morning for you. You probably streamed at 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. or something and then went to sleep and then now you're getting up, Retro. Sorry for wasting your guys' time. Just try to figure this out for a while. No worries. No worries. Glad to... Whoops. Yeah, it's not really on topic with what we're dealing with, but it's, I don't know. Somebody hops in and asks a question. I'd like to see what we can do. And it's, it's network web related, I guess. Retro, I worked a ridiculous amount yesterday. Yeah, right, because you went back live again at like... You were streaming when I ended. Yeah, that's right, because I rated you at the end, so... Yeah, you went offline for like a couple hours only. That's crazy. Yeah, and when I like... I think when I was in the morning, I was up at whatever, maybe 6:30 or 7 a.m. my time. And it said you had been streaming for like 7 hours already. And you're only 1 hour ahead of me. So that's kind of crazy. What time did you start streaming then? Like 2 a.m. for 7 hours? That would have been 2 nights ago then, right? Well, NIW Leetman, I'm like trying to spell your name upside down. So what are you want to have? Can you pick through your VPN what server you want to, or what location you want to come out of? Because I assume that's what you're trying to do, but maybe you want more locations. Retro, yeah, I did like 8 hours in the middle of the night and then another 6 or so a couple hours after I rated you. That's crazy. That's crazy. Workhorse. Al. I haven't even played Retro MMO, and everyone should check out Retro MMO, by the way. Everyone needs to. Retro MMO stream and game. I was tempted to do the joke, but I just can't keep saying the same joke over and over again, Retro. Al is clearly not a gamer. NIW. Yes, I can, but if I pick Egypt, for example, it picks Egypt, and the server is like 70% Europeans and 30% from Egypt. With the router I'm talking about, you can spoof the whole thing and put you in a server with only Arab people. Are you sure the 70% Europeans aren't people doing the same thing as you, just playing on a VPN and trying to connect to Egypt? And is it possible that, like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know if some of them, yes, but not that many. Don't know how to explain it, but there's a thing in Call of Duty that only lets you connect to certain servers because of skill. Well, yeah, and Call of Duty can do whatever the heck they want, you know. They can do whatever they want to make you connect to whatever they want and whenever, however, right? Like they're the ones that determine that, right? So I mean, they can right. That's why I want to pick where I connect. Yeah, I mean, if you check out NetDuma, you will understand exactly what I mean. Yeah, and I mean, you could look at setting up like your own. I mean, I'm sure if you're kind of the tech savvy person, you could look at setting up like your own proxy server. And I'm sure there's like some relatively simple thing, and you'd pay like some sort of monthly thing for like hosting. A lot of people set up their own personal VPNs, in fact. Come on, focus. There we go. Come on. We focused? Nope. Well, okay, so yeah, so what I'm saying, NIW is it's a kind of a technical. This has to be what they are doing then. Well, I mean, you could go with some hosting provider that has a server somewhere that you need. You'd want to look up like a tutorial on how to, maybe if there's like a nice way to do it. Sorry, I'm not trying to stop you, NIW. I'm just trying to get my camera to focus. I'm not saying stop. I'm not trying to kiss you. Nice. Yeah, because you could like have some server that you connect to. You could use as like a proxy. I would assume would work fine. But you'd have to like, it's kind of like what a VPN does, but a VPN just does it securely, encryptedly. In fact, a VPN, when people say the word VPN today, they really mean VPN as a proxy, like a VPN service as a proxy. It's nothing to do with what VPN stands for or is on its own. When people use the term VPN, they're talking about these VPN service as a proxy thing, proxy as a service. Like that should be the full name. But just a straight up VPN just means an encrypted network connection to another network, a remote network, a virtual private network. That's what that means. Really has nothing to do with meaning proxying my traffic through some other server. So, or using some server as a proxy for my traffic. That's what people kind of mean when they say VPN these days. Retro MMO, where did you learn all of this? I'm actually kind of an IT guy originally. The development part of me knowing things kind of comes separately. Therefore, I don't know much about development stuff. I'm not that technical when it comes to this. I'm more of a hardware guy. But I understand the terms. Nice. Yeah, so what I was saying is like you could probably find like some guides online about people building proxies for this exact thing. And then like what you do, let me pull this up on my computer here, like the Windows control panel. Let's see. And you can do like, and I don't know if you're playing like, if you're playing on a PC or if you're playing on a console. I don't know about console. I assume you can do proxy stuff on consoles. But let me show you. Basically, you would set up a proxy server, and there might even be all these free proxy servers, because that was what kids in high school did when I was in high school. Is they would try to connect to a proxy to get around the school's firewall or whatever. Because even back when I was in high school, there weren't really like HTTPS. Even Facebook wasn't using HTTPS all the time. Anyway, that doesn't really have anything to do with what I'm trying to talk about. Where is the thing here? LAN. Yeah, so like if you pull up internet properties in control panel on Windows, you'd have like this window here, and then there's this LAN settings window. And then if you were in here, and I think this would work. Oh, these settings will not apply to dial-up or VPN connections. Okay. So there's this option in here. So like if you had a proxy server set up somewhere, you could go in and punch in the IP address of that proxy server. And then Windows would be funneling all your stuff through there. And then in theory, like if your proxy server is in Egypt, you'd punch in the IP address of your server. And then in theory, all of that should be going through that way. Like, so if you just went to your browser, it should go through to Egypt. And, you could test that by punching in that proxy IP address. You want to be a little careful when you do this. You want to kind of know what you're doing. I'm just using this as like an example of this is probably what you would end up doing if you found a tutorial that explained everything. But otherwise, there might even be some like third-party proxies that are just free, like back in the day. Like I don't even want to list by name some of the ones that were there because I have no idea the ones I knew back in the day because I don't even know. But basically, a proxy server, it's just another server that you're going to connect to that your internet is going to come through. So the internet is going to hit the proxy server. So like any site that you browse to once you specify a proxy server is going to look like it's coming from the IP address of the proxy server. Because that's kind of what people mean when they say VPN these days, is they mean VPN as a proxy, as a whatever. VPN as a service, as a proxy. But that's really has nothing to do with what VPN is or does. So when you try to actually search about VPNs, you get bombarded with people that are trying to use all these VPN services. But anyway, that's just, so like, so what I was going to say is if you did that, you did here in Windows, you set up I want to do a proxy server, bypass proxy server for local address. Oh, that's kind of cool. It's been a while since I've been in here. And if you punched in that IP or whatever, then you went to like find my IP. What's my IP? Then Google will tell you, and Google will probably tell you the IP. Your IP is that IP of the server. Assuming you did the server, your proxy server, rather than your home router's IP address, your ISP's router's home IP address. Yeah. In theory, everything should work like that. In theory. Anyway, NIW, will this affect ping a lot though? Not much more than a VPN, would, because a VPN's doing encryption. So that's a lot of overhead. If you were not using a VPN and you were just using a proxy, you could do it without doing encryption. So like, in other words, all the packets that you're sending up to your VPN, you could check it out and test it, but I think a VPN would add a lot of latency. That's why I was saying before, I was like, it'd be cool to see what people are saying about gaming over VPNs and how that looks and how that feels. Because like encryption's fast on your computer, but instead of just sending a raw like, oh, I moved this far in the game, or I had my analog stick pressed for 2 seconds and I got to send that data to the server. Instead, with a VPN, it's got to encrypt that data first, then send it, then get decrypted on some server, then go to the Call of Duty servers, then back from Call of Duty, get re-encrypted, then send back to you. So you're like adding an extra middleman, and that is the VPN. And who knows what other middlemans are going through the VPN. Surprisingly, I get the same ping with my current VPN. Sounds impressive to me. I just might be kind of a noob and not understanding something correctly then, but I have not eaten. What did Recondite say here? You can probably get a Raspberry Pi and use IP tables to set up similar features at a fraction of the cost to a fancy proprietary solution. Well, but I'm trying to understand what the routers are doing to get around that by themselves. Retro, eat. Yeah, we might do that. Anyway, Retro, I've been screwing around with PM2. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that. The NPM, where is it? PM2, the NPM package. Oh my God. I just tried 3 times to click that tab and I couldn't. Did you see that? I went like that. I was just missing it. Come on. I'm the number 2 Populus player in the world right now and I can't even click a tab. It's not clicking. Okay, there it is. All right. I'm using this package, PM2, for actually running the... I have heard of it. Gotcha. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. If you're using something like... in my case, where I just have an Ubuntu server in the cloud, this is going to be pretty awesome for running everything. I did something with work with it, actually very recently. But... and I'm testing it right now on my local machine, and it's pretty darn cool. NIW is now following. Thank you, NIW. I appreciate it. And you're playing Call of Duty. Is the new Call of Duty out? The Cold War, is that out now? That just come out? Comes out in... doesn't a Call of Duty game come out in November? Yeah, but everyone is playing Warzone, including me. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Well, Warzone's free, right? So... yeah, it's free. Gotcha. So when people say Call of Duty, they're probably talking about Warzone now. Yeah, well, what are they going to do? Are they going to update Warzone somehow to like? Because I don't know. I don't know the question. Because that was kind of the thing. Like, it's the new Call of Duty game every year. People getting sick of it now. They're kind of getting rid of it. They're kind of like, well, we got Warzone now because everybody's playing Battle Royale. Yeah, they keep updating it monthly. Nice. Put Cold War guns in Warzone. Yeah, okay. That's kind of what I was thinking they would do, maybe, or like have something like that. Oh, okay. Yeah. So yeah, I don't know, Evan. I don't know if you're still watching at this exact moment, but yeah, it's pretty cool to like once you install PM2 globally. Then you just run PM2 start, and then your entry point file for your Node app, and then that's it. It's like it's set up to run. It's not running on reboot yet. There's another couple commands you have to run to do that, like down here or down somewhere else. But then once you do it, you can like see. So like if I kill this, you can like go in. You can do PM2 list. And then it like prints out your running Node apps or whatever. It's like I'm just running this one, and it just takes the name of the file. So my server file name is main. So it's just called main right now. And whatever uptime, the amount of reboots you've done, which is pretty sweet. And like it already is set up out of the box. Like if it crashes, it just reboots it automatically, restarts the app. What's the other? Or what was I doing before? PM2 logs, PM2 logs, and then I can do main to show just the main, my Populus server, and then it like shows you. It like does a tail. It sets up a tail for you automatically. So like if any new logs come in, like if I refresh here, player closed connection, player connected, pretty cool. If I want to look at just that. Otherwise, it saves all the logs in a file. So like here, I'm at C users Jared PM2 logs main-out. So the standard out stuff, and then main-error too, which is pretty cool. So I can see all those crashes that I was self-inflicting just to kind of test it. So that's really cool. And then the probably other cool part is I just opened up a separate CMD window here. Okay, there we go. And if you do PM2 monet, just sets this whole little deal up for you here. Like if I had more apps, I could see all of them here, but I just have the one running. But it's got your RAM and CPU and event loop latency. Wow, that's kind of cool. That seems really slow. Event loop latency. So I obviously don't understand what that means. And then it just prints the logs here. So like if I start refreshing, there we go. Player closed connection, player connected. I can join a match, player requested match. So all of my just console logs in the code are just printing out here, which is pretty cool. What? Wait, what happened here? Player requested match. What? What is going on? Oh, was this guy waiting for... Oh, look at that. Oh. Okay. So there was a guy already waiting for a match. That was what was going on. It just looked like the game just started playing itself somehow. That was really weird. All right, but actually, I just found something. Retro, that's pretty nice. Where are you going to host this? How are you going to do releases? So I already have a server set up for where Populus.gg is now. It's going to be that same server. So I'm using DigitalOcean, and right now I have Nginx, just serving the static pages. But basically, well, basically it's going to be kind of the same thing. It's just going to be WebSockets running now. But then this is pretty nice because I can just do So like I just with DigitalOcean, you just get like an Ubuntu server, headless server in the cloud. So I have to like SSH into it to actually do anything. But then that's nice because I can SSH and run all the PM2 stuff to do all that. But how am I going to do releases? That's kind of something I have yet to determine exactly what I want to do. You'll have to reboot the Node app, though, for releases is what I mean. Oh, yes. Yeah, exactly. So, yeah, so then, like, you can just do... So, like, what I'll have is some sort of thing that does... and you might have players in a match when you do so. Yeah, and I mean, at this point, I kind of... Right now, I don't really care, and like probably for the next few releases, I don't really care because really not that many people play the game anyway. Once, yeah, so there'll be something I'll have to come up with to do a more proper, you know. For now, I'm fine with just, you know, copying the new files up there and then restarting the server. Reloading the Node app, that is. And I should be able to see... Actually, yeah, let's... Active handles. If I do, this should give me like a good idea of how many. Let's go up to 7. Nice. So I can actually, just from this active handles thing, I assume that has to do with WebSockets. I can actually, I mean, obviously not related to WebSockets, but this handle thing, I guess, is a handle, like a system thing, calls thing. So I just closed that tab. So now it went back down to 6. So I can actually get some pretty good ideas of if anybody's in the middle of a match or something. But either way, like if anyone's connected, yeah, I don't really know how I want to determine that. But for now, I mean, just being at the point we are, I don't really care too much about if somebody was in the middle of a match, which would be not likely. I know some people use PM2 to run multiple processes. Yeah, like you can do a lot of, and try to prevent downtime that way. Yes. Okay. Yeah, because PM2 is like a load balancer as well. So with PM2, you can, I think, you can just like have like probably one command or something that does that, or like sets up having multiple copies. But yeah, with WebSockets, obviously, I don't think there's a way to handle the WebSocket off to like another process, and then cluster mode, Node.js load balancing, and 0 downtime reload. Yeah, so that's yeah, so there's a lot of cool stuff. Hot reload allows to update an application without any downtime. PM2 reload all. Yes. Yeah, so if we run that right now, PM2, whoops, reload all. Yeah, now we see app started. Yeah. Or if I do PM2 reload main, reload just main, does that work? Nice, yeah. Cool. I like it, but I'm liking it so far, for sure. Yeah, and I mean, right now I don't even have like a client side notification, like if the WebSocket closes. I don't really have anything. You know, like I've got WebSockets wrapper. Oh, I do have a WebSocket closed thing here. So we should actually see that here. Yeah, WebSocket closed. So if the server closed it out, I'm throwing that event or logging that message. Yeah, the one thing I would like to do, I'm guessing all their load balancing and no downtime stuff is meant for HTTP servers and not persisting WebSocket connections between instances. Yeah. If I'm wrong, then maybe I should use PM2. I would imagine you're right, because I mean, you'd have to maybe come up with some kind of clever thing, I guess, to whatever. You'd have to like, yeah, I mean, I don't know what you're doing, Retro, exactly. I know you said you did like the thing where when you get the sig term or whatever, you're gonna close down everything down or whatever, and then what happened to our camera there? Come on. All right, well, I gotta use the bathroom. I'm just doing a little wee dance here, so we'll be right back. We'll be right back in a second here. Maybe the webcam will fix itself in that time. All right, we're back. Evan's saying eat. I'm all right now. I'm all right. No, I'm getting pretty hungry. No, but Retro MMO. What about this? What about this? What if? Because I was thinking about what you said. What if you had something like this? Like you just have your clients pre-configured, or even not. Let's just say you. Well, let's keep it simple. You open up two ports. You open up two port numbers. And then you do Captain. Hang on, I'll come back to that in a second, Retro. Capitan XX. How did you do that to-do tree in VS Code? That's a good question, Capitan XX. It's actually a, well, thanks for hanging out, Capitan XX. I appreciate it. Welcome. Let's see. The to-do tree thing is an extension. To-do tree. I'm probably using, well, Grunt by Grunt Fugly. There it is right there. Gruntfugly.to-do tree. Wow, only 864,000 downloads. Seems like there'd probably be more. So there's probably a better package, or probably a better extension than this one, because I would assume a lot of people are installing. Maybe Retro MMO has a better one. I don't know. And the other nice thing, yeah, so all you do, Capitan XX, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. Yeah, so it does. Now, wait a minute. Is this just VS Code that highlights the to-dos for you? Or is that to-do tree that does it? But then all you have to do is you just go in and you add a, like, where are we in WebSockets wrapper? So if we go back to if we go back to to-do tree and you can, I don't even know all the options here. It's just listing all of the to-dos like in a single line. So like they could be all in different files. But if you go here, it'll give you like the file view. So like all I have to do is come over here and then it's picking up this to-do split, you know, and if I want to create some other to-do, I could say to-do blah. And then there, it just pops up over there in the tree. To-do blah. So yeah. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Yeah, it's actually super useful. Yeah, I think so. I think it's really nice for just when you need to actually go back and comb through all your to-dos and everything, which I don't do that often, so I'm not really reaping the benefits of it, but it's 3 views we're toggling through here. Is it a toggle if there's 3? Or is it only a toggle if there's 2? Does toggle just mean on off, like a binary switch, 0, 1? Or can you be toggle if it's 3? Toggle if 2. Okay. So I'm not toggling through these different options here. I'm switching through these 3 options. Can't be a toggle if it's just, yeah, toggle is just it's a this way or that way kind of thing. All right. I like it. I'm cycling through these 3. That's what I should have said. All right. Back in the day, at least, I know with the to-do tree, I think sometimes it would generate a lot of extra CPU overhead, like maybe something would get stuck or something, and then VS Code would be spinning up and getting hot. But that hasn't happened to me in a long time, so. But anyway. But RetroMMO, what I was saying about, you could probably do, like you could send a command. So like if your one WebSocket server is going to go down, you could say, or you're going to take one of them down, you could say, all right, spin up a new instance, tell the clients to connect to this new one. So you send like the port number or something to the clients that are currently connected and say, all right, you guys, now you need to kill your WebSocket connection and connect to the other server. You connect to the other server. Then you have some way on the server to know if all of the clients are disconnected. Well, yeah, then on your one server, you check when all the clients are disconnected. Then you shut her down. Then the other one's up and running. And then maybe you just kind of like toggle back and forth between 2 instances or something. I mean, you could do it for as many as you want, right? You just have a bunch of different port numbers or whatever. Yeah, I think you could totally do that. Yeah, I feel like that wouldn't be too bad. Maybe. And obviously, in like if you're physically rebooting the server, that's a different story. Because then you'd obviously have to have a physical machine, but you could do the similar kind of thing, I guess. For me, I'd have to also send a bunch of state from the first server to this. Yeah, okay, that's true. But could you send it all to the database, transfer all the clients or something? Because you said you do nightly reboots, right? So I guess all of your state goes into the database before you reboot, right? Because you could like put everything in the database, tell all the clients, or like do something to tell all the clients to switch. And like maybe you'd have like a brief loading, maybe like a brief little thing for the clients to just say like, all right, hang on. You know, because there'd be like a little bit of time where you save everything in the database, maybe then pipe or then switch everybody over to the new server. And then that new server's got to, you know, because you obviously have to make sure that the data's in the database before you switch everybody over to the new server and start reading the data back, I guess. I don't know. But Capitan XX and NIW. Actually, if NIW is still hanging out, because I know NIW followed. I never gave anybody a demo of the game. What kind of Twitch streamer am I? Host. Am I a host? I'm a Twitch host. Yeah, something like that. All right. Where's our actual, okay, here we go. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Let's go here. Capitan XX. Are you talking how to scale WebSocket server between multiple instances? Well, we're talking about like having like a zero downtime thing. Like if you wanted to, you know, update a server Like I'm talking right now. We're talking about my game, actually. I mean, that's kind of why we're talking about this in the first place. Which I will give a demo for in a moment here. Yeah, Capitan, we were talking just about like kind of having a zero downtime thing when you take one server off or you got to update an application, whatever, well, you can just Dockerize the app and deploy multiple instances of it. Well, we're talking about like if you've got people like, so Retro MMO and I are both making games that run on Node servers with NodeJS servers with, I mean, not that that really matters in this case, but that both use WebSockets. So web games that use WebSockets for everything. And we're talking about like if in my case, I have kind of a simple problem to solve because you basically play 30-second one-on-one matches. And that's pretty much it. So like you could have something that waits, so like if you needed to update one of the servers, you wait for all the games to be over and you could like pipe all the clients over to the other server, update the one server, reload it, update the code, whatever, reload it, bring it back, and then maybe like pipe all the clients back to that one and then update the other one or just take that other instance offline. Like you'd have just some sort of like off instance to pipe everybody to temporarily while the server reboots, whatever. I think there's no way to have zero downtime. The best way to do it, is anyone else just schedule maintenance maybe during the night and that's it. Yeah, right. Yeah, I mean, we're talking like kind of like extremely nice kind of feature, I think is what we're kind of saying. And in my case, I'm never going to have to really deal with that anyway. All I'm going to do, because right now, well, I'll give you this. We're segueing right into the demo of my game just by saying this. So I'll give the demo here. So even this is not zero downtime because it takes time to transfer all the data from the first server to the second. Right, Retro. Yeah, I mean, like what I was saying in your case is like, I mean, I don't know how long your database update takes, but I'd imagine it's not crazy long, right? I also just think it's just theory crafting, probably not worth the time for either of our games. No, not at all. Not at all. That's just what I was saying kind of right now is I don't care. But like for me right now, I don't really care. Like I'm not even notifying the clients that there's a connection to the server that's down. And I don't think I really care at that point to even have that right now for the first bit. Anyway, so for anyone else who's new, I know Capitan XX is new. Thanks again for the follow, Capitan. And NIW, I know NIW is hanging out, and gave me a follow, but we didn't even actually look at the game when NIW was here. So we're working on my game. It's called Populus, Populus, and I put the link down there in the chat for anyone who's interested. Populus.gg. So I got it here right now in a browser, and it's a game where you pop bubbles, basically. So you go play, you click play, launches, you got these bubbles. You got to pop these bubbles in order that they appear here. So you got to pop this blue one first. So you hover over it, you press the space bar or right click or left click to pop the bubble. So you got to pop as many as you can in 30 seconds. So you're always popping whatever bubble's in that position. So you just kind of keep going. And you're just trying to see, how fast you can go. That's kind of the main thing. Just, oh boy. Just trying to beat your own time at this point. Then when 30 seconds is up, you see how many bubbles you popped. It pops per second. How many mistakes you made. That sort of thing. How was done the UI? It's a good question, Capitan. It's all actually on Canvas. So it's all HTML5 Canvas element and just basically JavaScript doing all the kind of routing and maneuvering and moving things around on screen. I'm using the 2D canvas context to do all of the actual drawing things onto the screen. Just very basic 2D API if you're not familiar with that at all, Capitan. But it's fast, it works well, so so that's pretty cool. So really, this isn't really a traditional. It doesn't really behave like in a traditional web page sort of way, or what you might think of as a web app. Probably the way a normal web app might be working, because it's really just everything's all just happening in JavaScript, and we don't do any like routing around pages at all or HTTP requests or anything. It's just basically the HTML for this page is like barely anything. You know, and the vast majority of the stuff is just Google Analytics. So over half of the HTML is Google Analytics. Is pretty much all there is. There's just, you know, a single JavaScript file that gets loaded up. And like these links. So these links, I lied. These links are elements. So there you go. But that's about all the HTML there is. Populus, more like Populus. Yellowberry's figured it out, I think. How are you today, Tyrannosaur? I'm doing well, Yellowberry. Thank you. Populus. Nice. How would that look? Let's Populus. How would it look if it said Populus? But I'm good, Yellowberry. Did I say I'm good already? I think I did. How are you doing, Yellowberry? Good to see you. Hey, by the way, Yellowberry, I checked out your game, which now I can't remember the name of it, but you're doing the FPS. You're doing the just kind of that old school FPS, arena FPS. And I followed the link to the game the other day, and I saw there was like a Steam link or something, but it didn't like work. I don't know. The Steam page, there's no Steam page or something. Like I couldn't find it at all. Because you've got a playable version of it, right? Maybe I'm misunderstanding. I thought you had a playable version. Oh, I missed a couple Capitan XX there. Also as Daltonic myself, please add Daltonic version with shade. Oh, Daltonic, that must be another type of colorblindedness. Yes, Capitan. I've got some plans for doing some colorblindedness things. In fact, we were talking a little bit about that earlier today. And I made an official Trello card for that. Oh boy, there we go. This Trello is not, you know, this is nothing to write home about in terms of organizing tasks, but it's good enough. I made a little thing, research and implement some colorblind support. And it's flagged as a gameplay and a UI UX thing. That sounds like a fair categorization of colorblindedness issues, right? Gameplay and UI UX. I think that sounds pretty good. Retro MMO's got it. Bang, Trello. Yes, it is a public Trello. So you can check it out if you want. Yellow, my servers were down and the Steam page hasn't been approved yet. You need to play from itch currently. Oh, okay. Thanks, Yellow. Yellowberry. Sorry, my stomach's grumbling. Retro's going to say eat again. I bet. We've only been going 4.5 hours. Why does it feel like a lot longer? I don't really know why. You also need to make an account here. Okay. Eat. Should I have like a Should I have like a, well, okay, never mind. I'm not going to say that. For anyone interested, I'll plug the Discord right now. I've got a Discord server. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? I just plugged it down in the chat there. If anyone's interested, not saying Yellowberry you have to, but I do have a little self-promotion section. So you can plug the link for your game down there. Sick, another Discord to join. Yes, right? Isn't that annoying? I'm only on like 3. In fact, Yellowberry, probably just randomly, I think I saw you on Melchizedek 6809's Discord. So you're making the rounds among the... I better leave one since I'm at the cap. Wow. Yeah, it's like 100 servers, right? Somebody yesterday was saying that they were at the cap too. You don't have to join Yellowberry. I could care, you know. I mean, if you want to, swell. If you don't want to, even more swell. I was just kind of throwing it out there for anyone interested. I need to try to plug that every so often. Because it's probably not worth your time at this point. But anyway. Join my Discord at Discord GG Retro MMO. Yes, I actually am part of the Retro MMO Discord myself. That's one of the 3 Discords I'm on. The Vulcan Velton. That's the one I was saying about Yellowberry. I was lurking on that Discord and I saw you were on that one. Yeah, Melchizedek, that's the guy who streams. He's doing that game in C, like that Minecrafty game in C, which is pretty cool. Don't check my clips channel, Jared. It's too late. Al already posted the clip. That's pretty funny, though, that clip. Al shared the clip with me a little bit ago. Yeah, it's a sick game. Yeah, the Vulcan Velton. I was going to play it. I didn't actually play it. Yeah, actually, I just kind of stumbled across Melchizedek 6809 just from, I think because I was trying to raid and I just saw, C game development from scratch or whatever. And I was like, cool. And yeah, it's looking pretty, like a pretty cool game. And he's got like a bunch of, he's got like a WASM version of it and everything. And anyway, what have we even been working on? We've been doing PM2 stuff. PM2. And we're liking PM2 so far, aren't we? Because this is pretty cool. So I can just pull up this little, just pull up a command prompt, run the thing. There we go. Boom. And I'm running PM2 on my local computer here. So I'm running the local Populus server with PM2 on my personal computer. But I'm liking this so far. Like we can see logs, we can see CPU usage, we can see memory usage, we can see like heap size and everything. And I don't really know how the heap and stuff works with JavaScript, with V8 and whatever. But I assume that, you know, like it's saying 82%, but like I guess it's like the heap size is changing. I don't know. Maybe I don't exactly understand how heap usage works. Like you have some sort of amount that the OS allows. I don't know. Yellow, I make my rounds around. I make my rounds around SciTech Twitch and look for people with small amounts of viewers. Nice. Yellow literally knows every Twitch programmer. Yellow knows a lot. That is a slight exaggeration, but I know quite a few. Nice. Yeah, I don't know if Melchizedek like all of a sudden grew because he had like 40 something. The last few times I've seen him live, he's had like 40 something viewers. Because I'm pretty sure when I rated him, he had like 3 or something. It was something less than me, and I usually have like 4 viewers. So that's why I'm saying it had to have been 3. So I don't know if he all of a sudden just shot up, like, or if he just started streaming recently. I don't know, but I mean, whenever I've seen him online now, he's always got a bunch. So that's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. Is this okay? Yeah. Well, I'm trying to figure out. The one thing I think we should do now maybe is figure out. We should kind of clean up our console logs on the server and maybe think of what are the good logs that we want to have, that we want to be able to see through PM2. Father is out of town means it's Yellowberry stream time. That just sounds kind of funny. I guess that means you're streaming at Yellowberry. That's pretty cool. I didn't know you streamed. Did I? Maybe I did. I'm pretty sure I'm not following you. So I'll have to do that, I guess. Al. I know a lot, but none of it is useful. Nice. Okay. Yeah, I really wonder exactly what this event loop latency thing means, because 9.5 milliseconds is... That'd be horrible. I don't know what that means. Exactly that means. I thought it was... Oh, wait a minute. Well, that's talking about... Al is mega talented, but he uses his powers for evil. I hit affiliate. Sick, Yellowberry. That's awesome. Congrats on that. Thanks to Evan's raid the other day. Evan has a way of helping people get to affiliate. I would say that's the same for me. So everybody should... Hats off to Evan. Hats off? Is that the right thing to say? Hats off means... That means like good... That means like kudos, right? If it's, you know... All right, anyway. Yeah, I don't know what this event loop latency thing means, because 9.2 milliseconds is like... It's a really long time. So I wonder what that is. I wonder what exactly that's talking about. Evan literally has a squad of gift subbers who have a boatload of money to spend on Twitch somehow. Nice. Retro, thank you. No, thank you, Evan. Kodako, Evan, you should start streaming so you can raid Jera. Yeah, I agree. If he's still going... Hey, everybody should check out Kodako's speed type... I forget the name of the domain. Speed type racer. Sprite. I played it a little bit on stream, actually, because I was like, I want to prove to everyone how fast I actually can type as a programmer. Kodako has the single player version of speed type racer. Speed rate. It's on. He posted the link on my Discord, so if you join my Discord, you can go find Kodako's link to his, under the self promotion section, self promo section, self promotion. I'll just leave it starting soon screen for 20 minutes, then raid. Nice. If he's still going when I end stream, I'll raid him. Wow. I like this. It's truly a Tyrannosaur moment. I don't get the reference, Yellowberry. I'm not exactly sure what you're talking about there. Yo, BRB, I gotta watch a video. Hey, do whatever you want, Yellowberry. You don't have to hang out here. That's for sure. Watch Yellowberry on Twitch and use your singular channel point for nothing. You can watch Tyrannosaur on Twitch and use your single channel point for highlighting your message. How does that sound? Actually, I do have one emote. I do have a toilet emote, and you can use that. You can spend your channel points on that. I don't know how much... Oh, I've never clicked on the channel points thing over here. Introducing channel points. Watch Tyrannosaur, earn channel points, unlock rewards. I've never done that before. I've never watched my own channel points. When Yellow says one of the following: moment, base, Chad, cringe, just smile and nod, gotcha. Kind of mean, Evan. So when Yellowberry said, this is truly a Tyrannosaur moment, I should have been like, oh, yeah, yeah, yep. Yes. I know exactly what you mean. Okay. Don't sell yourself so short, Yellowberry. All right, so yeah, let's kind of look through the server here and try to figure out what we think should be something good to log. You know, I think that would be helpful. And I'm kind of thinking like, ooh, actually, before we do that, do we have some timestamps for these logs? Let's check that out, actually. All right, hang on. Let's look at the PM2 documentation, because maybe PM2 is logging the timestamps for us. I kind of don't think so. I kind of don't think they are. Also can't spell dysfunction, apparently. Not many can. Because that's one of those words where dysfunction is one of those words where you think DYS just looks too cool. You know, because like people are always trying to replace I's with Y's, aka cactus man. Cactus man does that with a Y. So when you think, is it with a Y? You're like, nah, that'd be like the cool way to spell dysfunction. So then you end up putting an I. That's just my theory. All right, so I want to look at this PM2 documentation here. We want to try to find. Ooh, we didn't try this yet, actually. We didn't do PM2 describe. We didn't try that yet. Let's see what happens. Hang on, what is this our thing here? Let's just kill this. Oh boy, there we go. In Evan's stream, it's wholesome, but on Jar's stream, the real MMO is revealed. Real MMO. Hang on. Where's this log file stored? C users Jared .pm2 logs main error. I thought it was in app data. Guess not. C users Jared pm2 logs. Okay, so there's no timestamps. All right, so this is our standard error log opened in Notepad. Look at that. Notepad's got zoom now. Did everyone know that? Notepad's got like a zoom feature now. Control scroll, just, wow, look at that. I can go down to 10%. That's too cool. All right, so we know we don't have timestamps at all. I knew that was going to be too much to ask. So we have to do our own timestamps. Also, trust no one, not even your pixelated toilet emote. Thanks for the heads up, Al. All right, so I did the PM2 describe main. Look at that, we print everything. We print a bunch of stuff. And that's cool. Prints out our thing, prints out the path of a bunch of stuff that I don't really care about, really, honestly, right now. Okay, but that's PM2 describe, and then you punch in the name of your app. All right, so actually, wait a minute. We need to do PM2. What was the command again? PM2 monet. There we go. All right, so that's what we want back. We want this real-time dashboard. Look at that. It even changes the name of the window to PM2 dashboard. All right. That's beautiful. Oh, there we go. Okay, so next thing you'll tell me Notepad can change themes. Can it? I'm just kidding. I'm pretty sure it does. I'm pretty sure there's nothing about that. I did hear some rumors about Notepad getting some crazy kind of upgrades, but all of this stuff is still the same. But I'm pretty sure the zoom is new. I could be wrong, but I thought the zoom was new. You should consider using WT. WT. I'm not sure what WT is, Yellowberry. It's kind of familiar, maybe. That's what I say whenever I don't know about. Whenever somebody tells me about something, my solution is always to just say, sounds familiar. So you can kind of act like you know what you're talking about, even though you really can't, because you could totally not fake. You can't like fake knowing something completely. Oh, Microsoft Terminal. Well, what is the WT? What is that? Windows Terminal? Is that what you're saying? Yes, actually, I use that for work. I got that on my work machine. I guess I really don't care enough to really use it. I guess is kind of my thing. I mean, yeah, you can have tabs, but I like it. I mean, I've used it. But I don't know. I don't have much of a reason to use it right now, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And like for my well, actually, I guess I have WSL set up on here too on this machine, because obviously that's how I get into the server, into the Populus server. So we SSH into it, I guess. But I don't know what I was gonna say about that. I had a thought and I lost it. The tabs are nice. The amount of work they put into supporting esoteric things is crazy. Check out their issue tracker. Gotcha. Well, I assume maybe the people behind the Windows terminal and kind of like the more Linuxy kinds of things in Windows are probably the similar people behind like the VS Code and that sort of thing. Or kind of that, maybe that, I don't know about the same team or same whatever. Because VS Code is actually like it's actually like an Electron app, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so what I was saying was we don't have any sort of timestamps, right? We found out that PM2, when it dumps those logs, is just dumping like the standard out, standard error into a text file or whatever. So we want to maybe like put some dates and times in there. So like we want to say like not just player connected, but we want to say like player connected, like date.now. What happens if we just print date.now? Let's just try that. Date.now. Okay, I guess it doesn't do that. Console log date.now. Oh, yeah. That just gives you the milliseconds. You have to do new date. That's what you got to do. New date. With the constructor, right? Okay. Yeah, maybe that's good enough. Maybe we just start logging that. And then we just... And then it's going to put the time zone and everything in there. Electron barf. Okay. Okay. Yeah, I think we need to do a new date. I think that's what we need to do. We could format it to be better, but maybe new date is good enough. So let's see what happens then if we do that. All right, so we'll try this for right now. We're gonna console log player connected new date. That's what we'll do. And we're gonna see what PM2 shows with that. So I need to do PM2. Wait, let's leave these. I want to leave these logs up here. So over here we're gonna do PM2 reload main. It's that simple. Okay, app started, and we got to get a player connected going. So let's refresh. Player connected. Okay, so they were printing our UTC-Z time there. 2021, January 5th. Is it already January 5th? Wow. My anniversary is tomorrow. Oh, boy. 20, 57, 49, 53, something. I get Electron is not the most performance, but it is pretty amazing. You can convert a web app to a desktop with like 5 lines of code. Performant. Yes. Whoa. Electron itself is not terrible. The predominance of desktop apps using it is the big issue. Yeah, I mean, I guess that's... Because it seems like you got a lot of people that are there's a lot of web developers now. It sounds like there's just more and more web developers and not so much less and less native developers. So I guess that's kind of what happens. Kind of you get pushed kind of towards that. But I understand what you're saying, Yellowberry. Woo, that coffee's cold. All right. Okay, so we're logging now these new dates. I guess that's a Node.js date. Is that really a Node.js date? Let's pop it open a Node REPL here. Node. New date. Look at that. Cool. Okay, that's all I wanted to look at. If you do it in a browser, it's different, right? If you do it in a browser tab, it prints like the full fancy Tuesday, January 1st, 5th, 20. It gives you all the time and date and the whatever. Yeah, we just get the actual UTC 0 time. It's 20:57. What is that, 8? Yeah, that's 8 p.m., 8:57 p.m., so almost 9 p.m. Well, at this point, that would be 9 p.m., right? 9 p.m. GMT or UTC 0. It's like running a mini Chrome every time you want to use another program. Shush, Evan. Oh, wait, sorry. I'm not reading all these messages here. Sorry, I messed up some of the messages. It is a mini Chrome, Yellowberry. That's exactly what it is, because it's Chromium, right? Yellow is just mad because his laptop has 2 gigs of RAM, and that's enough for like one Chromium app. Gotcha. So when I'm using my computer, I'm generally running at least 2, sometimes up to 5 Electron apps at once. Gotcha. Gotcha. I mean, yeah, generally I like VS Code for the most part. But definitely there are some things where I can tell, like, oh yeah, this is a web app. That's like, this sounds kind of silly, and like maybe you could fix it, but how come every time I right click something, it does that? Like, how come everything flickers and does this whole thing? Like, why does it do all this weird stuff? Maybe I should report a bug. I don't know. It feels like a bug to me when you do that. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah, why does it flicker on and off when you do that? And that gets bad fast. It's 2 gigs of RAM. Is it seriously 2 gigs of RAM, or is that just a joke? Windows won't even run anymore with, assuming you're using Windows, Yellowberry. It's like a Boj. Did I say that? Did I pronounce that right? Boj? A Boj to me? Yeah, this is just nasty. It's been like that since I've been using Electron. Since I've been using VS Code. Actually, it might have been worse. It might have did something even weirder before. But anyway. He's making for my old laptop. My development laptop has 8 gigs. Woo! You're smoking, Yellowberry. 8 gigs. It's a luxury. First pronunciation. I don't remember what the first pronunciation was anymore. Boj. Boj? Boj. I mean, it's like Lodge. Lodge. I think. All right, I kind of like this. Player connected, and then we put the timestamp after, right? No, how about this? We put the timestamp, then the message. That way our timestamps are all aligned when we look at them. That's what we should be doing. That's what we should be doing. So we do new date, and then we do player connected. That's it. And we're not going to log everything. We're just going to log... Okay, so now we need to come down here, PM2, reload, main. App started. All right, and then we're going to connect with a client here. Let's connect, refresh. Look at that. Timestamp, player connected. Wow. All right, so what are the things we want to actually log? Player connected. Now, the thing is, I don't have a way to, like, identify the player. besides like IP addresses. Baj? I didn't say it that way the first time, did I? Or maybe that's just you making fun of me, I guess. Boj. Use UUID. Actually, I have a package already installed for that. Who would have thunk? But I don't really want to do that if I don't really need it. Because I really don't need it. I'm just trying to see how I just want to see if there's like something I should do to like identify the players as we log them. I mean, I guess I could do the index of the player in our players array, because obviously that would get replaced as more and more players connected, disconnected. But at least for that time, I could like maybe have an idea. Let's see. Yeah, where's my package.json? Yeah, I've got this ran-token. I mean, that's for not really. There is a UUID npm package, node package, but I had been using ran token for something at the time. Oh, that's how I was keeping track of clients over WebSockets originally, but then I decided I was just going to go with the WebSocket connection themselves. Well, that was kind of when I was just kind of screwing around. When I didn't know as much about WebSockets, I guess I was kind of like using that to keep track of the player, but we don't really need that. Yeah, I agree with you, Yellowberry, about using UUID, but I don't know if I care that much at this point. Like maybe we'd end up doing something like every time a player connects, then we just do a new UUID, and then we have that, and we print it, and then we do that, and because this is just more for like, I just want to have this for right now. Like, well, I don't know. We might end up doing something like that. Okay, so console log, new date, player connected. All right, what else do we need to know? Player requested match. Let's do that. We're gonna do new date. Well, okay, hang on. Players.push. Player push returns the new length of the array, right? So we could have like, maybe we could do something like const player index. Like what if I did const player index equals that, and then what if we did that? Player, let's do a template string here. Player, oh my goodness. Player, oh my goodness. So then, oh, we have to reload. We're using PM2. I should probably stop using PM2 at this point. I don't really need it. Actually, I kind of do want it. We might as well put the time that the app started on. I mean, I know we might as well do that. I know that there we go. I know that PM2 is kind of keeping track of that when we reload something or whatever, but it would be nice to maybe just have that logged, I guess, just as kind of a thing to have. Okay, so wait, I need to reload again. There we go. App started, and then let's connect the client. Okay, so now we're saying date, time, app started. Date, time, player 1 connected. Oh, wait a minute. Player ID, PI. Player index needs to be this -1, I guess. Oh, we need to reload. PM2 reload. There we go. There we go. All right, let's see what we got. Player 0 connected. Beautiful. So then if I bring this up. Well, so then what kind of, I mean, so now we have player 1 connected, but obviously if I like refresh player 1, it would say player 1 disconnected, then player 1 connected. So like I could kind of get an idea of like the players just by that number. So like we need to do like player. Okay, so then we could, yeah, I kind of like doing that. I kind of like doing this. So we would say, oh, we do new date here, new date, and we'd say template string here, player index, requested match. Okay, that's kind of nice. And then then let's log this. New date, player requested match, but is already. Let's just have that. This case shouldn't happen anymore. That it used that, but we'll log it just in case something funky happens. And again, we've got this in scope. Yes. Okay. All right. So then we'd have waiting player. We could just do this. Let's just waiting player canceled. Oh, yeah, I have to do waiting player. Waiting player canceled. Canceled has 2 L's, right? Why is looking at that look so weird? Yeah, canceled has 2 L's. Player quit match, so then we just do the same thing. We say new date, player quit, player number quit match. Player blank closed connection. Where's Cactus Man when you need him? Because I think Cactus Man was saying, hey, we should log. You're probably going to want to log why you kick a player out. And now I'm at that. And I said, no, I don't care. Just like I said to Yellowberry when he said use UUID. I said, no, I don't care. But I'm probably going to want it. I just got an Xfinity ad. Nice. Just quick question, Yellowberry. From my stream, because I was always curious if, because I know like you have the pre-roll ads, but does it do, like when you become an affiliate, you have pre-roll ads, but does it run ads mid-roll, mid-stream, just randomly too? Had the bold claim of saying not only do we have fast internet, but we also have all this other stuff. Nice. Because I think I have the setting where subs don't see, because you can't turn ads off, right? I have the setting where subs don't see ads or something like that. Just pre-roll unless you trigger ads manually. Oh, okay, okay. Whoops. All right. Oh, this is cool. We're starting to see all this data now here. Okay, so now console log player, close connection. player. Okay, this is. Maybe I could say here, player, maybe for this. So this is when a player, this condition here happens when a player fails to ping. So instead of player disconnected, we say player failed to ping. Ooh, do we still have access to player index in here? No, we don't. We're outside of that. Okay. Ah. Oh. I guess I could just do this. We'll just do this. Player index. Yeah, there we go. That's all we needed to do. There we go. Done. Problem solved. All right, and that player index is that player index is that player index. Okay, beautiful. Okay. Oh, wait a minute. We got to say what happens here. Player index disconnected from something. My Twitch disconnected me from the stream, so that's why I saw it. Okay, gotcha. But anyway, the only services that Xfinity provides other than fast internet is awful customer service and caring more about corporations than people. I got you, Yellowberry. I got you. I hear you. Ooh. All right, we've got, okay, so this message should be player didn't ping. Player didn't pong. And was disconnected. So this case should happen when a player doesn't ping, we forcefully terminate the WebSocket connection. So there's no way I can how are we testing this before? We were testing it somehow. I can't remember. Player didn't pong and was disconnected. Oh, we could test it with my phone and then turn the Wi-Fi off. How about that? Okay, so let's do PM2 reload. There we go. Let's test it with the phone here. All right, so we've got okay. Let's pull up one client. Let's load her up here. Okay, player 0 connected. Let's load up another one so we get a player 2 here. So we'll load up this browser, player 1 connected. And then let's load up my phone. 192.168. Yes, there we go. Okay, player 2 connected. That was my phone here. So now I need to turn off my Wi-Fi on my phone because that won't trigger a disconnect, but we should fail to ping and then the server should disconnect. So let's do it. I'm turning off Wi-Fi on my phone right now. It's off. And we wait. How long are we waiting? 30 seconds? I don't remember. 30 seconds, I think. I think we changed it to 30 seconds. Player 2 connected. Player 2 connected. Still there. Still there. Waiting. Any moment now. The longest 30 seconds I've... Actually, I guess it could be more than 30 seconds because it could have... Come on. There we go. Hey, wait a minute. It didn't. Okay, so it closed. That shouldn't have happened. That shouldn't have happened. Yellowberry is hosting. Wow, what an honor. Yellowberry, thank you. Oh, sorry. That sounded a little. Maybe sounded bad. I didn't. Maybe the way I said that sounded a little off to the side. No, thank you, Yellowberry, for the host. I appreciate it. I really do. Thank you. Retro MMOs busting out. Catch you later, Evan. As always, thanks for hanging out. Thanks for all you do. All right, so my phone, I turned Wi-Fi off, and I feel like my phone gracefully disconnected for some reason. That's weird. All right, so let's reboot my phone. How about that? So we're going to turn on, and then I'm going to refresh. Here, let's just get a bunch of players going here. Let's do this. Then we're going to... Okay, player 2 connected. That was my other browser. And let's refresh this. Player 3 connected. Got so many players. And we see 8 active handles. So we got 4. Okay, I like that. Wow, 27 restarts. Okay. All right, so what was I going to do here again? We're going to... Well, let's just... Okay, so if I kill Chrome, I'm going to swipe the Chrome tab away. There it goes. It closes nicely. Okay, so it closed. There, Chrome... Okay, so now Chrome reconnected. I reloaded it on my phone. I'm on my phone here now. But when we turned off... Okay, I turned off Wi-Fi again. And then... Oh my goodness, okay. Why aren't we getting this? We should be getting the terminate. Player didn't pong and was disconnected. I should say didn't respond to ping, but... Yeah, it just says player 3 closed connection. That's weird. That shouldn't... It should be hitting this. It should be printing this line too. WS, so player.ws.terminate should be... Well, obviously this line would log before we terminate our WebSocket for that player. And then we have WS on close would run. That runs when you call terminate on the WebSocket too. So it would then say player closed connection. Okay. Come on. Why? That doesn't make sense. Why is that not hitting? Okay, there we go. Player 3 connected. What happens if we... Okay, so if another player... All right, let's go to... Let's go back here. We'll refresh this one. So player... Oh, why didn't I think about that? That's not going to work. That was dumb. All right, that was stupid. We'll pretend I didn't do that. Ballin'. Yeah, I made a dumb mistake there. Okay, we'll pretend that didn't happen. Um, okay, so all right, well, hang on. Player index thing aside, who cares about that right now? I want to see why we're not getting this, why this ping isn't failing, because it really should be. Something like close the connection. Where else are we calling player.websocket.terminate? All right, hang on. I got to take a quick bathroom break here. We'll be right back. All right, we are back. Yellow, is it possible that it's just straight up not listening for stuff? Well, what I'm doing actually so the thing I'm missing, or the thing that okay. So I'm using a JavaScript set interval, and then we're running this function, I think every 30 seconds. And what we are doing is we're seeing if the player didn't ping within that 30-second window, then we forcefully terminate the connection. So the WebSocket. And that's because log every ping and pong for now. I could do that. I don't know. I don't really know if I want to, because that would be a lot of extra stuff. But the thing is, I want to see why. So like in the case of, like normally with WebSockets, like the browser is just really good about closing the WebSocket connection, right? So like if you close the tab, if you refresh the page, you close the tab, you close the whole browser, like it's good about closing the WebSocket for you, right? Beautiful, on the browser side. So I'm kind of trying to just handle cases where like somebody loses network, right? Like they're connected, but then they lose network, and the browser didn't know you lost network, and the server didn't know you lost network. So the server is just doing this extra little background thing to like ping, and then see if it doesn't ping. If it doesn't respond to the ping, then we kill you. So I mean, I could log every ping. I feel like that's maybe a little overkill for what I would need right now. But I don't know why. Well, okay, and it might just be because I think WebSocket will automatically resolve dead connections for you. This is actually from the documentation of the package to do that. So I actually copied this pretty much straight out from their own document, from the web. I'm using the npm ws package. WS, just like that. So, it's good to have, but it might not ever be triggered due to circumstances. You're talking about like resolving dead connections would? I mean, this library doesn't do any dead connection cleaning up on its own. So that's per their documentation is saying to do that in case you need to. In case you need it, you know, because maybe in certain cases you don't really care. I don't know. How was I testing this before? Oh, we were testing this before because we weren't... I can't remember. There was a way I was testing it before, but... Yeah, what? Let's try doing the same thing. Okay, so player 2 closed, player... Okay, so I'm just refreshing my phone here. I'm gonna reboot my phone and see what happens. And it might close Chrome graciously and then therefore close the connection. In fact, that's probably what it's going to do. No? Doesn't look like it. Okay. All right, so we'll see if player 2 or is it going to be player 2 or is it going to be some other player? Just says player 2 closed connection. What in the world? Yellowberry, fortunately I have to go prepare my stream. Have fun. Hey, thanks Yellowberry for hanging out. No, I appreciate you. Appreciate all your hanging out in the chat and everything. And yeah, I'll have to subscribe myself over, or at least follow. I said subscribe, but at least follow. Yellowberry HN on Twitch. Because I didn't know you streamed until just now. So, yeah, we will have some fun for sure. Let's follow it, Yellowberry HN quick before I forget. There we go. Nice. All right. Thanks for the follow. Yeah, of course, Yellowberry. Do you do the game dev while you're streaming quick before you head out? Or just playing games, whatever? Because I would like to watch you doing some... I mean, I would be curious to see you doing game dev. That's for sure. Game dev and playing. Nice. Nice, nice. Cool. Okay. Yeah, but yeah, have a good one, Yellowberry. My friends want me to do an IRL stream where I clean my room. Nice. I like it. I'd watch you clean your room. All right, I'm going to do a quick... Just doing some quick log testing here. Just because I'm a little suspicious. Okay, let's reload. Let's fire up some browsers. I don't really need to fire up a bunch of browsers, but let's do that. And then let's again turn off the Wi-Fi. All right, we turned off the Wi-Fi on my phone. And we wait. We got to wait like a 30-second. I guess I could change the ping times. The ping interval times. Okay. Player 1 closed connection. Okay, I'm getting suspicious here of what's going on. I feel kind of like... PM2 reload, app started. Okay, so let's see if we get this hello there logged after 15 seconds in PM2. Because I'm starting to have a feeling that maybe... Yeah, that worked. Okay, so it's not some timeout thread thing or whatever, because like I don't know if maybe it was doing something weird. All right, so we're not. Whoops. Did I really want to? Yeah. Okay. Actually, I like to keep this here. This is like my little crash test because we'll test that again probably. Okay, so okay, so I want to do how are we not logging that? Is something wrong? Like, did I type something wrong? Let's change our ping interval to just like 5 seconds or something. Just something really, yeah. So we're at 30,000 milliseconds. So let's go to 5,000 milliseconds. We have to redo our configuration. I just remembered that. That was a good save. Okay, so we have to do build /build config. Run the PowerShell script there. Regenerate that. There we go. Because I'm not doing so normally I have my start server JS script running, and I have some little like hot reload kind of stuff with that. So like if I make a change to the code, it will just restart the server automatically. So like the start server script watches the file system for any changes. And also it checks for any changes to this configuration file, to our master config.js file. And then if that changes, then it runs this build config.ps1 script, PowerShell script, which parses this file and then splits it into a config.js file for the server and also for the client. So that's cool. But now, since I'm just running this through with PM2, which actually there's not really any reason to run it with PM2 right now. But since I'm doing that, I have to rebuild that configuration file. I have to rerun that, or I have to run the build config.ps1 script manually myself right now. All right, so now let's PM2 reload main. Anyway, that's just a little side detail, not really that important. All right, so let's connect. Oh, we are offline still? Oh yeah, I needed to turn the Wi-Fi back on my phone, I guess. There we go. Okay, so player 0 connected. Let's turn off the Wi-Fi again. And now, this should just be a 5-second time, so we should see this after a very brief amount of time. There, it did it. Look at that. Player 0 didn't pong and was disconnected. Why did that not log the other time? Whoa, CR7's best friend. Good to see you, CR7's best friend. Oof, I've asked this before, but is this Node.js? Can you do networking with core language network API instead of a framework? Yes, this is Node.js. CR7's best friend. Yes, this is Node.js. But you're saying, can you do networking with core language network API instead of a framework? Are you saying this with Node.js? Can you do that? Because yes. you can do HTTP, like you can set up an HTTP server with the built-in Node.js libraries. They have an HTTP package. In fact, I did it one time on stream. I set up an HTTP server, and it worked. I did it from memory, too, and it worked. I am using WebSockets for this game. So for Populus, there's not actually a native WebSockets. There's not actually a native WebSockets package for, or I should say, built into the standard Node.js library, whatever you want to say. So I do actually have a separate Node.js package installed. I have it right here. It's called WS. That's literally all it's called. WS. So there's that. And it's very similar. The syntax is actually very similar to kind of like the core Node.js libraries. Yeah. As for like setting up an HTTP server, HTTP server. So, for example, we can use Firebase for Java or other, but we can also do it with just java.io, Java networking. However, I find core Java networking very difficult to learn. Yeah, like there's definitely a lot of people who like to use Express, which is like a server framework for Node.js. And I believe Express is kind of a bunch of things, but that prevents you from doing like a core, if you want to say core networking kind of, or like using the built-in package, HTTP server package, whatever. Like it does a lot of things for you kind of thing. And it, especially like routing, I think is kind of the big thing. But even using just the built-in Node.js HTTP server package is actually pretty straightforward and simple to use. Once you kind of have a good idea, once you have a good idea of JavaScript and everything, just using the built-in like Node.js HTTP package is pretty straightforward to use. I specifically want to learn networking because I want to focus on making a career out of making multiplayer games. Oh, nice. Very cool. Yeah, I mean, in that case, problem is networking is a master's degree level course. Well, I mean, you could get really crazy into certain things. I mean, I don't know what would be the best way to kind of start really. I mean, you already kind of have a good idea, I guess, but I don't know if I have any advice for anything. I mean, not that you're asking me for advice. Are you CR7's best friend? Are you in school for because I want to say you were working on a Java project and you were doing that with school, right? I'm learning Java IO from web tutorials, but they are not good enough. Gotcha. Fred Noob Dev. LOL. Advices suck. Nice. What's going on, Fred Noob Dev? Fred Noob Dev. Just make sure I say that right. Thanks for hanging out. Appreciate it. Actually, I stopped going to school at the moment. Gotcha. I want to learn how to make websites and make games before I start school again. Gotcha, CR7. Fred Noob Dev, just watching your coding, learning JS for a few months. Oh, cool. Cool. Also with COVID, I don't feel like I'm getting left out. Yeah, I gotcha. Not taking a risk and getting sick. Yeah, I hear you. So Fred Noob Dev, learning JS. So you're doing like you're getting into like web development kind of thing. CR7s, you program in Java? No. CR7s? Did I say that? Did I say that too fast that time? No, I've never done anything with Java. I mean, I'm familiar with it to some extent, but I haven't done anything with it myself, so. Actually, CR7, maybe something you'd be interested in checking out. Gaffer on games. I would check out this guy. Glenn Fiedler. He's got a blog. He's been around forever, I think, as a game networking developer. I would check out his blog because I've read some stuff on his blog before, and it's awesome. And he's also done some. Oh yes, I've checked him. Oh, okay, then yeah, then you're good. And he did a good article on that I read back about like WebSockets and how it's, you know, whatever, kind of messy. Or kind of slow, you know, compared to what you could do with, you know, obviously native code and everything. And yeah, I understand all of that for sure. I understand all of that. But I got you. Yeah, if you need to kind of learn more. And I mean, at the time that what was the article I read? I mean, I've read a couple of his articles, but I'm trying to look at. Man, he's got a lot of his older articles. He really talks about some interesting things. Virtual connection. Have you looked at his like TCP versus UDP article? It's down at the bottom of his page, but CR7. I mean, that sounds like a good place to like just kind of get some cool information, especially related more to games rather than. Or maybe I don't know. Well, I don't know. I've read the UDP versus TCP article a while ago. But it's very like beginner friendly. Like it's talking about TCP IP. What does it stand? What is TCP? What is IP? What does that stand for? What is all that? So that seems like a really cool article to kind of. I mean, I read like I said, I read it a long time ago. Like I sort of already know the point, but more I don't like to read such long articles. Well, okay. Fair enough. But Fred Noob, not exactly. Yeah, I've gone through HTML, CSS, but not sure where I'm headed. Just learning and doing algorithms at Code Wars and stuff like that. Oh, okay, cool. Gotcha. Oops. Yeah, that'd be CR7. I mean, like you're already messing around with a lot of that stuff and programming and everything. And I mean, sounds like a lot of what you want to do. You know, you just try it and see what happens and see, you know, figure out where limitations are. And if I can't figure out how to network with Java, though, I'm going to be forced to work with NodeJS, and I don't think I like that too much. Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's whatever. It's whatever. I don't know what I'm trying to say. It's whatever works for you, I guess. Yeah, but I'm sure you'll find, like, I'm sure there's plenty of good guides out there for kind of getting into the more low-level stuff. Some advanced networking guys on Discord gaming servers say that core Java allows much better control, but it's very difficult to learn. Gotcha. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you're talking like at that level with Java. I'm sure you're talking about kind of like at the level of if you were doing C or something, like you're literally talking about, you know, allocating some memory and doing some other thing and doing blah, 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 and blah, 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 and all this, like, you know, sending a buffer and then having some packets and then sending that and doing this and that and all this, like, you know, stuff that you don't think about when you're using some sort of framework or library. You're just saying, oh, just send this data, you know, or something. Java was built for networking, ironically, but networking with Java is frustrating. Yeah, I mean, it was built to be a server thing, right? A server, web server. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong on that, but I know that's mostly what it's used for now. Well, I mean, in any language where you're probably implementing some sort of networking stuff yourself. Slore is now following. Slore, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. Let me give a little demo of Populus here for anybody who's new that's hanging out, because I think Fred Noob Dev's new. We got Slore. Let's give a little demo of what we're actually working on. So we're working on my game. It's called Populus. Populus. I'll throw it down there in the chat. Link's down there in the chat. You can play it right now. It's live. Populus.gg. Fred Noob asked a question there. Hang on, we'll get to it. I'll get back to that question in a second here. I'll just finish my little demo of Populus. So I'm here right now live, or on the live Populus.gg site right now. So we can click play. It's a little game where you pop bubbles and you try to pop them as fast as you can. So you got 30 seconds. It's a timer here ticking down. And you're going to pop the bubble that appears here in this position. So it's kind of showing you what bubbles are going to be next. So to pop a bubble, you hover your mouse over that color, the matching color, and you press spacebar or left click. I prefer the spacebar. And you just keep going. You just get going, see how many bubbles you can pop, see how fast you can do it. Just, oh, I made a mistake somewhere there. And then time's up after 30 seconds, and you see how many bubbles you popped in the time and how many pops per second you had, how many mistakes you made. So that's pretty much it. And we're actually, we're working on multiplayer right now, which is actually working. I can kind of give a little demo of that. Oh, if I refresh the browser there. There we go. Okay, so we do this, refresh that. There we go. Boom, boom. Opponent found. So now these two players, two different browsers, are playing each other, kind of racing to pop the same bubbles. So they'll see the same bubbles, but they pop them kind of at their own pace. It's kind of how it works. So like if I kind of get these two players back up to pace here, back up to each other, you can see they're seeing the same bubbles right now. Same colors, same positions. Different sizes, you know, depending on the size of the window and whatever. But anyway, yeah, that's pretty much it. But I'll go back here. Fred Noob Dev. Hey, I'm just curious. So far, I've been using JS to manipulate DOM and HTML as markup and such. Is there any other markups languages that would do the same as HTML? Well, I think I kind of understand what you're asking for there. Sorry to ask so much and just learning. No, no worries. CR7, I made a game, by the way. My first game. Nice. Sweet. Is it available for people to play at all? CR7, you can post it. You can post it here. Actually, I'll use this time to self-promote my own Discord. So I've got a Discord server there. You can join if you so desire. You don't have to, but I've got a little self-promotion section there if anyone wants to post their projects and that sort of thing. Oh, nice. I don't want to be promoted. Oh, okay. Worked with the team for a game jam. Oh, cool. Cool. Astro Sleeper. Nice. Did a few things in the game, like the movement and blinking. Cool. Very cool. But Fred Noob Dev, I kind of feel like maybe what you're getting at a little bit is, because like you said, you've been kind of manipulating the DOM with JS. There's actually something called React. It's a JavaScript framework. It's actually put out by Facebook. It's called React. Or React JS or whatever. This is it. reactjs.org. And it's actually something maybe similar to what you're kind of talking about. You do want to have, I would say you probably want to have some strong JavaScript. You want to be somewhat strong with JavaScript before you maybe get into React, just so you kind of know the difference between what's weird with React and everything. But React kind of has this funky thing called JSX where they call it JSX. It's not really a special thing. It's just, you can actually turn. Oh, okay. So JSX is kind of like this. It's kind of like an HTML. It's kind of like HTML, like it uses tags, like you see here, div, h3, to-do list. But it uses this weird stuff where JavaScript's kind of like intermingled with it. And you kind of write JavaScript to like generate JSX. So it's kind of like this way to, and then at the end, this is actually, so obviously a browser doesn't have any idea what JSX is. But then writing JSX will then, and running your project with React will actually generate out HTML that the browser does understand. So this is actually something kind of cool to kind of take a look at, if you want. And React is actually something that, if you're looking for like a job in web development, React is one of the big technologies that people are looking for, companies are looking for. So it's kind of a framework for building web apps kind of thing. But yeah, it's pretty interesting. I'm not using it at all. I'm basically just doing vanilla JavaScript for Populus. It's all just plain HTML, JavaScript, and I'm doing all the graphics and everything on a canvas, an HTML5 canvas. So there's a canvas element that basically just fills the entire screen, and it resizes when you resize the window, the canvas resizes, and then I update all my elements and everything. But basically, I'm kind of building my own little engine and framework in JavaScript for doing all of my graphics and everything. For doing the game, I should say. CR7, you can play the game if you like. I have to take a shower, start my day. By the way, it's already 2 p.m. Whoa. A couple hours behind me. Thanks for streaming. Nice to catch you here again. I hoped I had started web dev by now because this would have been more interesting. So yeah, but since I follow you, I'll see you another time. Hopefully I won't bug you with my questions. Oh, no worries, CR7. I'm glad to, if you've got any questions and if I have any idea of an answer, I'm glad I could help at all. But yeah, we'll catch you later, CR7. Thanks for hanging out again. Fred Noob. And how do you run it outside a browser? You don't, actually. It only runs inside of a browser. If you're asking more about like if I was going to make it like I mean there's another technology of other ones, among other ones. There's something called Electron.js, which is kind of like a project that actually Visual Studio Code, VS Code, this window right here is an Electron app, which basically means stupid Windows shake there. Like a desktop application or something. Yes, that's what I figured you were talking about, Fred Noob. So there is a thing called Electron, like I was saying, and basically it takes kind of part of the Chrome browser, the Chromium, which is the open source part of Chrome that is open source, so anybody can check it out. So it takes Chromium, part of Google Chrome, that is, and then takes Chromium and then makes it gives you kind of the DOM, gives you your own DOM and everything, and you just kind of run your web page through that. And it basically lets you kind of, it's not really a desktop application, it's not a native desktop application, but it's like a way to give your own app a portable like browser to kind of carry around with it. And then obviously you have like your own executable and everything. So it's kind of a way to take like web apps with DOM that use a DOM and make it somewhat a desktop app. But yes, yeah, the JS engine. So like Chromium uses V8, which is like Google's desktop or Google's JavaScript engine, parsing engine and whatever engine. I guess it's not, parsing is only part of it. Yeah, Electron.js, yes. In fact, I think it has the same symbol as React, like a little nucleus electron thing, ironically. Yeah, in fact, does VS Code say, yeah, here, VS Code even says it's Electron. So Visual Studio Code, V8, yeah, showing V8, so that's the JavaScript engine there. 8.3, blah, 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 Electron. So it's an Electron version of V8 JavaScript engine. So that's this Visual Studio Code. But it's an Electron app. Oh yeah, there it is. Electron 9.3.5. And it's got a NodeJS version. So Electron, you can tell it's like partially Chrome. It's partially Node.js. It's partially running, well, it's running on Windows 10, but yeah, if that kind of makes sense there. All right. Okay, so yeah, so is JS useless without the browser inner engine? There's no DOM. Well, okay, so yeah, JavaScript itself is not really much of anything. There is a way you can do. Like Windows has like a JavaScript parser for some, but it's like really old version. I don't know. Like you could run JS files with Windows, but it's a very old version, and you can use. I've never done it before, but that's what I just said there. Forget I even said it. That was for something for like scripting certain things in the operating system, I think. You don't. Yeah, that's not really a thing. Well, like for example, if I had a JS file in File Explorer here, like if we just went into like if we just went in here on one of my JS files and then I guess, yeah, open with command prompt would be the thing. So like Windows kind of recognizes JS files and says, oh yeah, it's a script that I could run. But anyway, that has nothing to do with anything. Can't you manipulate backend? There's Node.js, and that's what you would use for like creating servers and stuff. And so that's a language that kind of makes, Node kind of makes it so you can do things on your computer. I'm trying to think of how. So Node.js was created as to be kind of like a web server, so you could use JavaScript as a language, but to kind of manipulate a server. I've seen this Node.js. Yeah, so like the DOM, like Node.js doesn't have a DOM at all, right? DOM is just some object, it's the object model of the browser. So Node.js has like its own library, its own set of kind of standard built-in libraries. I'm using it to emulate live servers. Exactly. Yes. So you could build your own HTTP server or something with Node.js, just plain Node.js, pretty quickly, pretty simply. It's kind of built to do that thing. So that would be, if you wanted to build your own little static file web server, you could do it with Node.js, like a handful of lines. I did it one time on stream, just out of memory, actually. Yeah, in fact, for Populus, I use a package called, to serve out my client, I use a package called a Node.js package called HTTP-server. So that's just a Node.js NPM package is what it's called. So like I have it in a script file here where I do start HTTP. I have it in a PowerShell script. But basically, I'm using that to just serve the Populus file statically. Because it really doesn't matter. I could use any web server. I just need to serve some files, some static files. That's it. So it could be any web server. Like when on the actual Populus GG, it's a completely different server, web server that's actually serving out the files. It's Nginx. So I don't know what else more to say about that, but but yeah, JavaScript is a scripting language, right? So it's a language that's interpreted. So obviously you have to have an interpreter, but you also have to have some sort of engine that not only interprets it and runs the code, like knows how to turn that into actual instructions that your machine's going to run. So unlike a compiled language like C or C++ or something, that's where you take, just plain source code like this, and then it actually gets compiled into a executable program file that will actually then contains all the instructions that run. JavaScript's a little different. It kind of takes the source code on the fly. You have an interpreter program like V8 or something that would run the program on the fly, take the source code and run it, not only parse it but actually run the code on the fly. There's not like a compiled version of your program that exists. All right. Yeah, so what are we even doing here now? I'm trying to figure out a problem here with oh. All right, actually, let's close this. I don't need that anymore. Do I? Wait, maybe I do need that. No, actually, let's open this again. Okay. So I'm gonna do one thing here. All right, so I think we got, let's just reload our server here. So now we've reloaded it. And I'm on my phone. I'm doing this on my phone. I'm testing. I'm connected to my local development server on my phone, and I'm testing like what happens if I like lose network. Okay, that's weird. All right, hang on. So I'm turning Wi-Fi back on my phone, and we'll see in the logs down here when I refresh. There we go. We saw the web server go crazy. Oh, now this is all screwed up. All right, hang on. We gotta rerun our logs here. PM2 logs main. There we go. Okay, so let's refresh again. There we go. So we saw player 2 close because I was already connected. I closed the connection again, and now we connected back again. So now if I turn off Wi-Fi, we have a ping time of 5 milliseconds or five. We have a ping interval. So we're pinging every client every 5 seconds, I think. So if I turn off Wi-Fi, I just turned off Wi-Fi on my phone. We should see it says player failed the pong or something. Player 0 didn't pong and was disconnected, and then we see player 0 close connection. So that's good. And I don't know why that wasn't showing up when we had our stuff set to 30 seconds. So let's go back. We're going to make it a 30-second ping interval now. So we change this to 5. Whoop, oh boy. We changed it to 5 seconds or 5,000 milliseconds as we're seeing here. So we're going to 30,000 milliseconds, which is 30 seconds. So we are going to rebuild our config file there. We're going to reload the app. There's all this extra steps I'm doing right now because we are running our server through PM2. Because we're just kind of testing that. Because that's what's going to be running on the live server. All right, so we're going to turn Wi-Fi back on. JS is weird. 0.1 plus 0.2 equals 0.3 returns false. Fred Noob Dev, that is not just JS. That's something you need to be aware of. That is floating point precision things. Pomprox to the rescue there. Exactly. Floating point numbers are just like that. Yes. So that's any language, anything. That's how floating point numbers work. Because if you just run 0.1 plus 0.2, you get like 0.3.000000001 or something like that. So if I open up a little console log, we do 0.1 plus 0.2. There you go. It equals 0.3000004. So that's just the nature of floating point numbers. So you really want to make sure that you're not doing a lot of like floating point number comparisons. If you're trying, if you want to do like what you said there, the triple equals, that's fine with integers. So like whole numbers, that's fine. But floating point numbers are a different thing. And JavaScript doesn't differentiate between floating point or integer in a clear way for you. They just have the number type. So there's just the number. And there's integer and float. So float is like a number with a decimal point or a real number, right? Int is an integer, a whole number. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But 0.1, 0.2, blah, 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 blah. Yeah, this is what you got to be careful of. But that's floating any floating point number. That's just floating point operations on like your CPU. That's just how it works. Madroxidex is now following. Madroxidex, thank you very much for the follow. I got that right? Madroxidex. Yeah. Yes, thank you very much, Madroxidex. It's sometimes, I mean, in other languages like C or something, you have like a float type. So you say float f equals 1.4 f or something. Or they have the double type for double floating point. But then you'd have a number like int I equals 5 or something. So like you have variable or you have variable types in like C or C++. So you like specify if I'm having a floating point number where it's going to be a number with a fractional part, or if I'm going to just have an integer, a whole number, right? Because the way those are stored in memory is very different. Because like an integer 5 would just be a binary. Would just be 5 in binary in your bytes, in memory. But floating point is like a different format. It's a whole different beast. There's different parts of it, whatever. So that link that Pomprox posted there might be interesting, but Fred Noob Dev is now following. Thank you, Fred Noob. I appreciate it. No problem, bro. Gotta throw a follow before I ask all these dumb arse questions. Hey, no worries, Medroxidex. And disclaimer, I'm no expert. I'm no expert at all. I'm just along for the ride, learning like everyone else, doing game dev. We're trying to make stuff work. Medroxidex, assuming you just been hanging out recently, I'll give you a quick demo of my game, the game that we're working on. I'll drop the link down there in the chat. Oh, Nightbot just took Nightbot hitched there. Okay, or maybe I just hitched. All right, so we're working on my game called Populus. I'll give you the quick and dirty demo. So you can play it live, populus.gg. That's populus.gg. Link is down there in the chat. If you click the play button, whoa, where are all these follows coming from? Pomprox is now following. Thank you, Pomprox. You weren't already following? Because I know you've hung out before. So anyway, this is a game where you pop bubbles as fast as you can. So I'm going to quit and retry again so I have time. So you got 30 seconds. That's what this blue bar is. You basically are just going to pop the bubbles that match the color here on the side. So you're going to pop the pink one first. So basically you hover over the pink one with the mouse. You press the space bar or left click. And that pops the bubble. And then you just keep going. As the bubbles are sliding around there on the side, you see how many you can pop in that 30-second window. And how many do I get here? I don't know. That's the longest 30 seconds. Oh boy. Anyway, I'm pretty fast. I'm the second fastest Populus player in the world right now. I say that kind of being funny. So you see how many bubbles you popped at the end after a 30-second match. You see how many bubbles you popped, and pops per second, mistakes, number of mistakes you made. So obviously mistakes like when you pop the wrong bubble or if you crash out of bounds here, that's a mistake. Anytime you see that the little red dots flickering there, that means it's a mistake. So, if you miss a pop or if you pop the wrong bubble, that sort of thing. So that's pretty much it. Stupid little game. You're like, wow, why did I follow this guy? That was a complete waste of time. Medroxidex, I'm just trying to figure out which language to use, to be honest. I'll gladly check the game out, though. Oh, well, thanks for checking it out. You didn't have to. I just like giving a demo in case anyone new is here. Yeah, so you're learning to program, Medroxidex, I guess, when you say you're trying to figure out what language to use, to be honest. That's kind of a crazy question because there's a lot of programming languages out there. So are you trying to you're interested in making games, Medroxidex? All right, so okay, so I have my phone here again. So what I'm testing right now on we've got multiplayer going. We're doing multiplayer with Populus right now. So the one thing I'm trying to test, we're getting very close. We're actually getting really, really close to going live with the multiplayer. Because currently, populus.gg, you can only play single player. This play button right here just is single player. And if you do the tutorial, obviously that's a tutorial. And that's pretty much it. But the idea with Populus multiplayer is we have kind of a one-on-one thing going. Yeah, those things get squished there. Wanting to, yes. I have access to just about any resource through a school subscription called Cengage. Cengage gives me access to textbooks and such. Nice. Mainly for my own projects, mainly for software and software design for hardware. If that last part makes any sense. Yeah, for sure. I mean, I know I'm actually on currently I'm learning C myself, the C programming language. And that's a huge one for a lot of hardware and embedded systems. That's not what Populus is. Populus is a a web game, so it's just using JavaScript. Basically, just JavaScript is the language that web browser understands and lets you use to like manipulate things on a web page. So I started with learning C and now write JavaScript. Oh, that's Pomprox. I got to make sure I read the person's name. Nice, Pomprox. I'm doing the opposite of you, Pomprox, basically. Actually, I probably started looking at C++ before I knew a lot of JavaScript. I don't know. I mean, it really depends on your level of. Me personally, I really enjoy doing C. I like kind of the low level stuff. I really like getting my hands dirty with all that. And I feel like some of that's becoming a little bit of a lost art with all the web development kinds of things that there are nowadays. So that's kind of why I'm turning towards C. And in fact, my next game, I would like to do in C. C is great. C++ not so much. Yeah, that's why I keep saying C specifically, because C++ just sounds like it's got a lot of bloat and it's just been beefed up and whatever. And C just seems like it's been mostly, for the most part, not touched so much over the many years it's been around. Since like 1972, I think. It's crazy. Medroxidex, I have zero experience, starting from zero. LOL. IDK, what I'm into or what language might agree with. Or what language might agree with. No. Oh, with me. Yeah. Yes. I mean, I would say it's worth checking out like something like C or something like that. I feel like that's, and there'd be a lot of people who would probably say I'm crazy or something, but especially if you're interested in like hardware, I think that's maybe a little more. I mean, if you're by hardware, if you mean like Raspberry Pi and stuff like that, there's actually a lot of different things that'll run on a Raspberry Pi in terms of programming languages now. Like you can even do JavaScript on Raspberry Pi. I mean, like if I just do NodeJS Raspberry Pi, how do you even spell Raspberry Pi? W3 Schools has a page on it for crying out loud. Look at this, Node.js and Raspberry Pi. So like if you're talking about Raspberry Pi in terms of hardware, you can pretty much run all sorts of whatever on it. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but it works. You know, obviously, if you're trying to get the absolute max out of your hardware, you probably shouldn't run JavaScript on it. But yeah. Pomprox, if you want to do if you want to work with some small microcontrollers, C is the way to go. Yeah, that's kind of what I was getting more to. And I don't really know much about hardware at all. I mean, I know about Raspberry Pi. I know about, some, small whatever things. I know embedded systems. C is kind of like the thing. Yeah, I mean, if you don't have any experience, then going into C, I don't know. It might seem kind of crazy. It might not seem kind of crazy. But yeah, with C, you can really, it's easy to get into like doing some little command line programs and just kind of having fun with that. Just some basic IO input output kinds of programs, and then from there you can really get into, I don't know. I mean, you can do that with any language for the most part. With JavaScript, if you were to learn JavaScript, and I don't necessarily suggest learning JavaScript unless you were interested in web development at all. If you're not interested in web development, I would not really go with JavaScript. I hear a lot about Python. Is it worth it at all? Python, that could be maybe a good one to check out too. I don't really know too much about Python. I mean, I know it's super popular and it's really popular in like data science and stuff now. You could check it out. I think that's probably a little bit more of a beginner-friendly language. And because it's so popular, there's so much documentation on it right now. I mean, same thing with C. C's been around for 1 million years, so there's a lot of documentation. But I also find it's sometimes a lot of the same kind of articles come up when I Google stuff about C, and maybe it's not always the best. That's kind of what I'm finding, but probably with Python. Yeah, like let's just Google a quick Python hello world. Real Python hello world. Oh, it just has a print function. Okay, that's really simple. Oh, so yeah, Python literally has their own, probably right through their own thing. Learn Python. Hello world. Printf. This line will be printed. And it's got just a built-in interactive shell here for Python. I hit run and it didn't do it. Oh, I don't have, I'm in my incognito and I probably don't have cookies turned on, or yeah, cookies turned on, so it probably doesn't work. Yeah, Hello World is a little, it's what they call like the most basic program for a programming language, so that it's something, it's basically where you say I'm going to just print some words to the screen, basically. By print meaning I write a program that puts some words on the screen somewhere that I can see, or put some words on whatever. I mean, print. Back in the day, print meant just putting something out to a screen or to a piece of paper or whatever. That's kind of where the print word comes from. Nowadays, we use print to mean literally just to a piece of paper, but programming languages still use print as Pombrox, get an Arduino and use their IDE. It's C, C++. Really easy to install, compile, upload your code. Yeah, I mean, that's probably a good way to get started. I mean, you don't necessarily have to get an Arduino or check out some... I mean, if you're interested in getting into that, Arduino is like another little kind of computer hardware-y kind of thing, like Raspberry Pi maybe or whatever. If you're interested in hardware stuff. The hello world of Arduino. Blink. Oh, like blink a light or something probably. I didn't look at the link, Pombrox, but... So C, C++ is probably what I'm looking for then. Yeah, I mean, I would kind of go that way, that route. You probably want to just focus on one language and at first, because you'll realize actually learning one programming language and then learning the second one, you'll kind of just pick up on it right away. Because really the same basic concepts are there. You got variables, you've got functions, you've got, you know, strings, numbers, integers, whatever. Like all that stuff kind of is the same. It's just kind of little things that differentiate them as far as using them. Maybe C into C++ later. Well, C is mostly C++ is mostly a superset of C. So in like a really high percentage of cases, any C code, like 90, or I should say, like, I don't know if this is the exact percentage, but like, let's just say 99% of C code is valid C++ code as well. So you can kind of learn C and C++ kind of at the same time. You know, or if you learn C++, you'll be learning a lot of C at the same time. And if you learn C, a lot of C++ will just make sense after a while. If that makes kind of sense. Kind of. Because in fact, a lot of like I think even if you do like a I just created a new little blank folder on my desktop here. I'm going to create a new C file. Main.c. And then let's create main new file, main.cpp. So I'm going to create 2 files. I'm just curious now a little bit. I just want to do a little test here. Okay, so if we do int main, whoa. Turn 0. Just curious. I'm just chasing a little rabbit trail here for my own amusement. Not really important right now. So I want to see if, I'm pretty sure. Okay, so if I do struct thing if I do this on both of these, what happens? Because this should be C++. But will it break? Actually, I didn't really need to type all that twice. I could have just done. So if we do gcc main dot, let's do the cpp one first. Main.cpp o we'll just do cpp.exe. Okay, so that was okay. But if we do the same thing, but we do C, main.c, oh, that worked too. But maybe if I do, let's see, if I do thing t equals ASDF. Oh, okay, so then, okay, so VS Code is doing this for me. Let's see what VS Code is telling me. So because I have to technically do struct, or I have to do typedef struct thing or whatever. All right, so VS Code is telling me that's wrong. But then if we do the CPP one, VS Code will tell me it's right. So if we do thing t, yeah, okay, so that's valid CPP according to VS Code. So let's GCC. Okay, so we do CPP, that's fine. Yes, unknown type, you name thing, use struct keyword to define type thing. Yeah, okay, so then GCC will apply so if I compile a C file with GCC, it will automatically switch to C rules. So otherwise we have to do typedef. Oh, typedef struct, and then we have to name it a thing, right? And then, if I recall, again, I'm learning C myself. There we go. So now if we compile GCC main, there, it's fine. Let's just make sure everything's capiche here. Printf, %s, t dot name. Let's do the same thing over here. I'm just gonna printf %s t dot name. All right, so let's do that. Let's do, okay, gcc main.c. Sweet. Printf implicit declaration of function. Oh yeah, we gotta import standard IO. How about that? Include standard io.h. Okay. There we go. Okay, so now if we run c.exe. If we do PowerShell, we have to do this, c.exe. ASDF. Okay, cool. And then we got to import printf here too, huh? Or we do pound include. Yeah, so I'm doing don't know if anybody is really caring about this, but I'm doing, so I can basically have duplicate code here in C, and I'm running it through a C++ compiler here, and a bunch of C code that's running through the C++ compiler, and it's still working beautifully. Oh, hi, what's going on? All right. Oh, a bunch of messages here. Dumb question. Can we get Visual Studio for free now? Yes, Madroxidex. Pombrax, copy and paste the whole C into one to C++. Yeah, you know, actually what I probably should have done is actually just... What I actually probably should have done is just write it all the one C and then just rename to CPP or whatever. Just rename the file name. All right. I do things the hard way. It's kind of my thing. Okay, so let's do CPP and let's run. Okay, that's not going anywhere. Oh, we never ran that one yet. CPP.exe. There we go. Okay. Anyway, I don't know. I was just having fun there. Nobody really needed to care about any of that stuff. Nobody needs to care about anything I do, honestly. But we were just... I don't even know what I was trying to prove anymore. I just wanted to have... Yes. Yeah, so actually, I mean, Pomprox, what I did was... I'm doing the main.c and then the main.cpp, and then I'm using GCC, and it seems like by default, if you GCC and then you say a file name, and you do .c, then it'll run that through the C rules or whatever C standard rules, and then with the CPP, it'll do it through like C++ or whatever rules. Because I was able to do, oh yeah, here I'm doing typedef struct thing, right? And we could do the same thing. Yeah, that's what you were saying. We could do the same exact thing, typedef struct. I could just copy and paste it, couldn't I? But who'd want to do that? Do the same thing. There we go. Because we're just kind of like doing an anonymous struct, I guess this is. And we're just saying typedef, this struct is now, alias for that is thing. But we're just doing a non-named struct in that case. Because I think you could also do like thing, or does it have to be like thing? I think, so, whoops, I did that backwards. It'd have to be like this, I guess. Could it also be just that, or is that kind of a, yeah, I don't know. Anyway. Cactus Man's back. Madroxidex BRB. Pombrax, but those files aren't identical yet. Now are they? Aren't they identical now? What was the point I was even trying to prove? Cactus Man, why are we seeing? That's a good question. I don't even remember now. We just... Madroxidex was asking about a programming language to learn. And I just wanted to see if I remembered why. I think that C code can be valid C++. Yeah, for sure it is. Because when I do GCC main.cpp, it's because this is main.cpp, this file here. So this should be parsing under C++ rules, compiling under C++ rules, and this one should be compiling under C rules, as to the best of my knowledge. Because when we did some invalid C thing in the C file, when we did a C++ thing in the C file, the compiler yelled at us. But when we did that in the CPP file, like when we just did, we didn't do the typedef. We did, or wait a minute, when we did struct thing. VS Code yells at us. I don't really care about VS Code yelling. Well, I kind of do. VS Code's doing the same thing. It's giving me syntax highlighting based upon that. But valid CPP. So when we do GCC main CPP.c, it's fine. And we run cpp.exe, it's fine. But if we do GCC main.c and we output to c.exe, it yells. And it's saying initialization of int from. That's a warning. Error, unknown type, name, thing. Use struct keyword to refer to the type thing. Oh, yeah, because you're supposed to do this or whatever. Technically, right? Yeah, I remember now. I've just been doing the type def thing for a long time. Anyway. I think C code. Oh yeah, is there another name for C? If you want to Google it, use C-lang or C-lang if that's what you're asking. Medroxedex. Yeah, it's a little. You'll get used to searching for that because obviously you search the letter C in something that's kind of weird. Or C. Clang, C-lang, Clang is a type of compiler. I've been using Clang is a type of C compiler that I don't know everything, but Clang is like put out by LLVM or something, or front end. Oh, C Clang, C language family front end for LLVM. I just Googled it. And what I was just using right here is I've been using GCC or GNU Compiler Collection, and it's way too hard. It's way harder to install that than it should be on Windows, unfortunately. Yeah, Medroxedex. Well, that's why I was saying Clang because Medroxedex found Clang, but if you search for Clang, that's going to bring up Clang compiler, which maybe is what you want. Oh, I mean as a search term, just because C might be hard to search for. Yeah, I agree. Cactus man. Or I Google like C programming language a lot. Or if you Google something specific in C, like printf, obviously you're gonna get, if you Google like, oh, I want to know about printf, C printf, like then you're gonna get, if that's your Google search, you're gonna get, the results you're looking for. Anyway, I'm probably talking like I know things, and I should be careful when I do that. All right, so pizza time. Sick. Cactus Man, I was calling out to you before but when you were gone, because I was like, Cactus Man was right about yesterday when we were saying when we should have been logging when we were trying to terminate those WebSocket connections because that's what I'm trying to do right now. Well, I ended up doing something a little differently, but of course I'm right. Nice. Yeah, you were. You're right pretty much every time. So, at least in my experience. So, yeah, because I was trying to test my messages now. I've been beefing up my logging on the server to like print the date of the event. Whenever it does the console log, it's just throwing a date in there first. So I'm printing the date, and then the message. I'm trying to get a little more specific of a message, and then I was beefing up my message for like if a client fails to ping. So. I think we actually, okay, so we're connected. Let's try closing again here and see what happens. IDK, how this is going to work, but we're going to go for it. Nice, Medroxedex. Very nice. Yeah, the thing with learning C, it's a little intimidating to get started with. I mean, if you're on Windows, or you were asking about Visual Studio. Okay. I missed a couple of your messages there. You asked before about, can we get Visual Studio for free now? Yes, there's the community version of Visual Studio. The software I'm using is VS Code, Visual Studio Code, so it's the blue one, not the purple one. Because there's Visual Studio 2019, the purple one, and there's Visual Studio Code, the blue one. So they're two different things. Visual Studio is the classic IDE with the compiler with MSVC and everything built in. Which is like the C and C++ compilers that you would use. Actually, it's probably an optional feature to install. But you were saying, I'm just wondering what to get with my Visual Studio download. I don't see anything stating C. It's all C# or C++. Oh, okay. Sorry, I didn't read your messages good enough here, Madroxidex. Yeah, Clang. Actually, Clang is different. Well, okay, sorry. I don't want to confuse you. I think when I installed Visual Studio last time, I saw an option for Clang before too. Yeah, I was going to say, if you had the option for C++, you'd want to do it. But you're installing Visual, wondering about the packages. The purples ones were offered for free also, so I just grabbed that one. Oh, okay. Yes, the purple one is for free, the community version or whatever. And I was going to say, you have, let's see, if I open up Visual Studio 2019. Yeah, you're gonna, everything's gonna say C++ in Visual Studio. So I opened Visual Studio 2019 here. So I did a no project when I started. So if I do file new project, everything's gonna say C++. So like an empty C++ script project for Windows, C++ console app, yeah, a bunch of stuff there. Let's do empty project. Will that give me like an int main? I don't want to name this. We'll just, well, whatever, we'll do it. Why does it take so long to create a project? It's kind of embarrassing. Okay, header. Oh, there's no files at all, right? Because it's a blank project. But I guess if we did a new file, new project. And if we did a console app, C++ console application one. I'm just creating a bunch of blank projects now. This will at least give us our int main, right? Yeah, with C++. So that's the standard C out, hello world. Yeah. All right. Yeah, nothing in because I was saying before, like C++ is a superset of C. So like most of the time, any C code is going to be valid C++ code. So like you can totally use like CPP file extensions and whatever and use VS Code and like it says it's a C++ console application. But you can totally write like C code. Like I could come in here, I could compile, what is it, F5? So I just did the basic, I'm in Visual Studio 2019, I just did a basic console application. If I run F5, is that debug, actually? Hello world, okay. But I could come in here and totally write like valid C++ or C code as well. So we would do like include standard io.h, and then we could totally do some valid C stuff here. Printf, hello world, exclamation point, new line, and then F5, and we should have two hello worlds. Yeah, look at that. So like I did the total C way of doing this, and then here's like the C++ way. Whatever. If that makes sense. So I'm not giving you a good explanation there, but oh, there is a Python one. That's kind of cool. Yeah, I guess C++ one, the main Python one, the DirectX game development one. Okay. Nice, nice. Okay. I grabbed all three of the big ones so that when I do decide which one I've already got or which one I've already got everything installed. Yeah, there you go. And you can kind of mess around, you know, with different ones. And there's definitely going to be plenty of good C++ tutorials with Windows, with the Windows APIs and everything, with Win32 and whatever. Which that would be that's the if you want to be interacting, so like C++ is like a language of itself with its own capability and everything built in. But then there's things that are APIs, which are like for Windows, for example, if you're developing with C++ on Windows, you have access to the Win32 API, which lets you do just a bunch of things that interact with like the operating system. Such as, I'm trying to think of a good example, like a window, like a desktop window or something like that. 2 terabyte solid state, enough storage? Absolutely. Yeah, you could get by with a little dinky solid state drive. I mean, yeah, you're not gonna have to worry about sucking up a bunch of storage. I mean, Visual Studio probably seems to be a pretty annoyingly beefy install, but I've also got a 2 terabyte HDD if all else fails. No, you're gonna be plenty fine. Although, yeah, Visual Studio for some reason is quite a hefty install. All right, so why are we... Okay, I just disconnected Wi-Fi now. Medroxidex, I have a background in IT and I have a pretty beefy PC. I was able to build a PC on the cheap, or I was able to build on the cheap. Nice, 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 nice. Well, you're kind of, you have a similar story to me than Medroxidex, because I kind of had an IT background before I kind of got into programming as well. So I guess that means you maybe are pretty good with command line, or kind of have some command line experience and whatever. All right, we got the same thing here. It's just saying player 0 closed connection. It's not throwing the didn't pong and was disconnected. We got to go in and change this again. Let's change it to 10 seconds. See what happens here. So we got to rebuild the config file. There we go. We got to reload the NodeJS app. Working towards A+, Network+, Security+. Nice. No, I'm terrible with command line stuff. Kind of why I'm looking at programming languages to help further my understanding. Gotcha. Yeah, then like building a little console application is a really nice thing to kind of go with. And the as I was showing you there with Visual Studio 2019, when you launch it, I just created the blank console application. Like when you do new project, I did console app, C++, Windows, console. So Windows just means like the Windows platform. In which case you'd have Windows Win32 API, whatever. So like I just did the new console app there, and that's what I have now. I didn't even name it. I just have it console application 1.cpp. And then, just right out of the box, you're already, I made some changes to this, but if you hit F5 to compile, or let's see, build, where does it actually say F5? Or F5 is debug, right? Oh, and we're building. Yeah, start debugging is F5. Is there a way to start without debugging? Control F5. Well, we can just start debugging, F5. So then it runs your little window here and it prints some stuff. You already just have some console stuff just working, which is kind of cool. So just without even writing any code, that just kind of works. And then it's pretty easy to just get into let's see if I can do something here. Scanf. Or wait, I gotta do printf there. Oh boy. Okay, not used to this. Printf, and then we do scanf. Printf, what's your name? New line. Scanf. Let's see if I can do this all right here. %f name. Printf. Do I need to do a new line here first? Your name is. See if I got it. Let's see if I got this. %s name. See if I got it. There were build errors. Scanf, this function or variable may be unsafe. Consider using scanfs instead. Use CRT. Okay, so I have to do. What's your name? Jared. No, we got an exception. What did I do? Access violation rating. What is scanfs? Did I maybe not do the right thing? Ah, who cares? Anyway. What's the difference between a console app and a desktop app? A console app is like something that runs just in BRB, gotta restart. Yeah, no worries. If you're still there. Console app just runs in a command line. Desktop app would be like a window. A normal like program window. Okay, so app started. Are we on? Let's see what we got here. We're bouncing back and forth between C and C and Populus, JavaScript, but whatever. I wish I could do just C all day here, but okay. Player 0 connected, great, and then let's kill the wireless. And then we changed our time to 10 seconds now. So after 10 seconds, will it say player 0 didn't ping, didn't pong, and was disconnected? Is it going to say it this time? Okay, it's been way more than 10 seconds. Hey, it said it this time. Player 0 didn't pong and was disconnected. Sick. All right, somehow we've dropped 824 frames. That's really disappointing. Well, we maybe got some new viewers here. I'll plug the game real quick for anyone interested. What am I working on? I'm working on my game. It's called Populus. That is Populus. And you can play it live right now. I threw the link down in the chat. That's Populus.gg. I like spelling it out loud because it sounds kind of fun. It's kind of fun to spell out loud. So anyway, I've got it up here right now, Populus.gg. So it's a game where you pop bubbles. You see how many you can pop as fast as you can. So you click the play button on the main menu there. Basically, you'll see some bubbles here, and you got to pop them in the order that they appear here. So you're going to start with, you're going to be popping the bubble that's always in this position, so that matches the color. So we're going for this green bubble here. And then to pop the bubble, you hover your mouse over it, and you click, left click, or you hit the space bar. I prefer the space bar. So then you're just going to go. You're just going to see how many bubbles you can pop as fast as you can. Oh, and then I made a mistake there. And then, yeah, once the 30 seconds is up, you see how many bubbles you popped. See how much time, well, obviously that's the amount of time. It's 30 seconds, whatever. You see the pops per second and the amount of mistakes you made. That's pretty much it. And we're working on multiplayer right now. So in my development version here, we've got two browsers here, and basically you're racing one-on-one against another player in the multiplayer to see who can pop more bubbles. So you're popping the same bubbles as the other player, just kind of at your own pace, if that makes sense. So if I go over here and we pop kind of the same thing, you can see that they kind of match up now, right? Once they get to the same point in time. Madroxidex, okay, I'm back. Got any general advice on how to start learning a programming language? I would say you probably want to check out, I'm trying to think of any like good tutorials that kind of get you into it, because there's definitely books and stuff out there that would, that are probably pretty laborious to go through. And like, yeah, you would learn if you went through the book and paid attention closely, but it's probably kind of a drag. There are probably a lot of good getting started if you're in Visual Studio with I've got access to textbooks and such. YouTube would be a nice pairing, I think. Yeah, and I mean, just to get started, you could probably find kind of a basic tutorial that would at least get you kind of off your feet. That would like teach you about variables, functions, and what else is there in a programming language? Why can't I think of anything else? And like the console application, I think, is a really good thing. The command line, basically a command line application, right? That's kind of a nice basic way to get started, because with just a couple of lines of code, you can kind of have some, which I tried to do just now in VS Code, and it was kind of complaining at me, or in Visual Studio, but it was complaining at me. You want to kind of, you can kind of have a really basic program that lets you print some things to the screen or like show some things in the command prompt. And you can also ask for input from somebody, so you could punch some numbers in or a letter, type some words, some strings, that sort of thing. So you can do that, and you can have your program take that and respond and do something with it, Like there's some real basic programs that you could write, and it gets you that with a command line program, console application. You can start doing like you can start building like little calculators or something, like convert miles to kilometers. Like that sounds kind of dumb, but that's fun stuff to kind of just get your feet wet and like learn about taking input from the keyboard from the user, doing something with that, having that now be a number, and then you maybe take the number of miles and you multiply it times 0.62 or something to get kilometers or whatever the conversion number is. If that kind of makes sense. So you'd want to kind of go through a tutorial that kind of teaches you those kind of the generic the basic components, building blocks of you know, of a programming language like C++ in this case, since you're already going with Visual Studio, whatever. This is all very overwhelming. Can't imagine doing this before ready to access places like YouTube or Twitch. Before ready access to places like YouTube or Twitch. Yeah, I mean, I agree. I mean, you basically probably only learned it unless you were really interested in it, like books in school, you know? I mean, yeah, books were the way to do it, I guess, back in the day. Yeah, and the speed at which you can like find a solution to a problem or something is really easy compared to looking it up in a book, you know. But yeah, Medroxidex, I would say you'll probably have some fun. I think if you're willing and ready to learn, you're definitely going to have some fun kind of figuring this stuff out. And yeah, if you get yourself going with kind of a decent tutorial that just gets you, you know, and I don't have any off the top of my head. Actually, the one I would point you to is Handmade Hero. Which because that's game development and everything. Handmade Heroes on Twitch, but there's, well, anyway, it's called Handmade Hero. You pretty much Google it, you're gonna find it. There's a website, but there's the guy Casey Muratori is the guy behind that, and he streams on Twitch. He streams once or a couple times a week or something. And he's basically making a game from scratch with C. And he's been doing it for years, for like 6 years or something like that. So that's something I would definitely check out. I've been checking Handmade Hero out a lot for kind of me on my own journey of learning C and trying to do game development and everything. Because there's also a lot of things, a lot of useful game development things that are kind of more things that there's more like low level things that you can learn from like Handmade Hero, and the way he explains it kind of help compared to like if you just go through a normal tutorial. It's sometimes hard to understand things, if that kind of makes sense. I don't know if I said that the best way, but keep getting spam text messages. All right, so are we still connected here? Nope, we're offline. All right, so the 10-second thing is our 10-second thing is working now, right? There we go. Blue Exabyte, what's going on? Hey, Joanna, Happy New Year, man. Hey, Happy New Year to you, Blue Exabyte. I checked out your stream a couple times. You were playing Valorant. You were playing another day. You were playing. I was gonna say hi in the chat, but you seemed like you were pretty engrossed in the game. So, what were you playing the other? Dead Souls? Is it Dead Souls? Player 2 connected. Okay, and is this? Okay, so let's turn off Wi-Fi on the phone. We got Player 2 connected down here. And we should see Player 2 didn't pong and was disconnected. Dark Souls, yeah, nice. All right, come on. Why is 10 seconds so long? There we go. Player 2 didn't pong and was disconnected. Player 2 closed connection. All right, so that's working. So now why is it when we change it to 30 seconds, is it not printing that message? really weird. Let's just make it like 40 seconds. We're going to make it 40 seconds. I just want to see what's going to happen. So it's 40,000 milliseconds. So we got to do this. We got to do this. App started. Okay, so let's turn our Wi-Fi back on our phone. So what I'm doing right now is I'm testing, basically, if you connect a WebSockets connection, is like this living and breathing connection. And like a normal web browser can connect to a WebSockets server. I can make a WebSockets connection, which is cool. And that's kind of what it's for. Hence the name WebSockets, right? So the browsers seem to be pretty good about closing the WebSocket connection whenever you like refresh the tab or close the whole browser window or close the tab, that sort of thing. And then the server knows that the connection is closed, or that the client closes the connection to the server, which is great. But in the event of like losing the network connection or whatever on the client side device, the server doesn't know when the connection closes. Even the client doesn't know sometimes right away. So what I am doing is on my phone, I am testing this because I can't really test this on the same computer as the server. So what I'm doing on my phone is I'm loading up the page. I'm connecting to my server on the LAN, on my local area network. And then I'm turning off Wi-Fi once I'm already connected. And I have a thing in place that pings every client, pings every player, every browser. And then if the browser doesn't respond within a certain amount of time, so I have a 40-second window right now. It did it there. Player 0, close connection. I don't. I kind of wonder, is there like a, actually, is something happening? Let's look at our, so I'm doing this thing, the thing that I'm talking about, this pinging thing. I'm doing this per the documentation of the package I'm using for the WebSockets server, which is the NodeJS WS package. Or sorry, I should say, it's a third-party package, but it's called WS. And here it is, in fact, WS. And I'm following their documentation actually on this pinging thing. So they have this: how to detect and close broken connections. Blue, my friends decided it'd be funny to watch me play, so I thought I would go through with it. Nice. Got to get back to some coding streaming soon. Good deal. Dark Souls, I have actually I think I have the first Dark Souls, but I didn't really get into it. I got into it a little bit. I played a little bit of it, but I didn't really keep up with it. And the idea of it sounds pretty cool to me, but I never really kept playing. The idea of it just being such a hard game, challenging game that, you know. All right, sorry, I'm back. Blue, I think I may be coding tonight. Been working on this game. You can play through chat. Oh, sick. I like it. But yeah, Dark Souls is always an interesting time. So you're going to be streaming. You're saying by that you mean you're going to be streaming coding tonight. Truyaksky, the legend. Happy New Year. Okay, everyone. Truyaksky is. You know how I said I was the #2 Populus player in the world? Truyaksky. He's the #1. He is the #1. Of 3. There's probably 3 Populus players in the entire world. I'm #2. Truyaksky's #1. I don't know who #3 is. Yeah, Happy New Year, Trioxki. What is going on? It's good to see you. It's good to see you. Yeah, 2021. We're already 5 days in. We're already 5 days in. That's... Ooh, let's do... How do you do it in Power? You can do math in PowerShell. Can't you? 5 divided by 365. There we go. We are already 0. Okay, we're like 1.3% done with 2021 already. I don't know. I don't know why I said was going to pull that up. Denny's, create a leaderboard. Blue X, I'm saying I'm number 3, but my reaction time is too slow. Nice, nice. Yeah, Denny's. There's the Discord server. Thanks, Trioxki, for pulling that up. It wasn't me this time, bumping my own Discord. Yeah, there's under the Populus section on the Discord. There's a little high scores thing. Trioxki's videos there. And I think Neutralized posted his error, his high score error, or his high score mistake record there just before. So he's got 412 mistakes. Someone before in the chat had like 700. So yeah. But yeah, you can see Trioxki's 124 pops in 30 seconds. It's crazy. It's crazy. I thought it was going to take a little bit to get to 124 Trioxki, to be honest. I was like, because I think the one you said after that was like you were maybe at like 110 or 111 or 112 or something. And then I was like, okay, so it's going to be like a little bit of work. It's going to be like a couple weeks of like playing every night, playing like 2 hours every night. I'm being funny with that. But I thought it was going to take a little bit to get to 124. And you did it like 5 hours later after I posted the world record, or what I thought was the world record. I had no mistakes with 109 pops, but then you come in and blow it away with, I mean, that's over 4 pops a second. Once you hit 120, it's crazy. OMG, I just saw that he's unbeatable. Yes. Yes, Denny's. Yes. $124 is nuts. It's nuts. Okay. Is this what I'm doing on the... Oh yeah, sure enough. So I wanted to look at the close. Oh, you know what? Watch this. Watch this. Here's how we're going to test this. Why didn't I think of this before? All right, so let's do, what we're going to do is I'm going to comment out. I'm just going to straight up comment out this whole line of code here that does the set interval. All right, so this is the thing that loops and pings all the players, and if it doesn't receive a ping in that certain amount of time, it closes the connection, terminates the connection. But here, we're going to do this. We're going to just straight up comment out this functionality. So this part's not even going to happen. And then we're going to reload the server there. There we go. App started. I got to turn my Wi-Fi on back on my phone. We're going to refresh the page. Nope, not yet. There we go. Nope, not yet. There we go. Nope, not yet. Come on. My phone is not connecting to my wireless network. All right, I'm going to turn it off, turn it back on again. There we go. Come on. All right, my phone has just decided to forget everything it knows about my wireless network at home. Come on. Okay, now it decides to try actually connecting. All right, so now we're going to refresh the page. There we go. We see the web server spit out a bunch of files. And there our WebSocket server, our NodeJS server, connected our player there. Our player connected over WebSockets. So now I'm going to turn off the Wi-Fi again. We're going to see what happens. We're just going to sit and wait. And I have a hunch. It's going to disconnect that player automatically. And was that Yellowberry before who was saying, Yellowberry was saying that it should just clean itself up. And I don't get it because I was like, well, the package documentation themselves said you should do this. But it really seems like it might already be working. Player 0 connected. So we're just going to wait. We're going to wait. We're going to see if it says player 0 closed connection after a little bit. After like 30 seconds or 40 seconds or something. I don't know how long we've been waiting. I haven't been keeping track of time. But it still says player 0 connected, even though Wi-Fi is off on my phone. And my browser is showing is offline now. So we're just going to wait. We're going to see if there's something in the WS package that's doing that. All right, sorry. I know the chat, the on-screen chat is all screwed up because of this, but that's how it's going to have to be for right now. Wow, okay, so it's not doing it. It really isn't doing it now. Okay, so it is this. This is running then. But why are we not getting the console log? Dryaksky, how's the multiplayer going? It is going well. We are getting close. We are getting pretty close. I'm kind of just doing right now, I'm kind of testing the server side stuff. So kind of testing a couple things just to make sure like players and connections and everything are good. Yesterday we were doing some stuff where we were automatically disconnecting players if there was some kind of fishy stuff going on. So kind of kicking people out automatically if there was a little bit of weird, if we detected some weird things. So right now I'm working on a thing to kind of handle if a player were to like lose their network connection, but they were connected. So that's what we're checking right now. Okay, so man. All right, let's turn the Wi-Fi back on. So in order to test that, I'm using my phone and I'm just turning my Wi-Fi off or on. Okay. All right, so this thing is working then. Our ping thing is working. So let's reload. There we go. Okay. Okay, I'm going to reload my client. There we go. Player 0 connected. Okay, so then let's turn off Wi-Fi. And what do we have the time set to again? 40 seconds, right? Client ping interval 40 seconds. Okay. So we're going to do this and wait 40 seconds. Okay. We're just going to turn off Wi-Fi. So we're waiting 40 seconds. Ish. Whoa, we dropped a bunch more frames there. Come on. Are we okay here? Or is the stream okay? It looks okay. My stream manager is really slow, really lagged. Okay. All right, so now eventually we see player 0 closed connection, but we're not seeing this. That's really weird. So something else is doing the close. All right, I'm doing one other little thing here. Okay, so it's kind of nice actually having my phone because I can just have like a separate window. Player 2. Ooh. Very nice. WebSockets on close. WebSocket close messages. No, show me all the WebSocket close messages. Because we got 1,001 here. I've never actually looked at what the WebSocket error codes are. WebSocket. Let's look at our NPM thing here then. Let's see, WebSocket server. Codes. Oh, here we go. All right. WebSocket close codes. So 1,001 is client is leaving, browser tab closing. Oh, I love this. All right. So I pulled up this this GitHub page here. Somebody's got all these nicely printed here. Luca967 on GitHub. Okay, so here's our WebSocket close codes. I like this. Okay, 1,000 close normal. Successful operation, regular socket closing. That's interesting. I wonder exactly what would cause that. Here's 1,001, close going away. So 1,001 is what we got. Client is leaving, browser tab closing. All right, so what else? Okay, so now let's go back to our 5-second ping times. So we're going to 5 milliseconds. We're going to redo this. We're going to reboot the server. Okay, so then let's say, let's change this. Bubble player. So we're going to go down to application. We're going to say, instead of player this, close connection, we're going to just say connection is closed with code, and then we're going to say $E. Okay. Close code. I'm going to be really nice here. We're going to be really nice and fancy. All right. Okay. All right, so now we did that, and let's see what close code we get. So we got 1001 when I did a tab, when I did a refresh. So let's do a PM2 reload. Okay, there we go. App started, and then let's pull up a browser here. So we're gonna refresh this. So player 0 connected. If I refresh, we get, so it reconnected immediately because I did a refresh, right? But we get otherwise player 0 WS connection is closed with code 1001, which according to our documentation here, we've got 1001 close going away. Client is leaving. Browser tab closing. That's exactly what we did. Well, we refreshed, but it still throws a 1001, so that's nice. Okay, so now endpoint received an unsupported frame. Wow, that's kind of cool. Okay, so we got successful operation regular socket shutdown. All right. So we want to do, well, now I want to bring my phone into the mix here so we can kill the Wi-Fi. So player 1 connected. I'm going to kill the Wi-Fi. So now we got a 5-second ping time. So after a second here, we should see it. Okay, so player 1 didn't pong and was disconnected. Player 1 WS connection is closed with code 1006. So 1006 is closed abnormal. No close code frame has been received. Oh, well. That's what we get when we terminate, when we self-terminate, I guess. So now let's try the same thing, but with that 40-second ping time. So we're going to go back to our config. We're going to go back, or we'll go to the 30-second ping time. We're going to redo this. We're going to reload the app here. I know this is all kind of crazy, all this stuff, but all these things we have to do. All right, so now let's turn our Wi-Fi back on our phone. Get out of here. I don't want that. I don't want that. Well, actually, I'll keep that. Trioxky, I see Discord got bigger and viewers are 10 plus almost all time. Keep up the good work. Hey, thanks, Trioxky. I appreciate it. Appreciate it. Man, we've been dropping more frames. Yes, I wanna try to be better at updating Discord and everything and trying to provide some more meaningful updates. But yeah, definitely been growing and everything. So okay. All right, so now we're going to turn off, did I connect yet? We're going to turn off Wi-Fi. Okay, there we go. All right, so we're connected now. We are going to turn off Wi-Fi. We're going to wait 30 seconds. We're going to see if that error code is different. Because I feel like there's something different going on. Oh man, we've been going 7.5 hours. It's a long time. Okay, so it's still through a 1006, but it's not printing. It's like it's disconnecting us, but it's not hitting that point. So we can do our own. We can do our own. Let's try this. Let's try terminate, and let's try terminate 4000. Let's try this just for fun. So we can, the range 4000 is reserved for folks like you and me. All right, so let's go back to 5000 milliseconds. We're going to rerun this. We're going to rerun this. That restarted. Okay. Whoop, whoop, whoop. That's not what I wanted. There we go. All right, so let's reload our phone here. We're going to reconnect to Wi-Fi. There we go. Wow, it reconnected quickly that time there. Player 0 connected. Okay, we shut off Wi-Fi. So we should say player 0 WS connection is closed. Okay. It still shows 1006. Okay, so passing in a 4000 to terminate doesn't do anything. Where is like the full API documentation for this WebSocket package? Like they got to have it somewhere. Right? I mean, do they have a full docs page somewhere? See, oh, here we go. There we go. Okay. All right, so let's look at the terminate server or WebSocket.terminate. Forcibly close the connection. Okay, they don't give you any, you can't do any, you can't pass anything. No, it's no options. Darn, bro, you're still going strong, huh? NIW. Yeah, we still are. Hey, NIW, did you get a demo of the game? Because I just realized, and I don't know if you were, the game I'm working on, Populus, as it's called. Because I think when you were hanging out, I don't know if you got to see a demo, and I did a demo for you right after, but I figured I would do it. Yeah, actually, NIW, I think we're going to be ending the stream pretty soon because we're coming up on 8 hours, and my head is starting to spin. It's Populus, a crypto company? Oh, isn't Populus a crypto company? Yeah, probably. But yes, Populus is the game. I got. You can play it actually if you want. If you want, you don't have to play it. But yeah, the link's down there in the chat. Populus.gg. Populus.gg. Yeah, so it's a game where you just pop bubbles. So you click the play button, and you got 30 seconds to pop. There's a little timer there. 30 seconds to pop as many bubbles as you can, and you have to pop them in the order that they appear here. So this big, the bubble that's in this position is the one you're going for, and so you got to match the color up here. So we're going for this purple one. So we hover our mouse over it, press a space bar or left click. I prefer the space bar, and then you just keep going. You see how many bubbles you can pop in that 30-second window. There we go, and we got 22. So you see some stats after you're done, the amount of pops per second, number of mistakes you made. So that's pretty much it. Trioxki, gonna go to sleep. Good luck with Populus. Hey, thanks, Trioxki. Trioxki is the #1 Populus player in the world right now, of probably 3 players, but he's the #1. He's the #1 player. I'm #2, in case you were wondering. We're not sure who that 3rd player is. It could be NIW. Actually, I'm selling myself a little short here. Anyway. Whoa. What did we get here? Follow? Teddy Snow TV is now following. Hey, Teddy Snow, thank you for the follow. I really appreciate it. I really do. NIW. So what is the record? It is Trioxki has video evidence of it on the Discord. 100 124 pops. And I think he made one mistake. 124 pops. That's crazy. Balauzas, what's going on? Balauzas, good to see you. Good to see you. Man, we are still dropping frames every so often. This is crazy. I don't know what's going on. Dropped 2,804 frames. I don't know. Something fishy's going on. That's insane. Yes, it is. It's crazy. It's crazy. All right. TBH, my brain hurts a little when playing the game. That might just be because I'm tired. Yeah, no worries. It takes a little bit to get the hang of kind of looking and trying to figure out where you need to look to see and pop the bubbles. So it's got a little bit of a learning curve, but obviously for Trioxky picked it up right away, which is crazy. He's inhuman, I guess. I was thinking I'll come here before going to sleep. Well, I appreciate you stopping by, Balauzas. I always do. I always do. And yeah, I'm actually probably gonna be shutting the stream down in a little bit here because we've been going 7 hours, 41 minutes. That's crazy. I always say that's crazy, but I mean we've done 8-hour streams before, I guess. Was confused at the beginning because the bubbles aren't the same size as the display. It's only the color. Only got 50. Hey, 50's pretty good for starting out, NIW. That's pretty good. I will say most people get like 30 when they first try it. So you being a first-person shooter player, you probably maybe have a little more skill with it. I would say, you know, you're good at aiming, probably moving the mouse, you know. So, in fact, I'm a big fan of first-person shooters. So that's kind of it was actually one of the things when I was kind of coming up with Populus I was kind of like, it's kind of like a little aim trainer, you know. It's kind of like a aim trainery kind of thing, and I like kind of skill stuff like that. So I'll go for the record tomorrow. Yes, go for it, NIW. Go for it. Yeah, so yeah, we're going for multiplayer. That's kind of the goal. And that's we're going for like a one-on-one multiplayer. And the game is very different. I knew Trioxky just hopped out, and I don't know if he's up to date with the changes that are going to be there, because I think it'll be a little easier. But basically, we've got some multiplayer going where you can. Right now, I haven't updated the main menu yet to have like a multiplayer button or whatever. I haven't decided what I want that to be yet. But basically, we can queue up for a multiplayer game with two browsers, and then you kind of pop the same bubbles just at your own pace, basically. So there's not really any interaction with the other player, other than up here you kind of have a bar where your opponent is represented by this red circle, so it kind of gives you an idea of if your opponent is behind you or ahead of you. In this case, we can see that this player is in the lead because the red is behind them, kind of going this way. In this case, the red is ahead of this player, if that kind of makes sense. But I found an exploit. What's that? What is that, NIW? Let me know, if you'd be so kind. There are definitely some strategies to figure out what to do. The smaller you make the window, the easier it is, less mouse travel. I've experimented with that a little bit myself, NIW, and I don't know how true that is. I mean, you might be more used to it, maybe. Like I personally play, so I've got a 1440p monitor. You're seeing the stream at 1080, so everything's like scaled differently, whatever. But I've got a 1440p monitor, so I'm playing with I like to play with a window size of that'd be about 720p window size, I guess. About 720 pixels tall. So this is about the size I like to really play the game at. Whoops. So if I just do a single player game, I'm doing my development version. But I really think it depends. You have to be more accurate. The smaller the window is, you have to be more accurate. So, oh boy. I'm actually doing pretty well here. Oh, mistake right there. 96. Okay, that's not bad for a little. I'm happy with that. Nothing. I'm still 30 bubbles. Still 30 bubbles behind the world record. That was still 30. Can you imagine doing 30? Like, I felt like I was kind of booking along there, but can you imagine 30 bubbles more? That's Trioxki's speed. But yeah, NIW, I think you could be less accurate when the window's bigger. So that's like, I feel like it's kind of a like a personal preference thing. And like your mouse sensitivity and everything. I'm on what am I on? 800 DPI right now. So I'm 800 DPI. Is that what that is? Is that 800? Yeah, 800 DPI. Anyway, I'm just for 1440p screen, 800 DPI. I'm on the normal default Windows mouse sensitivity settings. No main.cpl. What are we on? We're on normal. Yeah, we're on the oh, that's double click speed. I'm on the normal Windows settings. I have Windows mouse acceleration turned off. Hate that. Allows us. Is your server a VPS? I've heard of a VPS. VPS. Virtual private server. Virtual private server is a virtual machine sold as a service by an internet hosting service. Yes. Allows us. It is a VPS. Virtual private server. Yes. Yes, I'm using, I use DigitalOcean. So I've got a Ubuntu server in the cloud. So that is the server. And as of right now, Populus, there's like a hair in my face. Long hair problems. It's like a ghost. It like keeps coming back even though I wipe it and like I see it right across my eye. Yeah, so right now, just the single player version of Populus, strictly just a static file, no static HTML, JS file. Everything happens purely in the client with the single player practice mode. No server communication whatsoever. Obviously, I'm running a web server, and that's pretty much it. Oh boy. I don't know why I'm playing right now, but actually I should end every stream playing a couple games, just seeing how well I could do. That's what I should do. Oh boy, time's up. 72. All right. Great. I would recommend installing free SSL. Yes, I will actually probably be doing that when we go live with the multiplayer. I didn't for the time being just because I understand, obviously, SSL is good. Yeah, so I will be using a free one as well. My stats suck, just 35 on average. No worries, Denny's. No worries. Yeah, it takes a little bit to kind of ramp up. All right, so I think we are going to shut the stream down in a little bit here. I kind of want to recap what we did for the day before we do, and maybe we'll play a couple more. We'll play a couple games. We'll play a couple Populus games just to close everything out. Traversy YouTube made a great summary for this. Gotcha. Yeah. Traversy Media or whatever. I've seen a few of his videos. Nice. Nice. Would be cool if you could choose a mouse pointer or remove the shadowy effect, but I guess that's not importance right now. With a, let's see, with a, you can do custom cursors. Oh, are you saying you don't really prefer the trail? Is that what you're saying? The trail behind the cursor? Yeah, I guess we don't really need it. I mean, I don't really feel like it makes much of a difference for me, like seeing the trail or not. Personally, yes, but I don't, okay. But I don't mind it. Gotcha. Yeah, there is some stuff you can do for like custom cursors, and I haven't really looked into it yet with web. I'm pretty sure Retro MMO does it. I'm pretty sure Retro MMO, if Retro MMO was here, he'd be able to answer that question. Yeah, at some point, maybe we'll do some sort of settings thing, and maybe we could have it so you could turn it off. By hiding the cursor and moving image. Well, I know you can do that, but allows us, like, just hide it with CSS and then use, like, your own, you know, like, yeah, I could just have, like, a square, a circle or something move. It's a little laggy, though, because it's kind of just behind. Like, you can see how much the line, maybe that doesn't show up super well, but you can see how far just the line, because that's kind of what's happening now, but you can see how far the line lags behind the cursor. Not when I do that, but when I make, like, circles, maybe. I don't know, that's kind of hard to see. It's like a couple frames behind. A frame or two behind. I don't know exactly. I have to pull it up with the slow-mo. Have you played Kovac? Like Kovac's Aim Trainer? No, I have not actually. I mean, I'm familiar with it. I'm a Quake player personally. I like Quake. And Kovac, I believe, is a Quake player. In fact, I think I've seen him streaming. Diabolical. Which is a new arena first-person shooter. But it's an aim trainer software. Yes. Yes, I am familiar with Kovac's aim trainer and stuff. Has some pretty cool maps. Yeah, and from what I've seen actually with it, it's a lot of stuff kind of pretty similar to Populus, you know, like not relatively speaking. Oh man, we're still dropping more frames. We're up to 3,000 now. I don't know what's going on. I really don't know. All right. So could be good for inspiration. Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be probably adding a whole ton. I might kind of there might be some game mode tweaks, but otherwise I'm not going to be spending a really long time working on Populus. I'm going to kind of get it to, you know, I'd like to get the multiplayer going, kind of maybe add some kind of leaderboard stuff, see where things are at. But otherwise, it's fun to work on, but it's not really something I really love working on and really want to keep, you know, like building out and expanding. I've got other game idea that I really want to work on. I mean, who knows? If by some crazy coincidence or by some crazy allows us. Have you seen my new game idea? Have you seen it? Is that why you're throwing the winky face? Because you've seen it before? Because I showed it once on stream. Not heard. All right, well, since Balauzas asked to see the new game, actually I have a little web version of it working, believe it or not. Kodako, the puzzle game. Yes, Kodako saw it. No, I might have missed it. What's your game idea? All right, I'll pull it up. Since a couple people actually asked. All right, so it's just actually just a static HTML file on my file system right now. So it's a game where I think we got to reload here. In fact, to actually play, you have to type in some console stuff. Load level. Got to remember the functions here. Load level 1. All right, so it's a little puzzle game where you're trying to get to this room here. It's not really indicated that this is the exit. So you're the orange cube here, and you're trying to move. You move around with the arrow keys, and these little gray boxes here are light switches. So when you touch that, it turns a light switch on or off, a room on or off, right? So one light switch is connected to like one room, kind of thing. So, like I can just toggle that on and off just by walking over that square, if that makes sense. So again, I'm trying to get to this room here. And basically, you can only have 3 rooms lit up. So that's kind of the more puzzle part of it. I mean, in this is the first level, so it's not really much of a puzzle. It's just kind of introducing this thing. But again, like this light switch up here turns that room on up here. So if I go in here, this kind of demonstrates that you can only have 3 rooms turned on. So if I go here, that room turned off. That room shut off. And then if I go here, now I get to the exit room, right? So only 3 rooms can be lit up. And this little thing on the side is supposed to be kind of showing you like which rooms, like if it's orange, that's the room you're inside of, if that makes sense. So like I'm in this, and it's the rough like shape of the room. This is kind of a dumb little UI thing, kind of bad, but it's kind of just trying to show you what room's going to go off if you turn another switch. So like this room would go off basically. Or if I turn that room off, then we only have 2 rooms lit up here. So anyway, that's kind of how it works. And level 2 is a little more interesting. That's kind of just the basic level there. Nice. Wow, thanks guys. I appreciate that. Appreciate it. Yeah, so this one's a little cooler. So in fact, I never even remember how to play it exactly myself. I always have to try. Okay, so this switch here turns on. Okay, so our exit room in this case is the middle room. That's where we're trying to get to. So that switch turns that light on. This one turns this one on. So we go in here. Okay, that one turns that room on. And I believe, okay, so that means this bottom one turns probably this one on. Or no, that one turns that one on. Okay, so let's just go like that to be safe. So we're going to go here to turn this one on. We are going to go here. Okay, so that one turns that. Oh, I already forget now. Okay, this one. Okay, so I want to be careful because you can trap yourself and be stuck basically. Okay, that's what I want to do. So then this one down here will turn the original room back on. There we go. And now, yes. Okay, so now this switch, there we go. All right, we got it. And then there's one more level that's, well, there's a couple more levels, but what in the world? I don't want this. Get out of here. I don't know what key I hit that did that. All right, level 3 is a little more crazy. All right, so this one is, this is hard. Yeah, I mean, some of these, this level particularly I have it as level 3, but this would actually in reality be like a much harder level. And I always forget. Okay, so that's this room, that big room there. I like to like just try the rooms out. Okay, that's that room. This one's here. All right, so this is where we want to go. I kind of remember this. Okay, that one is also this one. So these two switches do the same thing. Some of the switches might not need to be used. That's the other thing. Like you could just have it. Okay, wait a minute. Let's turn this one off. This one here turns that. Okay. Wait a minute. Is that what we want? No, hang on. All right, we want to do, where's the, let's turn that one off. Let's turn I think we're supposed to turn this one on, then this one. And then we'll turn on, okay, so when I hit this switch, and hit the one up here, that'll turn this room on, and this one off. Well, we knew that this one was going to go off anyway, because it was the bottom one there on this thing. Because it's just in order. Okay, so... Alright, now I want to be... Okay. Again, this switch here is... Ooh, I didn't want... Oh! Alright, I got us stuck there. I did the wrong switch. Because now, if I have no way to make it out of here. Alright. Anyway. I would need notes to solve such a game. I mean, yeah, you could write down notes like, oh yeah, this switch does that, and that would kind of make things easier. Because like I just totally forgot which one this was. But there's a lot of different things I might do with it. There's another level here that's a little simpler, and then this one's kind of just like the first one. Like you just kind of go. This one turns on the last room. Okay, but we need to turn this on. That one turns this one on. That one turns this one on. We go around. This switch turns this middle one back on, and then we go here. Yep. Okay. So then, oh yeah, we're trying to get to this room. I should explain what room we're trying to get to. And then I got like one little kind of test idea here where you could have one switch that turns two rooms on at once, or like on or off. So like that's kind of a little idea like I wanted to play around with. So yeah. So that's kind of the idea I want to run with. But Pomprox could even make it worse by making the tiles you walk on unpassable. Oh, like once you... Oh, yeah, I see what you're saying. So once you step on a tile, like it's blocked. Yeah, I mean, that's like a mechanic that could be added, or a type of gameplay feature that we could add. Bet Kitty, good job. Thank you. Ha Play is now following. Ha Play, thank you very much for the follow. I really appreciate it. Bet Kitty, good job. Bet Kitty likes to hop in and throw a good job every once in a while. Bet Kitty's my wife, so she likes to give me moral support and throw a heart or two in there too. Yeah, the tile thing. That would be like a hardcore mode kind of thing. But yeah, the one thing that would be really important is having like a level editor. So I started kind of building like at least kind of the UI for like a level editor, which would kind of let you like draw rooms, and then kind of do some stuff like this. This isn't very. The red basically when it's white, it's like there's a little algorithm that runs just to check if it's like enclosed in a room. Otherwise, it would be flagged as like red. So the red will be basically forming like a rectangle around like all the furthest boundaries of the thing, if you kind of can tell that. So if that kind of makes sense. But you could have like a little. It'd be cool to basically it'd be we'd have to have, like, I'm scrolling to like scroll through these tools. So it's like current tool, door, light switch, thing, whatever. None of this stuff actually works. This is all just kind of like my initial setup for this. Actually, the eraser works. I can erase things. But yeah, so if a part of a thing, this isn't a room if it's connected to like the outside basically, so it's got to be like filled in completely and then it's white and that means it's a room, if that makes sense. Anyway, recursion, love it. Yeah, actually, I don't know if I'm doing recursion in this case. I think I'm just doing like a loop. I think I'm looping. I think the algorithm that solves this loops. Like it loops, it goes here, it like checks from the first square and then says like, okay, if we hit a wall, then, oh, I don't remember. You know what allows us? It might be some sort of recursion. I don't remember. But the level editor would be extremely important for this kind of game. So that would be something to really work on. And it would be cool because that'd be like a tool that could be released to the public and everything too, that, you know, people could create their own levels and that sort of thing for this game. Because it would have to be a pretty easy level editor. And like I have it so simple that, you know, like it's just like a little eraser. Obviously it could be a little nicer to use, but you could just have like a little toolbox and you just drop things and that sort of thing. So anyway, yeah, that's my next game that I want to do. Snake Man. Welcome back. Have you ever seen this, Snake Man? Did I ever show you this in real life? This is like my other game. Oh yeah, you can move the whole level editor around too, right? Kind of cool. Not really that cool. Anyway. NIW. All right, gotta go. It's 1 a.m. over here. Hey. Yeah, that's right. You're in Europe. I remember you saying that. But you're trying to play Call of Duty in Egypt. Good luck, man. Thanks for taking time earlier. Hey, for sure, NIW. Thanks for hanging out. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Thanks for the follow and everything. But yeah. Anyway, this is not the game we're working on right now. This is my future game. I mean, kind of a basic little web version of this game works, but yeah, this is actually kind of fun, just drawing stuff with this. It'd be cool to have a level that's like these narrow corridors. You know, maybe something like this. And like you only like you have to like basically going down the corridor forces you to like go over a light switch, you know? And then like that opens like a room, but like I kind of want to play around with like a little concept like that. Like if we do load level 1. You know, because like if you just have like this narrow one grid space hallway, like if I could only, you know, like pretend there's a wall on this side of me, like you could have it so I'm like forced to go down and forced to step over like a light switch or something. And I think you could do something kind of interesting like that. You know, because here I've got like the freedom to just say like, oh, do I want to step on that light switch or not, you know? It'd be cool if like you had like a path that like forced somebody to step on the light switch, but like maybe they could double back and like do something else. Anyway, I don't know. We're not working on this game yet. As much as I would like to. And the one thing I need to figure out is like I'd like to figure out like a nice movement system, because I have like these big rooms and it's a pain because you basically just have to keep hitting the arrow keys a bunch of times to move around, and you can kind of hack it by moving left, you know, diagonal, but it'd be cool to have like a nicer way to move around, but still grid-based, but kind of like but kind of more better, if that makes sense. Allows us path of no return. Yes, like you go and you can't go back or something, or yeah. But anyway, that, yeah, like I just want to, be able to build a game like that with a nice level editor and really be able to experiment with little different ideas like that. Because like the levels that you've seen me play here just now are literally on paper. Like I drew them on graph paper and then like said, okay, here's where a light switch should be. And then like had to step through the rules like, okay, there's a light switch here, light switch there. And then I had to like make sure I could play it on paper before I could like actually play it. But anyway, all right. I've been streaming 8 hours. Let's play a couple games of Populus here. And then we're probably going to shut the stream down. I said I was going to do a little recap of the stream, but I don't even remember what we did. Let's do a very brief recap here. We cleaned up some issue we found today. Oh, we refactored kind of what we were doing. Not refactored even. Like, what did we do? So we kind of tweaked how we wanted to do rate limiting. So to avoid, actually I should get rid of these console logs here. These console log poos. Basically, we have it set up now that if a player sends too many messages to the server, we're going to assume that they're kind of being malicious. And then we are going to automatically kill their WebSocket connection to the server. So that was one thing we added. We fixed from yesterday. And there was something else we did today, and I don't really remember. But we started using PM2 now, which is a Node.js package. And that's what we're going to be using on the server to kind of manage our actual WebSocket server, our Populus app on the server side. We messed around with that. We saw the cool features of PM2, like this, a command line dashboard. Like that's pretty cool. So this will let me like actually manage the real. So we're doing this just on my local computer right now, my local Windows machine. But the Populus server, the public server will be is a server in the cloud, an Ubuntu server. And I'll be able to connect to that server with SSH and run this and kind of take a look at things. We can take a look at logs. We can take a look at things like CPU usage and memory usage and all that stuff. And that'll be really cool. And PM2 automatically like logs error, logs things that were logged to standard error or standard out. So we have all the game logs saved to a file, which is really nice. And then from there, we started adding timestamps to our logs on the server for the logs that we deemed important. Let me find where I'm using the word poo. Okay, because we had some console logs poo. Let's get rid of that. Where's the other poo? It's up here. There we go. All right, so we've got a few other things we want to log. I am just kind of done with coding for the day. We've been going 8 hours, 12 minutes. That's kind of crazy. Anyway. Allows us, or burning ground rooms to make it impossible to return. Yes. Man, you guys have some good ideas just out of the box here. I like it. Yes, it'll be exciting when we finally work on that game. And that game's going to be a native desktop game, and I would like to sell that one on Steam. I think we can do it. So that's why I've been learning C, because I'd like to do a native game. It'll be on Windows, but I mean, I like web development, but I want to kind of get down there in the lower level of things. Blauzaz likes it. All right, let's play a couple of Populus games. Let's see how fast we can get. We'll play just a couple matches, a couple single player matches, obviously. We're going to use the live site too. We're not going to use my dev version because, so we're on the real populus.gg right now. Blauzas, I will watch you. Hey, thanks, Blauzas. I appreciate that. Denny's, me too. Thanks, Denny's. I appreciate it. You guys are awesome. You know that? All right. So we're gonna play a couple of games. I'm gonna see how fast I can get quick, and then we're gonna shut the stream off. I guess we'll maybe do a raid. We'll do something like that. Man, we're still dropping more frames. I'm kind of miffed about that. Anyway. All right, here we go. Three, two, one. All right, this one's just kind of a warm-up. there's one kind of graphical issue I forgot about that I just noticed. And it occurs just in certain cases. It's not really a bug or anything. It's just kind of a, I guess it's kind of a bug, but it doesn't hurt the functionality at all. It's just kind of a graphical thing. All right, so 85, that's not bad. 4 mistakes though. Yeah. Let's stretch the arm out here. All right, let's go for it again here. We can do better. We did like 96 before without even, I wasn't even like trying. I mean, usually when I try, I do worse. That's how it kind of actually goes. It's when I'm not really like trying too hard. I just kind of am very accurate. That one, oh, come on. That one felt pretty fast. 94, all right. Not bad. Whew. All right, maybe one more. One more, here we go. Let's see, let's see. Oh, come on, come on. All right, we're gonna have to do 2 more. Oh, and one of the new features we've added is the new like quick reset thing. So you can press the R key. Oh my good, okay, this is awful. Oh my goodness, we don't have that on the live site right now, but you can press R. That'll be a new feature. You can press R and it'll quickly reset you. 10% improvement. All right, I didn't even look at what that score was. I didn't even care. I made too many mistakes. All right, here we go, here we go, here we go. Ah! Oh, come on, come on. 95. Didn't we hit 96 just before, or was it 94? This is like what happened yesterday, I think. We played a couple games and we were trying. All right. All right, didn't I say I was only going to do like 2 games? We're already on like 4 now. Or 5. Come on. Come on. Those were small. Did you see how small those bubbles were? Oh, you got to be kidding me. Come on. Oh, that's so painful. All right, that was a quick run there. Time's up. 80. Okay, that was bad. 1%. All right, let's go. Ooh. Oh man, that's really painful. One of the actual things I thought of is for making mistakes. It'd be nice if the entire screen flashed red. Well, not the entire screen, but the screen surrounding like the play circle there would just kind of flash red. I'm thinking that was going to be a new minus 15%. All right, I didn't even look at how many we got there before it wasn't good though. All right. We're doing a new one here. Here we go. All right, I feel like this one's gonna. Okay, never mind. All right. Okay. Overshot. Okay, come on, come on, come on. You know what? I'm hungry. I need to eat. That's the problem. Oh, come on. That's the problem. That's what's going on. I'm pretty sure I saw the Windows loading icon there for a second. I don't know what that was all about. Oh my goodness, we just missed that one by a hair. Come on. 84, all right. All right, one more. This one's gonna be good. Oh, come on. No, 2 in a row, the same exact thing. Oh my goodness, come on. 88. That would have been 100. We would have had 100 if I didn't make those mistakes. All right, one more game. Maybe we can hit 100. All right, no, that was bad. That was a bad start. All right, just one more game, and then we're signing off. Oh, come on, come on. That was a bad mistake there. So there's already some All right, let's see what we got here. Oh my goodness. What? That was 87. All right. All right, I'm done. Okay. Anyway. All right, I think we're shutting everything down for the day. Man, thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. Got a bunch more follows. Today. You guys are too kind. Too kind. All right. Let's I guess we'll pass the buck on over to somebody who's Yellowberry's streaming. All right, let's pass the buck on over to pass the buck. Where do I come up with these? Why am I saying these phrases? We'll drop in, say hi to Yellowberry. Yellowberry was hanging out here before. Denise, thanks for the toilet. I appreciate it. All right. Yeah, let's drop in and raid. Oh, let me give a quick little blurb there about our time. So I got a stream schedule. It's pretty strict, actually. Mondays and Tuesdays, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. That is UTC -6. Or GMT -6. Whatever flavor you enjoy there. Yeah, we go 10 a.m. Usually stream for 6.5, 7, 8 hours. We got almost 8.5 hours today. That's crazy. Yeah, it's already 6:30 p.m. my time. That's a little too late. All right, so yeah, again, Mondays and Tuesdays. So sometimes I do squeeze in a Thursday night stream or like a Saturday stream if I'm feeling up for it. So we might do that this week. I don't know. We'll see. We haven't done it in the last couple of weeks because everything was crazy. You know, that was Christmas Eve, New Year's Eve, everything. You know, that was a lot of holiday madness. So we might be back to something a little more normal here, and I would like to maybe get a Thursday night stream in, or perhaps a Saturday stream, or a weekend stream of some sort. So for now, let's drop in and raid Yellowberry. He's working on I believe he's working on his first-person shooter game that he's making, which is pretty cool. So I have not actually seen his stream. I didn't even know he streamed until today. So I followed him, and now I see that he is streaming currently. Oh yeah, he said he was going to stream. He left to go stream. So let's go drop in and say hi, see how his game's going. I have not actually played the game yet, because I couldn't find it the other day when he sent it. So everybody, thanks so much. Balazas, we'll catch you later. Thank you guys so much. You guys are awesome. We hit 200 subscribers yesterday, but we like blown past that. Or 200 followers, I should say, sorry. 200 followers yesterday. We're already at 218 followers right now. So that's nuts. Like almost 20 followers. No, that's over 20 followers in 2 days. That's crazy. You guys are awesome. I really appreciate it. So again, we might see you before next Monday, but otherwise for sure next Monday, 10 a.m. Central Standard Time. Be there or be square. And now I'm going to hit start raid on Yellowberry. Okay, so it's about to raid. We got a few viewers that are loaded up, ready to raid. All right. We're dropping into Yellowberry. Catch you guys later. Thank you so much. You guys are awesome. You're the best. I love you all. Ta-ta for now.